Who that family? Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform stores where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and who that too. TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us.
You're a great X's and O's guy.
He is.
Like out of timeout, you have you're a great X's and O's guy.
He is.
Like out of timeout, you have great plays. You're a bad people person.
Yeah.
You want to hold too much control. So, this one I was like, you didn't let Dwight be a leader. Well, he's not a leader. Well, you never gave him a chance to be the leader. So at the end of the day, all he did was just babysit the rest of us. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. So if we're fucking up, but we hate you so much, what can he do? Like, he already see you eating us up. So he just, come on, don't worry about it, Turk. Instead of saying, y'all, Turk, you can't do that shit. Stop making that. Like, you didn't let him be a leader because you wanted to be. And you were so brutal to everyone that we was off you.
Y'all, okay, so that he right. So it's kind of like the good cop, bad cop. Like, Stan was like really the bad cop.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's like, I can't be like stern and, hey man, you need to do that because we already got somebody like that. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's like, all right, I got to come in and like lift the mood up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I can't be this mean guy like my coach. And I guess they took that as,
Yeah, you take it as all, he's too childish. But, me coming from, DC, the locker room is bad cop, good cop. So you have Karan is going to be tough guy. Antoine is neutral. I'm the goofball. So you got all three elements, so if they're not with, Karan, they with me and Antoine. If they're not with me, they would Karan. So the locker room has its leaders. Well, in this locker room, Stan was such the bad guy that nobody else actually had a chance to do anything. So if we see Turk up, usually you would say, yo, hey, quit that shit. Like, you police each other because you got to remember, we respect each other because we're out there fighting, but if he's up and we're like, don't even worry about it. It's just next time. They just play a little hard. And you're just sitting there like, that's not how this is supposed to work. He's a builder coach. If you have a young team that needs direction.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good at that. Put discipline in him. Like, I thought for our team, we was practicing way too long. We didn't really have days off. We didn't really have shoot arounds where we go in there and get shots. It was practice, and going to the conference room, practice.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, this wears down old players,
And it mentally
drains you.
Drain you a lot because you like, man, we need a break. Like, we really trying, but it's so much. It's like information, like overload. Like, we knew everybody played, which was good. Some guys didn't even play. So it's like, why are we working on this dude's plays when he's never going to play?
Who is it? You told me Chucky Atkins that would go balls out in practice.
Oh, yeah, that was Chucky. No, but that was with Washington.
No, I know, but a player
Chucky,
like that.
No. Yeah, but Chucky played a little bit. You're talking about number 15.
Yeah.
The 14 to 15 guy went through what his possibility was.
Correct.
You're like, wait, what?
Yeah. And he not even
this IR, bro. He has no chance of making it
at all.
But we had a scout report for him. Yeah. Like it was like a playoff scouting report, not an everyday. It was more college style than NBA style.
That comes from the FUBU Sports side of things with an interview from Gilbert Arenas. And the second player that you guys heard.
The No Chill podcast, brother.
No Chill.
By Gilbert Arenas.
Right, Gilbert Arenas, No Chill. Thank you for that, DC. And that's the Veritas that we was talking about, dealing with what's happening with Stan Van Gundy and this team. And, you heard him say they had problems with Stan Van Gundy. They didn't like him. And this was leaking out. This is the Veritas that we looked at and seen it. I didn't have to play for him to see that, they wasn't listening to him because, they just blocked him out. But for all things Pelicans, you're now tuned into the Pelican post-game report. Much love to the family members. Thank y'all for joining us in this edition of the Pelican post-game report. We're in the building opening up with that podcast. From No Chill Podcast with Gilbert and the rest of them guys. A good insight there from Arenas and Dwight Howard, who is dropping some knowledge on Stan Van Gundy's, coaching style right there and opening up eyes to see what really happened in the Pelicans. And, of course, we were calling that and saying the whole time. I'm Big Q chiming in. We got my dog, DC, co-host riding with me. DC, how you doing, fam?
There we go.
There you go.
Say, I'm doing pretty good bearing the circumstances, bro. I'm supposed to be burying my head in the sand and crying my eyes out. Apparently, the New Orleans Pelicans are being sold. Zion Williamson is getting traded. B.I. is trying to get traded. Lonzo Ball is going to the Knicks of Chicago. And David Griffin is going to mess up the draft. So, we pretty much should just stop doing the show, bro. Just call it quits according to the media.
Well, I mean, good thing we don't give a rat's, patootie about what the media says. I mean, that's been my spiel for some time. And I will continue to have that standpoint as well, because they do not drive this team. Ultimately, we do. We the lifeblood of the Pelican organization. And we are the ones that will keep the feet to the fire until we get a playoff contender.
Us and the flock, bro. Can't forget the flock. What up, flockers?
That's what I mean by us, the entire flocking nation,
So
with that being said, fam, we open up the broadcast with that on this Friday edition. Happy Friday, happy weekend to all the family members. We appreciate you and your support and joining us for tonight's live stream. And of course, we're going to keep this thing rolling. They got a couple articles we want to go over, and then we'll open up the lines of communication from you guys so that we want to hear what you guys think about this news that broke during the middle of the week on Stan Van Gundy's firing. And of course, very little information outside of Griffin coming out of the building, no Stan Van Gundy interview several days later. And it's absolutely ridiculous. No real, not too much going on, but a lot of
he embarrassed, bro.
Could be. I would be if that was me. I won't tell you no.
Man, the man he didn't coach 13, 14 some odd years in the NBA. He ain't never got fired after 8 months.
Right.
Well, Miami, he even made it 2 or 3 years before they pulled the carpet from up under them over there.
Well, all that I could tell you, DC, if picking the wrong player, you can imagine what getting fired after 8 months would probably have him doing. They probably have him hiding up under the table somewhere, eating his sandwiches up under the table. Let's hit Rocky Roads and all that shit up under the table.
Nah,
But anyway,
you ain't gonna have him hiding up under the table, but he will be shaking every time you see a goddamn Pelican sign. Somebody walk past it with some Pelicans apparel on.
but yeah, it's a crazy. But anyway, let's get into it, man. The Shabal said that we the new Knicks. Kai,
We the
what's
new
up, man?
Knicks.
The
That's
old
the first time
Knicks.
I heard that.
No, I think he mean we the new old Knicks. That's what he mean by that. The ones that didn't make the playoffs. So yeah, so big ups to the rest of the family members. Appreciate y'all being on the live stream. Much love to the entire Flock and family. I appreciate y'all stopping by. And we're gonna get through these articles and then we'll move into your questions and also your we'll put the link in the chat for you to join in tonight's show. So without further ado, here we go. All right, the article on screen from CBS Sports shows that Zion Williamson's family is unhappy with the direction that the Pelicans prefers. He changes teams per the report. Williamson will go through his third coaching as many years since being drafted. And Jasmine Wimbush, it drops the knowledge on the article right here. And it says, in the midst of a busy news day in the NBA on Wednesday, New Orleans Pelicans mutually agreed to part ways with Stan Van Gundy, who was in his first year of a 4-year contract coaching deal he signed in October 2020. One of the reported reasons for his departure was because of his rocky relationship with several players on the team due to his demanding coaching style. Now, listening from when you hear the reporter said, and then I played Gilbert Arenas and Dwight Howard to start the show off, it kind of brings these words to life about what they were actually dealing with and why that experiment failed so miserably. And let's get into it. That mentality is exactly why the Pelicans brought him in to begin with, but it reportedly rubbed the players the wrong way. New Orleans expected to make the postseason with Van Gundy at the helm, but instead the team took a step back in terms of development and finished with a 31-41 record. The lack of development mixed with ever-changing carousel of head coaches is reportedly having an impact on the team's brightest star, Zion Williamson. There are reportedly several members within the Williams family who don't think the Pelicans have surrounded him with the right pieces to succeed and would rather see him on a different team. The Athletic Sham Sharania, Joe Varden, and William Guillory says in The Athletic, this is what they were quoting. Their reports was, but most of the season, certain Williamson family members voiced displeasure with the organization. Among the targets of their criticism was Van Gundy, who they felt was too rigid and demanding as a head coach, but also with the organization which they claimed did not live up to what they felt should be the standard for a star like Williamson. Numerous opposing league executives had heard the complaints and they were confirmed by Pelicans officials. Now, while it's unclear if Williamson shares the same sentiment as his family members, if they're negatively talking about the Pelicans to him, then that's not an ideal situation for New Orleans. When the Pelicans decided to trade guard J.J. Redick at the trade deadline this season, it reportedly irritated Williamson as he grew to have a good relationship with Redick. In turn, Redick then publicly criticized the Pelicans organization on his podcast, saying, I don't think you're going to get honesty from that front office, objectively speaking. Although Williamson, he pointed that right at David Griffin. That's nobody else but Griffin.
And we know what a lie is.
Right. That we've been calling him out as soon as he came here. We knew what that was. Although Williamson is signed through 2024 on his rookie deal, the last thing the Pelicans want, especially GM David Griffin. Notice how he got that there. We keep saying that this is another different writer now, by the way. Remember we did
he put it in quotes though. I gotta give him credit for that.
Yeah, because she did that. She put that in quotes.
My bad.
She knows who David Griffin is, the VP, but she doing that because she's kind of hinting at the fact that he's the real general manager and that Trajan Langdon is just only general manager in title only.
Maybe Trajan Langdon is actually the vice president of the team. You ever thought about that?
No.
Trajan Langdon is the vice president of basketball operations, Big Q.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
David Griffin is the GM. This is all a terrible mix-up. They've been saying the titles wrong. That's all it is.
Is that what it is? Okay. It's upsetting their franchise centerpiece is so early on in his career. There's been no stability on the coaching staff or the roster since he's entered the league. And if New Orleans wants to ensure that he stays around longer than just the next few years, it'll have to make sure it can keep him happy and, more importantly, that it starts winning games. The Pelicans can take a step in the right direction as early as the offseason by trying to bring back guard Lonzo Ball, who will be restricted free agent, and someone who Williamson has openly said he would like to return to the team. It makes sense from a basketball perspective as the two establish a solid chemistry on the floor together. And if it makes Williamson happy at the same time, then that's a win-win for New Orleans. And it's a good article written by the reporter. Her name is Jasmine Winbush. She did a very good job on it. And let's
All
talk
right,
about this.
Jasmine.
Yeah, that's a real good article, especially that little sticky point thrown at GM David Griffin. And like I said, that's the running joke among the reporters that know. But we actually the ones that vocalize that. I mean, I don't remember too many people was laying it out there. I was making mom jokes and all that shit well before all this. But that's just how we are with the Pelican talk. We always been ahead of the curve. But DC, speak upon this article that you're seeing from Mrs. Winbush on Zion Williamson's family. A lot of family members seem a little nervous about it, being that his family members are upset of how the Pelicans organization is being ran. But hey, guess what? I agree with Williamson's family. You, my friend, spoke about this, and we agreed off show that this is a good thing. Explain why.
Yeah, this is definitely a good thing because I mean, this is going to force our front office to stop making these boneheaded moves and to start doing things to actually win now. All this sustainable, what do we call it? We were trying to win for the sustainable future and all. Man, we're trying to win right now. We got a dude who is a generational talent. You got another guy who's an all-star. What the hell are you trying to build 7 years down the line, man? Get something popping right now. And when you get that popping and bubbling, then you start growing your stuff out for later to improve it. Or, okay, well, this guy is good, but we're not going to be able to retain him. So we need to get somebody else coming down the pipeline and all that. But we need to win right now. So I think it's a good thing that this is coming out right now. And especially with David Griffin looking like an idiot, basically admitting that he wrong with Van Gundy. We all knew that. We tried to talk about the positive, but mostly it'd be the negatives over here because we've seen so many things, especially the players not responding to him, as you heard from Gilbert Arenas and Dwight Howard. Now you see why, which we talked about that, man. And I a lot of times I did my imitation of Van Gundy. We gotta go out there and we gotta win. Nobody want to hear that. And then
No, that was so annoying.
mix that annoyingness up with a bunch of insults and tearing you down and talking about everything you're doing wrong. You probably had a 30-point game or something, and he pointing out all the flaws.
In the defensive game. Remember we kept talking about that?
Man, he would be complaining like a lot of times they would win. And he would be like, well, we didn't play very good defense tonight. Look, I get it. Yeah, they need to improve defense. They won. Give them a fucking break. They won tonight.
No, I'm not gonna give him a break.
I'm like, this.
I can't do that shit. I'm sorry. I can do a lot of voices. I can't do that annoying Van Gundy thing you do, brother.
Man, I'm like, this dude think he Bill Belichick or somebody with this, man. Like, so all of that makes sense. They fire Stan Van Gundy, and then we got the report with his family. One thing, I think it is some truth to it, but the thing that sticks out to me is like a lot of it is based around them wanting Van Gundy out, right? So why now that Van Gundy is fired, are we getting this report being leaked? Was this information that was already known before Van Gundy got fired and meant to be leaked prior to the Van Gundy firing if he wasn't getting fired?
I think that's a great point because that's damage control, pretty much what it sounds like. Not your damage control, but theirs.
To take your mind off of what just happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And we put pressure on David Griffin, but I don't want pressure on him. I want his ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Zion's family saw what happened and they saw Stan Van Gundy get fired, but they like that ain't enough. We want Stan gone. We want your ass gone too. We tired of you lying to us about what you gonna do and who you gonna put around Zion and this, that, and the third. So the only other thing about the article, I like Ms. Winbush, which she wrote, and that was cool, but like the sources from the actual article that she's writing on, my thing is I don't really hear no quote per se from the family. What exactly did they say? Like we don't even know what exactly they said. We just know that they're unhappy and want Zion on the team. Okay, I'm not retarded. Let me read the actual statement that they made and let me make sense of it. So with that not being there, to me, it's like it's more of a thing. Like, I don't think Zion's trying to leave. He said initially when he got here, he wanted to play for one franchise. That's always how he looked at everything. Zion, unlike most of these guys, actually looks up to like Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and people like that. All those guys only played for one franchise. That's the template or the idea that he has for his game. So I don't think he wants to be a guy to jump around and build super teams and do all of that. So this whole narrative to me is similar to what I seen. What Kobe Bryant came to the Lakers and requested a trade at one point because he didn't feel like things was going his way and yada yada yada. Wanted them to make some moves. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jordan kicked up a lot of dust with the Bulls when they were losing, even though he was young, probably in his second or third season. They got it together. You know what I'm saying? So this just reminds me of one of those things, man, when guys of his caliber aren't happy and the type of status he got, you know, and the money he make, not the money, but the type of attention he get, then him opening his mouth or getting his family to open his mouth means a lot. And then, you know, if everything goes good, then he could just say, well, you know, that's how my family felt. And, you know, we got to work through it and da, 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 da. But if things go bad, he could be like, yeah, I felt like that the whole time, but I was trying to, you know, hopefully think they could get things together. It's not working out. And he could request a way out if that's what he would want to do. But I really think it's like a chess move, man, and getting David Griffin to get things going. Because in that interview, David Griffin did say, there ain't no clock. There's not a clock on us building this team. I don't think Zion likes that shit.
Well, it's definitely a clock, to say the least, man, to be honest, which is definitely a damn clock. If he doesn't realize that he needs to be fired exponentially, because nobody, you never make it to year 5 in your sustainability plan if you're not winning right away. Winning guarantees you an opportunity to stick around. And the problem I have with David Griffin, and I've said this and I've voiced this on many different shows, is the fact that he speaks in generalities. He's very general, nothing specific. He uses these terms that mean absolutely nothing. They hold the weight of the wafer. They're not heavy terms. They're nothing. It's nothing to it. It's just something just to throw fluff in your ears. But I'm sick of the fluff. I want to see what this is. We had more than enough talent over the last 2 years to put together a team that plays in the playoffs. This team, we have talent here. And for him his micromanaging is destroying the team, because you have a very good general manager in Trajan Langdon, a young GM with good sense. This guy would make a wonderful general manager, but he's basically crippled by a guy that's got his tentacles in everything, telling them how to run the rotations, the minutes, provide minute restrictions past the medical staff. I mean, how is you got the VP of basketball operations issuing minute restrictions on Zion Williamson in his first year here? Absolutely ridiculous. And that's him doing all of this. He tearing up the team. He don't know what the hell he's doing. And he doesn't have a real plan. And you don't have a course of action, because if you wouldn't use sustainability and all this bullshit and these many excuses, if you had a serious plan, come out with the specifics of what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. He doesn't have a real plan.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
I remember when a couple of years ago, when David Griffin first got here, you remember we had a conversation. I don't remember if it was on the show or off air, saying that, wasn't it funny that LeBron had his agent tied to Anthony Davis to get Anthony Davis from over here? Then we get another guy tied to LeBron that comes and runs our front office.
Yep.
Do you think David Griffin could possibly have been put here by whomever in that type of power, or maybe pull one over on Miss Benson to do exactly what he's doing?
I would. I don't think he's that diabolical to do that. I mean, I will hope not. I know that he's a liar. I can tell you that much, and I don't like to call nobody no liar. But I could see a flim flam man, like what you call old confidence man. David Griffin would be one of them old dudes back in the day. If you threw him way back in the day, he'd be one of them people selling the widows snake oil, saying, "Hey, listen, this will cure your rheumatism, your arthritis. You drink this, and then it's a snake oil salesman. You drink this elixir."
Shaking like Stan Van Gundy.
You give him this elixir and tell him this is ancient medicine from the Native Americans. It cures arthritis and rheumatism, and then she drank it and started feeling good, but it's 95% alcohol in there. So I mean, it's 5% herbal stuff. So I mean, that's what kind of dude he is. Or like what somebody told me, he's a used car salesman. The type that paints over the rust and use heavy deodorant and sells watered out cars. So I mean, this what kind of dude this is here, and he's trying to prove something. Why else would a VP be as visual as he is over all of his people, more visual than some of the players on the team? You seeing him, hearing from him more than you hearing some of the stars of the team. You're not supposed to be seeing him as much as like that.
He definitely has more interviews than Brandon Ingram, I'll tell you that.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous because he's a whore, a camera whore. He's sitting up there, sucking up all the camera. He ain't saying nothing. Nobody wants to see your ugly bald head ass. Go back, You knew what you need to do is go figure out how you're going to win. And he's on the hot seat. And like I said, the plan was he put Trange and Langdon up there. Trange and Langdon was supposed to be the fall guy. Because if shit went bad, because of the moves didn't make, they would blame Trange and say, well, Trange is the general manager and we'll fire Trange. But I seen that shit, called it out and said, hold on, you won't get away with that. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't bullshit me, man. You know, you have to be able to show up and show out or get your ugly ass up out of here. I'm sorry to talk like that, but I'm tired of the garbage. Get your ass up out of here. I'm tired. I don't want to see you on the camera anymore. I don't want to hear from you. Let Trange and Langdon, who's the general manager, fix the mess that you created. Because I know that this coach Van Gundy was not Langdon's guy. I know that for a fact. It was Will Weaver. We know that for a fact. We covered that. We hit on that. And then we had to settle on Van Gundy. And Van Gundy was sitting on the damn broadcaster booth, DC. And you had guys like Mark Jackson and all these other guys that you could have got that have a sentiment of the game. But he was a guy that you pulled and he was over everybody else. How he's so hot? He bombed out. He was sitting on the broadcaster booth for years. Oh, he gonna make us. That was not Trange and Langdon. And if FBG failed, which he did, then Langdon gets the blame, which means you will fire Langdon. He'll still be safe. But we're not going to let you do that to that man. You're a snake. And that's why I called him out as that. So anyway, that's right. That's right. Tell me about it, 504. Remember what I called him? Yeah, I called him a bootleg Jerry Jones. Remember that? That's what I called David Griffin. He a bootleg Jerry Jones. He's trying to get credit for the team building. He always make excuses. He's saying shit he don't need to say. Sit your bald-headed ass down, get out the way, and let the real people do what they got to do. I'm sick of that guy. I really am. Tired of all of that, man. Well, Ain't y'all tired of that?
You say here bootleg Jerry Jones.
The bootleg Jerry Jones up there talking about sustainability. Man, shut your crazy ass up. What does that mean?
He a bald-headed Dan Snyder. That's how
my God. That's even worse. That's even worse. A bald-headed blue glass wearing Daniel Stein. Good grief, man. But anyway, let's move on to the next. We're about to light his ass up in here. Let's move on to the next one, man. Okay, the next one is Pelicans. Now here goes something else. This is from Sports Illustrated telling you that your Pelicans is going to be relocating in coming years. Now y'all believe that? If you believe that,
say she ain't selling this team. This team ain't going nowhere unless she dead.
If you believe this, I got two bridges that's located near the downtown area of the city of New Orleans, and one that is to the west with a railroad track that go over it that takes you to the West Bank. I got three of them. If you buy two, I throw that one in there for free. If you believe this in here, we're going to cover the story. And isn't it mighty odd that this story pops out at the time with the SVG firing, that all of a sudden the Pelicans doing bad. Then, of course, Zion's family says, we want him to leave. And then the Pelicans are relocating. You get your ass out of here with that. We know that the Pelicans are vibrant. The Pelicans, if there's any issues dealing with money, it's strictly not because of us. It's because of the C-19. And what? They got a lot of that money before you got your money.
Right.
They're not counting that money as income, though. That's the thing. So, I mean, it's a caveat. They don't cover that in the story, but you got to do your research and find out. Let's get into it. Reporters, this is from Sports Illustrated by Madeline Coleman. Report Pelicans may seek relocation in coming years. That is some bullshit. Damn people ain't going nowhere. As the NBA continues to hurdle into uncertainty with the coaching carousel dramatically spinning, relocation rumors have been surfacing for the Pelicans. They don't mention nobody else but the Pelicans. Get your ass out of here. The Athletic's John Hollinger reported that the franchise is the most likely team to seek relocation in the coming decade. It is committed to In New Orleans, only through 2024, as Hollinger notes, Gail Benson is heavily connected to the city. She also owns the Saints. Hollinger writes, Benson is not currently seeking to sell, but losing money while finishing in the lottery has not been an enjoyable side venture to the main business of running the Saints. Cut that out, man. But this is just a footnote compared to the other groundbreaking news the franchise has faced this week. Of course, he talks about Van Gundy getting released. Then the Athletic Shams Serenia says Joe Varden and William Gillett reported Thursday that Zion Williamson's family is unhappy. But listen, it's disappointing. This is not going to happen, family. This is merely an attempt to get views. The Pelicans are not going anywhere. They're vibrant here. They don't pay any rent on the arena. They don't pay any utilities on the arena. Say what you mean, Q. If you look up, do your money research on these. Trust me, I did. Trust me, and this ain't nothing new for the family members that listen to the Sports Coma and listen to the Pelican Poll. I've been telling you the money matters with these teams for years. The Saints don't pay any rent on that building. That's why when Tom Benson, rest in peace, his family, Rita, I think it was suing Gail because they ain't like each other. They were saying Gail, instead of giving his medicine, was giving them wine and shit and candy. That's what they said in the report. That
was in the report, bro.
That was in the report. I knew all this shit, bro. I knew all this shit.
Gail was giving them wine and candy, bro.
Getting them wine and candy. That's what they put up in the report. Is that she, instead of giving them his meds, she was giving them wine and candy. And they fell out. Rita and Gail fell out. They didn't like each other. And Rita was suing them on the back end because then Tom Benson got pissed off and kicked them all out of his will. Well, guess what? That started a feud. Y'all remember how this played out. Remember it played out with him kicking them out of his will. He took their Mercedes Benz and all that. They would driving around the Benz, the company cars. That's how they get away with it, driving around in the company car. You get them tax breaks. See, they don't lose. They know how to play the game. And what ended up happening was, after that occurred, Rita then sued Tom Benson and to open up the books. And then they granted her that. And before they opened up the books, they then settled with her, broke her off, and other people that was with her in that lawsuit, so that you don't open up them goddamn books to see what's going on. And it was opening up the deal that the team had with the state and the city. And I already knew the particulars because Tom's Picayune covered a lot of it and kind of hinted on other things. Well, the Saints don't pay no rent on that building. They don't pay no rent on either the buildings, the arena or the Superdome. They don't pay no utilities on those buildings.
And it's about to get an upgrade, Q. They about to remodel the Smoothie King just like they're doing the Superdome right now.
Yep. And guess who's gonna reap all of that too? See, the rich get rich and you pay the fucking bills. That's why I said at the end of the day, to make it right, we need to get checks because that's our money. That's public built facilities used for private use. That's a whole nother topic of discussion. But anyway, outside of that, why I bring that to form is because with a team that's doing that and making that kind of money, that had that kind of arrangement, they're not going anywhere. Not any, but anywhere. They're not going nowhere. And the only reason why they ain't top out this year is because of the C-19 stuff, in which they got hundreds of millions of dollars from the C-19 revenue. The NBA teams and the NFL teams got that money, as well as other sports organizations got it before you got yours. But they're not counting it as revenue, but they don't take a loss. Do you understand me? So this is some bullshit. The Pelicans are not going anywhere. The Pelicans are going to bank out. They got a team coming up in Birmingham that the people out there paying for the renovated arena so the G League team can play out of Birmingham. The Pelicans are going to be fine. Don't believe the hype. DC, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, man. This is just a half-hearted attempt to me to try to gain some of our assets, in my opinion, man, because this coincides with another article I read today saying Brandon Ingram possibly getting traded to Miami. It's almost like they putting all the pressure they can on us to blow up our team, which hence is why I asked you the question about David Griffin, because it's just very weird. It's one thing for you to fire your coach. It's one thing for Zion to want to be traded. Now, Brandon Ingram is supposedly has interest with Miami, and they got possible trades with him to the Knicks and all of this. Lonzo Ball don't want to be here, even though he said he won't be here. Josh Hart don't want to be here. It's like, well, and our team about to be moved. It's like, well damn. Can we have anything? Like, you know what I'm saying? So it all to me, it stinks of like a narrative trying to be pushed against the Pelicans for whatever reason, or to try to tear them down, man. Maybe, just maybe, in an alternate reality, the Pelicans are champions coming up, and maybe some people intimidated by that. Maybe we have a chance at being an underdog. They see what Zion is, what Brandon Ingram is, and they want that, on a bigger stage. And the Pelicans ain't willing to budge. Maybe they see them firing Stan Van Gundy. Damn, they didn't keep him. We thought they would keep him and run it into the ground, get Zion out of here. It's just real weird that after Stan Van Gundy get fired, all of these crazy stories just come out the woodworks, man. So it's either where there's smoke, there's fire, or people just making up shit to push some type of narrative for an agenda. That's what I see, man, because it's just crazy.
Clickbait.
How many stories just keep coming after
Clickbait.
that. Clickbait, no doubt, but why, brother? Like just so they get views?
Now I think it's an attempt at some part, man, because a lot of teams realize that a lot of people don't want the city of New Orleans to have this squad down here. They don't want them to have Pelicans. Seattle is an organization that was prominent, that was successful, and the league is not granting them anything. So the only way they will get a team is by expansion, not by expansion, by stealing your team.
Right.
So they're saying the Pelicans are likely to move because they're looking at everybody's team, and most teams are not their position. So they look at the Pelicans and say, well, New Orleans is it. It won't happen.
But they're supposed to be having an expansion for 2 more teams. That's
Well,
been being talked about, and
they
damn near
talking
lightweight approved, and talking about the Pelicans moving from the division of Memphis.
They got a series of things they
Minnesota.
got to do first. They got to get the season back on par. They got to look at the money first because that's the big part of the expansion deal. They got to get past the C-19 stuff. They're not going to expand, but they're thinking about growing or granting Seattle a team and all that kind of stuff.
They deserve a team. I think that was wrong how they did that.
Yeah, Seattle is supposed to be building an arena to benefit. That's the only reason why they didn't have it. They're refitting the key arena out there, building it up and making it current again. And then, of course, they have a WNBA team out there that ultimately be playing in that brand new arena. But that's the whole kit and caboodle, is that they're trying to get them to get a team back. And, of course, if we can't get one, steal it. Well, the Pelicans stole the Charlotte Hornets team and turned them into the Pelicans.
How we stole them? We didn't steal.
That's how they look at it. Well, Shin came down here. Oh, you took the Charlotte, and then the Charlotte team became the Bobcats. Ultimately, became.
Nobody ain't gonna talk about how the Utah Jazz was stole from us. Then
no, you don't.
Way
get that.
back when.
You don't deserve to have nothing down here. That's what they.
That's what I hate. That's what I hate with the narrative on TV. They act like New Orleans hadn't had a basketball team way back when. Like we never had a basketball team until we got the team from the Charlotte Hornets, bro. It's just crazy how they talk. Oh, it's a football town and all. Man, look, people in New Orleans, we like sports, period. You know what I'm saying? They got some people that's crazy about baseball and all type of other sports, man. People like to be outside out here and go to activities. So if you got something and it's quality, people gonna come. It's a tourist city. It's a city where people like to do stuff. And the more things you have to do, the more the people gonna go do them, man. Anytime they open up anything recreational out here, it's always a hit in New Orleans, in my opinion, man. Like, who don't like basketball? Like, how you crazy about football, but all of a sudden the hell with the Pelicans? No, people don't talk about the Pelicans like crazy because they sucked for a while. That's what it is. You can have when the Saints was sucking, we wasn't talking about the Saints like that. Like, people still had love for them the same way they got love for the Pelicans. But when they're not winning, you know what I'm saying? You don't see all this energy and passion. Why would you? Like, I'm paying money for the arena. A lot of people know that we paying for this. They know this our team. You know what I'm saying? To some extent, maybe they don't know all the details, but if they're not winning, like what city supports a loser? With tremendous,
You want to answer that? That's an easy one.
That, bro.
That's an easy one.
Bad, New York.
No.
The Lakers.
No. New Orleans.
Man. No, I'm saying, but with top-notch, tremendous attendance and everything, bro.
I mean, but listen, but you make a great point. That's what I'm saying. You go back to the playoff year, the last time we made the playoffs in 2017, 2018. Remember how buzzing Remember that arena, that sea of red, that Pelican red? It was popping. The whole region was lit up
And
because
it was up in that DJing and stuff.
right.
Going on, man.
We
I
come
was
juvenile,
enjoying that.
right? We juvenile everything. We come out for that because you show that shows we support a winner because that was a knock on them saying, "Oh, the Saints can't be vibrant in this region because it's a small market team." But they, with their short-sighted non-business types, don't understand. Well, most of these big-timey biggest business plans say, "Well, we need to put them in the big markets so they can generate a lot of money." That's the thing. But the New Orleans market is in the region is a pretty big region if you think about it. We go all into other areas of the South.
To Mississippi.
We go into Texas.
Arkansas.
We go up into Arkansas. We go into Mississippi,
Alabama.
into Alabama, and even into Georgia to degrees. If you look at the NFL map of the Saints, we have a very big area that we reach out. So it's not just the city, the region, the city of New Orleans that they're marketing to. We have a lot of support. The team been there since the mid 60s, for goodness sake. So they had an opportunity to build up a following through all of the fire. You talk about who supports a loser, the Black and Gold Nation. We did it for years with bags and everything. We really didn't get the playoffs until what was in the 90s. I mean, all the way to the 90s when he finally started winning something. The late 80s into the 90s.
The late 80s, yeah.
So I mean, that's a long time from the mid 60s to wait for a winning season in the late 80s. So I mean, and then of course the same thing with the Pelicans. But this is just ridiculousness, stupidness that's going on with David Griffin tearing up the team. It's all his fault. It's about. But anyway, let me answer two quick questions. We'll finish up this last
what's up,
article.
Dame? Let's see what Dame talking about.
Damon says he got two of them. I seen one. He was asking about the hiring. Is it one of the most important hires that we'll have to make? And I have to say yes, a history standpoint, because it's the most current one. It has to deal with because the move you get now, this is the third head coach. You have to make this count. It has to be the right move. He has to be able to speak the language. We have to, and of course, to me, with all this locks Lonzo Ball in here with BI and whatnot. But this is a very important hire because if you get this one wrong, guess what? We can see the man ultimately look to leave in the next couple of years, and that'll be 3 of them. And I'm not hoping he does that. Follow with a Chris Paul. Well, Chris Paul did all he can do, but at least those guys gave 2 contracts. Zion might not be believing the team to want to do that. So, I mean, we'll see. They got to show up and show out, man. We got to handle business. And then, of course, we mentioned that when he says, I know a lot of people been calling for Therese Weatherspoon to take over. But personally, I don't think they have time for an experimentation. Just my opinion. What you think? So, go ahead with that one, DC.
I mean, I agree, Damon. But our team is so young. We also can't go with like this super old, mature, well-established coach either. You know what I'm saying? We need kind of like somebody who's been around the game, obviously has some experience, but they're still like a player's coach, somebody who played in the league before, first and foremost. Like those guys just seem to be having tremendous success right now from a playing coach standpoint. And we also need somebody that's kind of like non-conventional. Like we have non-conventional players. Like it's going to take a really creative system to get the Pelicans to play to the top of the potential that they can be. I mean, you got a guy like Zion who does stuff that nobody's ever done. You know what I'm saying? You got a guy like BI who people say is a baby KD. You got a guy like Lonzo Ball who has a tremendous passing skill set that we failed to like optimize. Became a better shooter, so that's great. But you got to find a way to make this work. Like how would you play NAW? The expand Jackson Hayes role. Like we really need a guy who knows basketball, that's creative and unafraid, and also has the respect of the players. So Therese Witherspoon, I don't think she would be the person. But if Zion and Brandon Ingram and all of them wanna, and that's really who they want, they might have to do that. But me personally, I like somebody along the lines of a Fred Vinson, or if we can find somebody from the outside, you know what I'm saying, that has those qualities I talked about, like the man coming up. I don't think Chauncey Billups would be a bad hire. He's probably going to command a lot of money, but we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. But what I do know is guys that have been point guards in this league, and they've played on a high level, more times than not, they usually turn out to be pretty good coaches.
Yeah, and that's a part of that communication aspect. Chauncey Billups is a champion, man, and is well respected, knows the game, and he was considered for executive positions and all this kind of stuff. So he's a well-rounded guy, and could he make a good coach? He could communicate. They will respect him, man. I mean, he's a winner. I mean, and of course, and DB, what's up? DB says, what do you guys think about Avery Johnson?
Le General.
He said,
I
I've
think
always been screaming Mark Jackson as anyone's coach. I like Mark Jackson better than Avery Johnson.
yeah.
But what you think about Avery Johnson? Thanks, DB, for your question. Thank you.
The game, it's you're in the same position with Stan Van Gundy, but the fact that he's probably a little more relatable to the coaches. Kiera obviously was coached under him, so that would be a big plus. They probably could get an inside line on who Avery Johnson is from talking to Kiera, but I don't like it because I just he's been out of the game as far as coaching on the NBA level for so long now. Like I don't want college concepts coming over to NBA. He's been coaching Alabama now. Let him keep doing that. Mark Jackson is a guy I'll be willing to, I guess, kind of go against the trend that I just spoke about because we've seen what he's done. And again, like another statement I've made, Mark Jackson was a Hall of Fame point guard. You know what I'm saying? Point guard. You put him on point guard level. He was excellent, at facilitation. So the players we have on his team, I think they will respond well to him. Especially, I know he got a lot of Christian beliefs and all of that. I'm pretty sure Zion and BI is probably all Christians, just guessing at it. I mean, they from South Carolina, like they real heavy religious out there. And so are we, down here too. So it might not be that big of a problem. The only other thing would be just getting ownership and other people to accept Mark Jackson back after the little situation he had with the Warriors. It's kind of had him blackballed for this long. That's the only reason he don't have a job, in my opinion. But we saw Mark Jackson single-handedly get Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, all them guys prepped for a championship, only to watch Steve Kerr come in and just swoop in and take all the credit. But they were primed to do what they were going to do anyway, in my opinion, with or without Steve Kerr. But Mark Jackson was the person that built that brick by brick and was there for that whole process. And it'd be amazing to have him here to do something like that with the Pelicans.
You also,
go ahead, I don't know if it's going to happen, man.
You also asked Rudy's question that he asked about what would it take to get Steve Kerr to be our coach. What you do, if you want Steve Kerr as your coach, what you do is you hire Mark Jackson. And then Steve Kerr will follow Mark Jackson to the Pelicans and try to take credit for his work.
I got to go over there.
But honestly, to be honest with you, man, we were talking about Mark Jackson. I just think he fits so well. I mean, with the team, he's respected. He played in the league for 18 plus years or something, almost 20 years that he played. I know it was a long ass time Mark Jackson played. He
played for a long time.
A long time. He vocalized the game. He's well respected. He was the foundation which built Golden State into what they are. And he got into it with the ownership, like DC said, and they wanted more of a non-religious type. And so what kind of some bitch Steve Kerr is really?
He got mad at somebody was gay or something, and I don't think he got mad at him, but he didn't agree with that philosophy.
Well, you can't do that. That's wrong for you to have an opinion on something.
Well, it goes against the man religion. Like in their religion, they don't agree with that. Like how you gonna be mad at him because he don't agree with you? Agree with it, he don't. All right, meet in the middle. And I don't try to push that on him, and I ain't gonna push what I got on you.
But most of the people, there's some, he just didn't go for that, and ultimately he caused a split. They brought Kerr in there, so I mean the whole thing is that Mark Jackson was a guy that we were talking about, but that guy's blackballed. So I mean, big ups to Jalen Rose though, who's throwing his names out in coaching vacancies to look for it. Jalen Rose is a good dude, but it's funny to me how Stan Van Gundy or even Jeff Van Gundy will get offers for jobs before even looking at Mark Jackson. That's why you need to slap the top of David Griffin's head until it's red as a peach for being stupid enough to do that when Mark Jackson was sitting out there. Brother Michael Shivers, what's up, Mike? He says, do we pay Lonzo regardless of price to bring back in order to please Zion, or do we let him walk and not worry about Zion, what Zion thinks? I think we should sign Lonzo Ball in part because Zion wants him, but also he fits with those guys. They got a camaraderie there, and we don't want to do. We won't run the risk of pissing them off even further. I mean, this is not a good scenario. DC, you won't comment on that?
Yeah.
I think we pay him, man.
I was on the pay Lonzo Ball bandwagon.
Thank you, Michael.
Before Stan Van Gundy, and I was willing to pay him what he asked. The man said he wanted $20 million. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a fair price for what he brings to the table. And now with the situation, obviously he has a little more leverage. If he asked for more than that, or it got up to 22, 23 area or whatever, if you bringing in a coach that's going to optimize what that brother can do, I still say you pay him, because if you can use him correctly, he's a guy that could damn near get you a triple-double every night. So that would be worth 23, 24 million. If you have a system in place and a coach in place that believes in him and can allow him to play at that level. So I think a lot of people get rubbed the wrong way by Lonzo Ball based on his fans, because they are very, they can be a little over the top with some of their expectations and vision that they have of him. Maybe they're peering into the future and he can be all of that later, but he isn't right now. But 23, 24, $20 million for a guy that could damn near get you a triple-double on any given night really isn't a lot of money, honestly. When you look at a guy like Kemba Walker, and you can ask several teams, like, would you take Lonzo Ball or Kemba Walker? You know what I'm saying? And that's like, they really got to think about that. And that guy making $37 million. You know what I'm saying? So I say you pay him, because it's two birds, one stone. Number one, it gives you a point guard, one of the top passers in the league. I don't care what people think about him. There ain't a lot of people that can do what he can do as far as the skill he has with being able to pass the ball and just get it to guys and feed them, man. I mean, look at Kyle Kuzma without Lonzo Ball. When we hardly even say his name anymore, but when he was playing with Lonzo Ball, he's gonna be the next Kobe, and It's a reason that BI and Zion are telling them they want him back. He obviously helps their game, so I say keep him.
Yep. And a couple of names being thrown around before we get into this article with Chauncey Billups. A family member was throwing around. I know Damian says, how about Kenny Smith? We have John. What's up, John? John says Jason Kidd. Who else we have? Somebody else drew another name out there. Let me see. I seen we talked about Mark Jackson. Let's see who else. I think somebody mentioned Tim. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, Mark Jackson.
Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, Rick Carlisle's another one. I don't know, but great point by who said that. Let me give somebody some credit here. By I think that was Debo that said that. Yeah, here it is right here. Debo says, "What's up, Debo?" He says it's gotten hard for us to grab a good coach, bro. All these playoff teams, Mavs, Blazers, Boston, are going to be competition with us. Avery Johnson for 5. He was 5 from Bama.
Oh, I didn't know
as an
that.
assistant. Yeah,
I didn't know Avery Johnson got fired for Bama. Okay,
yeah,
I see, family. That's why y'all brought that up.
So great point on the calls of Mavs, Blazers, and Boston. I could see Rick Carlisle selling with a Boston or a Portland team or something like that. You got Terry Stotts for the lesson. Budenholzer, if he don't get through the round, he could be out there. They got a lot of really good coaches that'll be circulating about. That is. But Kenny Smith is an interesting option. I heard people talk about Kenny Smith last year. I don't know how serious they are about Kenny Smith as a head coach. He might have to. I don't think he takes an assistant role. I mean, if he comes up off that broadcast desk, it's got to be for a head coach.
He ain't never been a head coach. Like, how do you go from just broadcasting to head coaching and you ain't never been a head coach? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is true. But it's also the thing that Kenny Smith does know the game of basketball. He's a championship player. He makes a living talking about the game, even though when he does the Pelicans podcast broadcast, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But at the end of the day, I do like Kenny Smith, man, to be honest with you. But DC, it appears like you can go, you can have he had more of an accomplishment as a basketball player than a man who likes Rocky Rhodes, who was a former coach of the Pelicans, who came here.
What's this Rocky Rhodes talk, Big Q? You always connecting this man to Rocky Rhodes, right?
I don't know. He just looked like the Rocky Road type.
You don't think he was eating gumbo? Bunch of gumbo?
Oh, man, if he was, he's probably eating it by the pots. But listen, bro, all I can say is like, but realistically speaking, Kenny Smith is, could be an attractive option for some people making make a little splash there. But the Pelicans, man, for sure, the Pelicans can't be a team that they have to get a surefire hire, somebody that's going to bring the team closer together and that knows what the team needs moving forward. Let them be themselves, let them be free. And do that. And I think that's what was killing them last year, DC. They got bored. It was a lot of stuff going on with Stan Van Gundy. So a lot of interesting calls right here the family members are throwing out about coaching personnel. Let's get into this article right here, fam. And I promise you we're going to get through this because I want to be able to get into opening up the chat because I want to hear from you guys. In this article, this one's here from Joseph Zucker from Bleacher Report. It says Chauncey Billups rumors Clippers assistant linked to the Pelicans, head number Pelicans at the top, Wizards, and of course the Magic for the head coaching position. And this was written by Joseph Zucker.
Wait, hold up, Magic. Wait for the Orlando.
Yes.
Wait, dang. So they must have had an interim head coach all year because I don't remember them firing nobody, huh?
What, the Magic?
Yeah.
Yeah, they fired that guy. That
must have been before the Vujicic trade.
I don't remember when they did it, but I know they always look like they firing their coaches. They I mean, they did not very good, bro. All right, let's go on.
That's a leverage chip the Pelicans could use against Zion. You keep talking, we're gonna trade you to the Magic.
Oh man,
you think it's bad over here?
Right, he'd be close to home though. The Los Angeles Clippers assistant coach Chauncey Billups appears to have plenty of options this offseason if he's ready to move into a head coaching role. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski reported that the five-time All-Star is a prominent candidate for the Portland Trail Blazers. Washington Wizards, Orlando Magic, and the New Orleans Pelicans have reportedly shown interest as well. Wojnarowski included him on the Boston Celtics list of potential successors to Brad Stevens as well. Dwight James of the NBC Sports Northwest reported that Portland planned to interview Billups and San Antonio Spurs assistant Becky Hammond. The Athletic's John Holliger reported that the league sources think the former Detroit Pistons star is the likely choice for the Blazers. The 44-year-old Billups has a decorated playing career, making 3 All-NBA teams, playing a vital role for the Pistons during their 2004 championship run. That resume would command respect in the NBA locker room, and in 2017, it looked like he would return to the league in a front office role rather than on the sideline. He interviewed for Atlanta's general manager vacancy and was a candidate to become the Cleveland Cavaliers president of basketball operations.
I think David Griffin just read that, Big Q.
Yeah. Billups moved into the coaching ranks this season, joining Ty Lue in the Los Angeles staff. While being a candidate doesn't equal receiving a job offer, the number of teams looking at him indicates stocks are rising. Billups might have a variety of paths available for his first gig. The Magic are rebuilding and thus could provide job security. The Blazers, Celtics, Pelicans, and Wizards, on the other hand, are looking to contend. Each opening presents a different set of circumstances and challenges. That is for Chauncey Billups. Let's comment on his DC.
Man, I like Mr. Big Shot, bro. Always did. Watching the Pistons, I liked them. That whole run, even with that he had in Denver, man, a hell of a point guard, smart player. He played more with his brain than athleticism, and just a hell of a thinker on the court, man. And I think that transitions over to being a coach. So ultimately, it's going to be up to him where he wants to go and what he wants to do. And they have another guy out there I think will probably be in the pot later too once they finish playing, like Sam Cassell. Him and Sam Cassell to me are like kind of in that same boat, man. It's guys that you can tell just know a lot and are very smart. If you watch their basketball career, and then I'm hearing rave reviews about Chauncey Billups as an assistant with the Clippers over there with Tyronn Lue's team. Same with Sam Cassell. So it's gonna be tough though, because you don't know where these guys gonna end up, man. It's vacancies are growing by the day, Q. You know what I'm saying? Atlanta may still have a vacancy. I would expect them to bring Nate McMillan back, regardless of what happens in Game 7. Will that be Sunday? I would expect them to do that, but what if they don't? What if they just do a Jedi mind trick on us and they don't?
Then we grab them ASAP.
Yeah, I mean that would be the thinking, but like there's so many other teams out there. You got an opening in Dallas. You got an opening with the Celtics, which Rick Carlisle could wind up over there. Or Indiana, Jalen Rose. I watched the same video you saw, and he was saying that I knew he played for the Celtics. I didn't know he had connections to Indiana.
Yeah,
Which
that wouldn't be a
could
bad move for him either.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad move for him. That'd be a bad move for us if we really want a guy like Malcolm Brogdon or do something over there. They're not gonna blow that up.
No.
If Rick Carlisle come over there, they're gonna keep all them guys and try and make
Right.
it work. So and I think it would work, honestly. But back to Chauncey, man, I think he would be a hell of a guy to have here. But as you've seen in the reports, the Blazers want him, supposedly. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have his pick, man. All of these guys like him, Jason Kidd, I think they're gonna be a little higher tier than a guy like Charles Lee that we linked to, and some of these other assistants.
Emi
Udoka, I think he might even be a little higher tier than him, according to front office people. But also, this is the thing, and this is the real kicker: the Pelicans still owe a gang of money from the 2 coaches we fired. So is Miss Benson willing to open up that pocketbook again and pay top tier money for a guy to see who is going to work? Or are we going to try to find the best viable candidate that's unknown?
That's my thinking on why it's the guy becomes a assistant, in my opinion, that they go after an assistant as opposed to a top level coach. If you're looking at a Chauncey Billups or a Mark Jackson, which I don't know if Mark Jackson even gets an interview. He didn't get any interviews. That's ridiculous. But we're looking at an assistant. But if you're gonna reach out and get an assistant, you might as well go get Fred Benson, because he makes the most sense as opposed to bringing a total new guy in here that doesn't know these guys. So if you're gonna go on a guy that never been a coach before, you've got to interview Freddie V.
10 years, man.
Yeah,
10 years.
I mean, what more you need to do? He gave you 11 years that he's been with the organization.
I don't care if he don't know X's and O's greatly enough. We could hire an assistant for that.
Right. That's what, and then the thing is too.
He got the ear of the players.
Right. He has the ear of the players. He has the respect. He's good at what he's doing. And Freddie Benson is been groomed to be able to at least give him a shot to see what he can do. So I mean, at least you'll see a more enjoyable brand of basketball. You'll see the players gelling better than you would see what they were doing on the rigid Stan Van Gundy system. But you can also give him the proper assistance. Like, I like the idea, we covered this on the last show, the idea of having Freddie Vincent there with Will Weaver. I still like that, because what that does is it makes happy the Pelicans, but also puts Weaver there underneath him to fortify him. So, I mean, and that's Tranges Langdon's guy. And of course, he has some experience with the plan coaching in the G League.
Assistant head coach would be Will Weaver.
So those two will work together along with Teresa Witherspoon, who gets an elevated position as well. She deserves
Promote
that.
her to an assistant.
Right. So
higher
I mean,
level assistant.
There you go. So that's 3 guys right there. That's basketball brains, and that
2 guys in the lady.
That'll work, man. That'll work. Teresa Witherspoon is a beast. But look at this, DC. This is an article I pull up right here. This is coming from
Chauncey stock might be going up. Q. The Clippers then went on a 17-0 run, man. The Utah was busting them up, bro. They down by 4.
How about that? The next coach of the Pelicans, and of course, it's an article. They talked about a lot of different people on this article, and then of course, Christian Clark here shows the Pels head coach and odds via BetOnline. AG here, and it shows the next Pelican head coach. You can see Emi Udoka is a 4-1 odds. It's the highest odds to become the Pelicans. You can see Jeff Van Gundy at 25-1 odds, but Emi Udoka's there at 4-1. You see Jacques Vaughn 5-1, Teresa Witherspoon's 5-1, 11-2, Jason Kidd, Charles Lee 6-1, 6-1, Fred Vincent 6-1, 7-1, Terrence Stotts, Becky Hammond 9-1, Chauncey Billups 10-1, 12-1, Wes Unseld Jr. So, I mean, and the article covers a lot of this. And, of course,
I wonder what the odds was for Stan Van Gundy last year.
Oh, man. I probably
he wasn't even on the list.
Right. So, I mean, these are crazy odds right here. But look at this. Like,
we're going to hire Marv Albert to be the head coach, Q. Marv Albert. And he retiring this year?
Yeah, you better watch out for Marv Albert. He like to bite on them women, man. You better watch out for him. Nasty ass. Ali Cosell says Charles Lee, Emi Udoka is his pick there as well. So, I mean, a lot of people, I'm starting to hear a lot of speed pick up about Emi Udoka and the Pelicans. And, of course, they make a really good point of why Ime Udoka would fit the Pelicans
Defensive
team.
specialist, right?
Yeah, he says Ime Udoka's calling card has been defense, another area in which New Orleans has shown we say been incredibly deficient with a lack of adherence and execution of basic defensive principles, rebound and communication, man ball awareness, bumping the cutter, going over under screens, closing out shooters, limited penetration, defending the three, stopping the ball in transition, helping recovery. All that sounds.
That's all stuff we suck at.
All that. All we need, every last bit of that, and triple it. But anyway, listen, fam, we're gonna keep it moving, man. I'm about to drop the link in the chat here for the family members to pop in here, and feel free to get on and speak your speech. Give me a second, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat for the family members so you can jump in there and speak your speech to the whole flocking nation. So there it is, family. Links in the chat. I'm going to pin that link to the top of the chat for anybody that want to participate and share their views on the Pelicans coaching, firing or dismissal. My bad. Mutual whatchamacallit, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Getting rid of Stan Van Gundy after one damn season, right? Anyway, we're gonna bring in this brother James has popped up. Brother James, welcome to the stream, my friend. How you doing?
Doing good. How y'all doing today?
Doing good, my brother. Good to hear from you,
man. You got you a fresh cut, huh?
You see, it's too hot out here for all that hair, boy. I had to get as soon as it hit them triple digits, I said, yeah, it's time to get rid of this.
It's time to go.
Yeah, I've been feeling like I'm walking around in the sauna with all this hair I got, bro.
Hey, but look, you can't get rid of yours, man, because they ain't gonna come back so quickly.
You right about that?
Once he cut it all, bro, it's over with, bro. I told him
It's
that
over with. Hey, keep it while you can, because once you do that, man, like that line start leaving at that point.
Oh Lord.
But yeah, I'm a fan of Udoka myself. I'm a fan of Chauncey Billups. So those are the two guys. Which you guys are right, they're gonna be high in demand, so it's gonna be real tough to get them. The only thing that I am hoping is that if Milwaukee do lose tomorrow, Carlisle already said that the team of his choice would be Milwaukee, right? Mm-hmm. So if Milwaukee, I'm sorry, I said the wrong way. If Milwaukee wins tomorrow, Milwaukee wins tomorrow, then Carlisle most likely probably end up with the Celtics. He has some ties with the Celtics because I want to say he played there at one point. He played there,
won a championship over there.
Won a championship, right? And Jordan toasted him that night for 60 points with his second year. But I'm hoping if that's the case, then Udoka and Billups would be someone that we can get, because as much as we have our turmoil, and I'm not going to sit there and sugarcoat that we're not having any issues. At the same time, I think coaches are, may not be too quick to jump on the Portland job because of the fact that they don't know what's going to happen with Dame. Like the whole reason, like they would want to go there is the promise that Dame is still going to be part of the future. And, it's hard to say that because Dame could be all in this year. They mess up and then next year they trade him. And now you stuck in a situation where you're in rebuild. And I'm not necessarily sure a lot of these coaches want to be part of that. Because, once you're part of a rebuild, like you ain't really there for a long time. You there to hold the fort down until they finally get the guy they want to and the talent, then they move on after that. So I also heard a name going around, Charles Lee, which I think he's a Milwaukee assistant. I don't really know too much about him, but his name don't really excite me much. Maybe that's a situation where it's real hard to tell how good an assistant is on the sidelines and what he'll do with your talent. But at the same time, that just seemed like one of them names that I don't know. Overall, I haven't heard much from him. Like this is the first time I heard about Charles Lee name brought up when it comes to coaching carousel and who could become a coach. I honestly wanted Teresa Weatherspoon to get a good opportunity, but it sounded like David Griffin pretty much shut that down during the interview that he had a couple of days ago. So I guess that's kind of like a no in that situation. But yeah, Udoka, I can't say that man for name for nothing. Udoka and Chauncey Billups are my two picks that I hope we get.
Yeah, we
Okay.
got a lot. They got a lot of stuff going on out there too, bro. To be honest with you, with a lot of the names, man. I just had an article on screen showing several really interesting candidates, and you see some of the guys that we interviewed last year for the job. But I mean, what makes the most sense now? Emi Udoka. We was talking about Emi last year. We were talking about Emi Udoka as a player last year, who he was with Popovich, played for Popovich, was under Popovich for a while, and I think he's in Philly, right? He's an assistant.
No, he with
underneath
Brooklyn
Doc.
right now. He
Brooklyn
with
with
Brooklyn right
Brooklyn.
now.
Okay, he's with Steve Nash. Okay, so I mean, he's an interesting candidate, man, and I think sooner or later he's going to get a job. But let me ask you this, brother James, chime in on this. I know you said who you like in terms of Emi Udoka, and your other one was
Billups.
Billups, Chauncey Billups. Those are good.
Mhm.
If we can't land Chauncey Billups or Emi Udoka, what's the next commonsensical hire in your opinion? What makes the most sense for a Pelican team that is paying two coaches that they fired in 2 years ago, Gentry? This year you got rid of Van Gundy, you're still paying them. So if you don't want to spend the money, what's the next commonsensical hire in your opinion that will satisfy not only the fan base but the team and get us back to winning ways?
So the number one choice, and I think, like I said, David Griffin pretty much shut it down. The first was Teresa
Teresa.
Weatherspoon,
Yeah.
the in-house move, because the only reason why I wasn't a fan of firing Stan Van Gundy so early is because of the fact of continuity. Like, if you ever notice when it comes to like a lot of these successful teams, the one thing they have is continuity, right?
Yes.
And I was, okay, you messed up, and I'm glad that if Stan Van Gundy is not the coach, go ahead and get rid of him now. But at the same time, I said my fear was still about that whole continuity thing. So I think Teresa Weatherspoon, and nothing against Fred Vincent, I'm pretty sure he'll be a good coach, but for some odd reason, I just got a weird feeling that as good of a shot coach he is, an assistant coach he is, I don't know how good of a head coach he may be. Whereas Teresa Weatherspoon, you damn near can see it. Like, you damn near can see that not only is she's like the middle between what SVG was and what Alvin Gentry is. Where Alvin Gentry is a player coach, he ain't trying to do none of the extra stuff. He just wants you to go out there and run and play. He ain't trying to squash no beef. He ain't trying to deal with no personalities. He just want to go out there and coach. Stan Van Gundy, on the other hand, is a old school authoritative coach. He gets on you, make sure he keeps you accountable. The problem is that he also shit on his team in public. So I think that the difference with Teresa Weatherspoon, she is a motivator and she'll keep you accountable. Like, she's a person like you. She's the type, if you just listen to her, that will make you run through a wall for her. You heard all the coaches, not the coaches, all the players talk about how she helps them, do things in a game that for the most part they don't necessarily have comfortable with, but because she gets them to that point, they'll try it out. Like Zion trying the mid-range shot. Kyra Lewis Jr. said he always worked with her. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, even Lonzo Ball, said that, him shooting the way he shoot, and like how, like, he may have a bad game, but she'll come up there like, hey, don't worry about that. Keep shooting that rock. This what you do. This what you. So I like her as the person that you'll still have that continuity. You'll still have someone that has that relationship with the players and the coaches and the front office. And I think that she'll be able to. She already know probably what she can and can't do with some of the players to help them get to a certain point. The only issue is that she hasn't been an NBA coach too long, so I don't necessarily know, how that'll work out. But hell, you got Steve Nash, who ain't never been an NBA coach either on any level, and he got a head coach job. So I'm not going to sit there and hold that against her. So if let that be the case. But the other ones too was maybe Sam Cassell. If we don't get Chauncey Billups, I know Sam Cassell's name was floated around there, and mine is he a dog. Like, Sam Cassell's a dog. He like one of the ones that keep you accountable. He like defense, and at the same time, I think he's real smart on the offensive side of the ball as a point guard. Like, if you notice, anytime that he was a player on a team, like, it just seemed like he just understood his role and how to get everybody in the right position, whether it was with Houston, whether when he was with the Timberwolves, with KG, or even when he was playing backup for the Boston Celtics. He really know what he was doing. So I think that's a person. It's those him and I know you said not Chauncey Billups because we can't get those two, but I think if we're going to bring Lonzo Ball back, those two I would be really excited to see what they do with Lonzo. Like because you talk about two situations where Sam Cassell was a real good point guard, came off the bench and started, had success on both. And then you have someone like Chauncey Billups who was a bust at one point. Like he was a first round pick, who people with the Boston Celtics, who people saw as a bust, and he was switched going back from team to team. And then all of a sudden he found his spot with the Detroit Pistons and turned it around, and now all of a sudden he's a borderline Hall of Famer. So if there's anyone that will understand what Lonzo is going through as someone who is a high pick, a point guard that people kind of try to give up on, but still had the talent and could turn it around, I think Chauncey Billups is that guy.
Yes, indeed. DC, you want to comment on what Brother James said, and then we'll bring some more members into the panel.
Excellent sentiments as usual, Brother James. I agree with a lot of what he said. Teaspoon thing, not necessarily. I mean, I don't think you go from being an assistant, your first year being an assistant straight to a head coach. It's not impossible. The Steve Nash thing, I mean, come on, man, let's be real. Steve Kerr had Kevin Durant coaching the damn team when he would get hurt, and other players and stuff. Those guys coach themselves to an extent. I think it's good to get somebody like that when it's when you got a lot of veteran players, like you could get at a shot. But with these guys being so young and they really don't have no intangibles, so we kind of need somebody that has those, which I think Teaspoon does have. Love her as a motivator. I liked her story about the gold medal and how she was like super petty and got up at 12 in the middle of the night and went to the person's house and showed them a gold medal, who told her she wasn't going to succeed. I thought that was dope. But I definitely believe she could motivate the players. But that's the area of concern for me would be like far as discipline and structure and all of that. Not saying she can't do those things, but just not being a coach before, you know what I'm saying? Not being an assistant that long. It's different from being a player. But I love Sam Cassell. That's why I brought him up with the Chauncey Billups article. So glad to see somebody else on board who get it. You know what I'm saying? I think he'd be a hell of a coach. Chauncey too, man. I mean, look at what Tyronn Lue doing. I mean, you just go all around the league, man. You can always find more of these coaches. Not saying that other good ones aren't at different positions, but a lot of these coaches in the league, man, they were point guards. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a point guard has to know everybody position. Like, what better player to be a coach? So if you can find a great point guard, they have the intangibles, if they have the motivational skills and are able to make good adjustments and detail oriented and structured discipline and all that, they usually turn out to be good coaches. So love to see either one of those guys, but Freddie V to me make the most sense just because of the continuity, like you spoke on with them. Your reason for them not wanting them to fire Van Gundy, I think you can fire a guy like Van Gundy and still have that same continuity with a guy like Fred Vinson and possibly have that discipline and structure and everything. I mean, he was assistant for 10 years. Like every coach we had here, as sorry as they were, they all had their positives. You know what I'm saying? You would want to run an offense like Alvin Gentry to an extent. Don't forget to call your timeouts. Don't call your timeouts when your player's about to score a layup. You would want to run your defense like a Stan Van Gundy, and to an extent, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to have them play defense, and only defense in practice. That's not good. But with all that being said, and him seeing a lot of things, knowing what not to do, this guy's been being groomed for 10 years. And you can say the same thing about Sam Cassell too, because I know he's been assistant for a long time on top of being a point guard. So I agree. I agree with those sentiments. Just a little leery about Teaspoon, but I ain't gonna lie, it'd be kind of exciting.
Oh, you broke? Is that me?
DC, no, that's DC kind of.
Oh.
DC, look like you done froze up, buddy. You done turned back to what you was prior. The Pelican, a still pitcher. So pop back in, we'll get that together, man. While we're going on with DC gets together, man, add some more family members to the panel. We got Rudy, we got Greg, we got each one teach one. We're going to bring them into the panel as well. So welcome Rudy, welcome Greg, and welcome each one teach one to the show as well. DC, pop back in when you get your stuff together.
How you doing there, Big Q?
What's up, Rudy? How you doing, brother?
What's up, Big Q? This Greg.
What's up, Greg?
What's going on, Big Q?
Right.
What's up, each one teach one? How you doing, fam? Go ahead, Rudy. We're gonna go Rudy. Good to hear from y'all, fellas, bro. We're good to Rudy. We're gonna go you and then brother Greg and then each one teach one, and then we'll come back to brother James. Go ahead, Rudy.
Yeah. To be honest, I was never a big fan of the whole hiring of Steve Van Gundy, and in my pops admits that Jeff would have been a way better choice for the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's one thing that really just boggles my mind. I just can't wrap my head around is if a coach is fired, shouldn't that mean the money at his contract be terminated as well?
We can only wish. We can only wish. We can only wish.
But I'm going to echo what James said. He is right. Continuity is key with some of these coaches and whatnot. To be honest, if they want to try to experiment, they just do something like they do in the NFL. A 1 to 2 year prove it deal, and be it have an incentive base, because hey, if it doesn't work out, cool, we can be in car losses and lose no profits, But it's kind of hard to bring people to certain teams when they're small market. But the New Orleans is great at doing the best what they have, They make mountains from the molehills we have. So, but a lot of the media that loves a good story, and that's basically what they're doing. They're running a lot of stories to try and get this team to implode. And if you listen to all that noise, you end up gonna be believing it, But yeah. By the way, DC about that Boone medal. To be honest, I know that sounds petty. Nah, that's the best revenge you can get. It's not wrong. That is the best revenge you can get,
It is petty though, bro. That's like Michael Jordan doing his Hall of Fame speech and talking about his high school coach.
That's Hall of Fame, bro. Petty, that's right there.
That's petty.
But I do agree. We do need to bring a coach that has been in the league, but also we need to bring not only a veteran coach who's been in the league a while and knows the system, but also knows how to let the players be the players and let them play. But also, I would love for us to bring at least one, maybe two veteran guys who could help, kind of help mold this young team into the potential and the great team that we know that they can be. It's like basically we need a dad figure for these kids, that can turn into the man they know they can be.
All right, thank you for that, Rudy. Well said, bro. I agree with you, man.
Rudy.
Well said, Rudy. Well said, bro. John asks, he says, is there a deadline? Not that I know. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's David Griffin has to come out.
The deadline is the draft. Q. There is a deadline. We got to get a coach.
That's what he said.
No, but I mean, just if you want to be successful, I would want the coach to be involved in the draft.
Why? He wasn't involved in that last year.
You see how that shit turned out?
I'm just saying, well, keep the ball rolling. Why don't we, David Griffin making all the calls anyway, bro. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, James. I'm going to bring Greg after you. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was just saying, based off an article I read, it looked like Stan didn't want nothing to do with the draft. Like I could be wrong. I could have sworn I
no,
read.
You got it right. You're 100% right.
Okay.
He came in there asking him like players, asking about players. And he started shaking like a leaf.
Shaking like a leaf.
That's why we always do the shaking thing. He said he started shaking.
He was shaking during the season.
I keep telling y'all, he had that PTSD from when he was in Detroit. He won't nothing to do with
him. At his ass. That's what's going on. That's the guy that took Stanley Johnson. Get him.
That boy was shaking at his ass. Was shaking like a stripper when a rapper come in the club.
The boy twerking. That's what you said. He twerking. He wasn't shaking. He was twerking.
The rappers come in, them lap dance just stop.
Man, I'm telling you, man, that's absolutely crazy, man. So many punchlines. Brother Greg, go ahead and chime in, and then we'll bring teach one after your comment, my friend. Welcome to the show.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Doing good, bro.
Doing good.
All right, look. So I've been watching the show for a long time, but it's my first time calling in because I just had enough of it since Elvin Gentry. I've never been a fan of Elvin Gentry. Like, he just run a pathetic offense. He always makes excuses, talking about, we got to play harder next time. I don't want to hear that. Now, we ain't even going to talk about that. That's another story for another day. But this Stan Van Gundy hire, I don't think it should have ever happened. He's like 60-some years old. He only like 2 years younger than Elvin Gentry, whatever that is. I feel like he was never going to be the fit. We should have got like Will Weaver, like y'all said, because I feel like he would have been a perfect fit. Zion would have been able to, understand what he wanted, understand the game a little more better, like, with a little freedom. But I feel like Stan Van Gundy still playing back then when it's a whole new DNA, and it'll never work like that. So David Griffin is on the hot seat right now. So I feel like if he don't get it right this year, he's gone. And if he gone, then it means Zion gonna be gone. So it's just all messed up right now.
Yeah, it is, bro. But and we talked about this, like, you know what? This is a positive in so many areas, because what it does do, it gives us an opportunity to reset things a bit. Because we know Van Gundy was a force feed hire by David Griffin. What's going on is all of the things that we've been talking about David Griffin and how the team is running is all coming to light. Now you're seeing everybody, even the reporters have been absolutely fantastic, by the way, in covering this stuff. And even like I showed the family members, the articles where we seen them taking snides at David Griffin, calling him the general manager in quotations. And they doing that to let you know that even though he's the VP, but he's acting as the general manager and not even mentioning Trajan Langdon. Well, there's no need to mention Trajan Langdon because he ain't doing nothing. What I'm going to give him shots for cleaning up? Well, DC said that. And I'm saying, well, if that's the case, then tell us that. Why would you have a secret VP switching going on here? That would explain it all. Well, listen, let's switch jobs. Let me be the guy on the camera, whatnot. But it's crazy, man. You know how this stuff. And that's why I said, until that dysfunction goes away, who's going to pick the players? Who's going to pick the coach? If Griffin's picking a coach, doesn't that put us in the same boat last year? And even if he picks the right coach, do you really think the right coach is going to let him micromanage his system? I mean, he has to stay away from that side of things. And I don't know if he had the self-discipline to do that. But each one teach one. I don't want to leave you isolated, my brother. Come on in. Let me hear what you got to say. Welcome to the stream, and much love to you.
What's going on, fellas?
Big ups,
bro. Brother.
All right. So I'm going to give y'all a couple of gems right quick, and I'm going to leave it at this. Chauncey Billups, Jason Kidd, you could X them out. You're not gonna get them, because think about this. Chauncey Billups, Jason Kidd was labeled to the job in Portland, and he turned that down with Dame. You see what I'm saying? Because he's from Oakland, so he turned that down. So if you think, okay, and Dame, rooted for him to get the job. So if he waiting for the Laker job. That's what he waiting for. Chauncey Billups, he's gonna, like Portland, somewhere like that. He may, go over there. A name that I would look at as a counter is Juwan Howard. They need a Joe Brady type of hire. Somebody energetic, somebody who's gonna show them different. Juwan Howard is a name that's gonna come up quick for a lot of jobs.
What about the Wizards?
Well, I think a lot of people look at that job and it's worse than the Pelicans job. So you got two superstars versus one over there, and then he's not happy. You see what I'm saying? So I don't see, him going to the Wizards before us. I don't see that. And if I were them, I would look at doing that. I would definitely fire David Griffin. I never was a fan of his. I've been telling people for a long time, he's been wanting to make it about him. That's it. That's his main problem. If you go back and listen to the interviews he talked with LeBron, he was so jealous of him. he had to certify his stance by telling the reporter it's unfair for you to say that LeBron works for me. Why would you say that about your superstar? Right. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So this is why he's always in the videos and always, because he can't help himself. He can't help himself. And I would give that job to Trajan Langdon. I think a lot of people don't understand he really can put a franchise together. That Nickeil Alexander-Walker pick, that's Trajan Langdon. He's from the ACC with Duke. Right. See what I'm saying? Put it together. I mean, most of the picks, that's Trajan Langdon. David Griffin is the Eric Bledsoes and Steven Adams. That's all him.
Right.
And he's been trying to put it off on other people for his mistakes. And the only thing I'm going to say as far as with the Zion thing, you can look at it as a good and bad thing with him. Because I said this from the beginning with him. I really didn't want him to come here. I'm going to be honest with you. Because it was too much hype. It was too much hype too early for him to be here with us. And they were looking to paint a bad narrative with us. The first sign of trouble that went wrong, they were looking to blame it on us. Let's look at his weight. When Zion got off the plane, before he ever touched down here, he was 60 pounds overweight. But they threw that on us. Oh, New Orleans got him down there in the refrigerator, eat gumbo. No, he was 60 pounds overweight before he even came into camp. See what I'm saying? So this is how they paint these narratives. They came back again and they tried to say, well, you know, they're giving the players away, which David Griffin did, because you shouldn't have never gotten rid of Christian Wood, which was stupid. Mm-hmm. You had him here. I mean, think about that. You gave a star player away. Just let him go because you wanted to make it about you because of the Dale Demp situation. You want the clean house to say that you did it your way. And my problem with Zion is you unhappy, but you're in your second year, dude. You've been hurt your first. Then you came in your second. You don't play no defense. You're late on rotations. You can't shoot. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you hurt. So how can you come in your second year and you're not even, we haven't even got to your third, and then you all of a sudden talking about something. You unhappy. Listen, as much as we want to talk about Anthony Davis, James Harden, Paul, them dudes earned that. They earned it. They stayed with their franchises for a certain amount of time and they put in that work. And then once they saw it couldn't work, they was out of here. So that's what I'm trying to show you. The national media been waiting to plant these seeds to get him out of there. That's why the Brandon Ingram, the Lease, and all of that. I've been saying this, and I learned this from my cousin 20 years ago, fam. 20 years ago. He said they don't want us to have, you know what? He said they don't want us to have nothing. They don't. And he was saying that after they got rid of Nick Saban, when Nick Saban left. Because Nick Saban didn't stay in the NFL for 1 year, happy, and then Alabama came now. So they don't, just look at Joe Brady. Look at that situation. The first out of there. They don't want us to have anything. We're too brash. We're too bold for them. They don't like what we represent and the pride we represent. But it's a good thing because it does put a level of expectation on the franchise with Miss Benson. Okay, you can't sit around here and fart around with your Olivette makeup and putting your little Nikes on front like you're doing something. Now you got to really go down there and make sure you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? And you got to bring the right people in. These kids, they're very fickle. They're very, very fickle. And today it's with the likeliness and image as you see in sports, man, it's going to be more crazy than ever. So kids are more entitled. They feel like we should come in and we should be granted this because, I'm the face of the NBA. And see, this is the biggest one. Why they taking it? The NBA has done everything to get him in the playoffs. Everything. They even changed the whole playoff format for them to get him in there and couldn't do it. And they sick of it. They sick of it with us. And we can't fault nobody but the owners. You're not doing your job. You're not making the right hire. So, I mean, we got to keep it real. You know, we can't lie to ourselves. And another thing is, a lot of people love New Orleans. They love to come here and party, but they don't want to live here. They don't. We love it. I love it, but it's the truth. You know, it's not like Atlanta or places like that where they feel it's a higher standard. The NBA is a snobbish market. It's a very snobbish market, and the truth about it is it's elitist. And if that's what they want their brand to be, cool. Stop saying it's a 32-team league. Make it 18, 2 New Yorks, 2 LAs, Miami, Chicago, you know, little place, and leave the small markets out of it, because you're never going to keep a big name in a small market. You're not. It's not going to look at every small market team that has had a superstar. Paul George gone. Kawhi left. James, they've taken all of them. The next one gonna be Donovan Mitchell if he lose tonight. They're gonna get him out of Utah at some point. At least try to. Bradley Beal. They tried to force Bradley Beal and Dame Lillard down LeBron James' throat for the last year.
3 years, brother.
3 years. So that's just how I feel about it.
You're not wrong for feeling that way, but the only thing about Zion, I can't beat him up too much, because as far as I know, Zion ain't saying nothing.
Well,
Zion say shit.
Well, here's what I'm gonna say about that, and nobody never peeped this. If you go back and look at the summer league, it told you a lot. And I'm talking about not the game. The before when Zion walked through the lobby and Anthony Davis was down there, when they had Anthony Davis and LeBron down there, and they were talking when the whole Kawhi situation was going on, they were trying to find out what Kawhi was doing. Anthony Davis, when he walked out in that lobby, he tried his best to avoid Zion. And Zion made it out his way to go to him and shake his hand. Now, and this is the point that I'm getting at with this. Okay, cool. We understand you respect him. And, you know, you want to get an understanding that you looked up to him. But it's just like what Sharp was saying with Giannis and KD. And you talking about he the best player. Dude, he just snubbed you. He just told the people he don't want to play with you, fam. Told him you wasn't good enough. And to me, that said, well, I just was drafted. Because let's not act like we're stupid. He didn't really want to come here. He rubbed the Atlanta podium, the New York podium. He did all of that. He didn't. And we have to be real. That's why David Griffin with this BS lie, there's no clock. Let me show you how this dude lies so much. He started the conversation with saying that, you know, the clock is ticking. And then he turned around and said that we're not on the imaginary. Dude, you lie so much. I've never seen somebody. Yeah. And see, because he uses so many big words, it makes people here feel more at ease. And people who know him know he's not going, man, fam, you're not going to do what you saying. Everybody know LeBron James was running that show over there in Cleveland, just like he's doing in LA, because LA couldn't get it right for 6 years. Now, all I'm going to ask y'all is this. If you took this team here right now and you put them in New York, you think Zion will be mad? Hell no. Hell no. If you took Lonzo, B.I.
I think he'd be mad, brother.
No, he wouldn't.
That's not Zion's fault, bro. That's
he won't win.
Zion.
He care about winning,
brother. Is for his second year, for it to be his second year, and for you to come out and talk about your displeasure, because they were already trying to get him before the draft to say he didn't want to be drafted yet. See what I'm saying? So when he can't, think about this. LeBron James and Michael Jordan never came in with the amount of talent that he came in with. Brandon Ingram was an all-star. Lonzo Ball was the number 2 overall pick. Dude, you had talent, fam. You had talent. It's you. You the one don't want to stay out of the refrigerator. You the one laid on rotation.
Oh, dude.
You gotta call a spade, fam.
Hold on.
I'm not taking accountability. Is what I'm saying.
hold on, each one. Let me introduce a few of the family members we just added to the chat. Very interesting take on that. Boseman, what's up, brother Boseman? 504's in the building in that piece. Was that Boss Man or Boseman, bro? Which one is it?
This boss man.
Boss Man. Oh, okay. Oh, Boss
Oh,
Man. Okay, I got you,
504
brother.
Boss Man.
What's
Y'all
up,
remember the
brother?
brother?
What's happening, fam?
Nah.
What's
Yeah,
good?
good,
Good.
brother.
Good to hear from you. We got DJ on the show
You
too.
wrong.
Go ahead, Boss Man.
bro.
Go ahead and respond to brother.
You wrong, bro. You wrong, bro. So
Then
one
brother
thing
James, you
is,
after that, bro.
these are rumors that's pushed by the media, by agents. First of all, Zion never said anything. We all know that this is all public relations, agents talking, people trying to make moves in the background, like Rich Paul did with AD last year. Yeah, the media is trying to push people out of New Orleans. They didn't want Zion to come in the beginning. You're right about that. But you can't blame a second-year player for what's going on, the dysfunction in the organization. That's not on him, bro. He's not even
I'm not blaming him.
old
I'm
enough to get
saying he
alcohol
needs
and
to
drugs.
take accountability. I'm saying he needs to take an accountability for this is what I'm saying to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, when he didn't get that call in New York, you remember what he said at the end of that game? He said, I didn't think that I deserved to get that call because I hadn't been here that long. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm trying to get? It's your second year.
But he a polite kid, but he's not gonna say what's really on his mind like that, bro. Like,
Okay,
whatever's
I think
gonna come out of his mind,
you just answered my point. You said he ain't gonna say what's on his mind. So his father, his
he's gonna be
stepfather,
politically correct, bro. He talks like a church boy when he talks, bro. We know this. Zion, the last
but I'm saying his stepfather has, just like Lonzo Ball's dad speaks up for him. See, Cat, you remember Cat Father? Not Cat Father, Kid for Orlando, but you got to think too. AD's dad stepped up with him with us. So we know where it's coming from. You got to understand with family members, you know if they're gonna allow you to put that out. You know that.
Okay.
Because if it's said from your family member's mouth, it's coming from you.
Saying, but I understand what you're saying. But listen, you asking him to speak up. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, go ahead, boss man.
Yeah.
Got you.
Okay. Y'all asking a 20-year-old to speak on some stuff that's going to affect his whole entire career from here to 2030. Okay, so if he speaks on something right now at this point, he will be considered a franchise killer. He will get traded and he will have a bad reputation his whole entire career. Look at the Dwight Howard, James Harden. I can keep going on and on.
I'm glad you said that.
Veterans.
You know why? Because
And
it's like that double-edged.
They went 20.
It's that double-edged sword. Mark Jackson was just sitting there talking about with Donovan Mitchell. He said, okay, his ankle's supposed to be hurt, right? But he out there giving him the business. If you lose, then your ankle hurt. And if you win, he's a hero. See what I'm saying? He's got it both ways. He's got it both. That's why he let his stepdad go out there.
I understand what you're saying, and I feel the frustration, bro. But my frustration goes more at the top than the players.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying he needs to take part down. So the coaching and so the front office, they always say, and as a franchise in football, they say in football when a draft and you have a new regime come in, right? The coach and the GM are supposed to be connected by the hip because that player is gonna have to fit that scheme with that coach. This goes the same thing for basketball, right? So if we get a player and Stan Van Gundy come in, I don't know much about him. I just know he's fast and he can lay up good. I mean, it's not showing that you really know what you're walking into, and everybody's making it about Zion. That's the
I'm not making it about him because he's just one person.
No, not you. I'm talking about the media. So if we lose Zion, I'm looking at it like this, bro. I watched Chris Paul, 37 years old, right? 36, 37, had hamstring pulls, bad knees, nagging injuries his entire career. Ball out and about to go to the finals this year, bro. They going to the finals. Sam's going to the finals, bro. Chris Paul, we had Chris Paul when he was at his peak, dude. We had Chris Paul that's better than this Chris Paul that's playing right now.
But you remember what started making his clock tick, huh?
We done lost, bro.
You remember what started making his clock tick, didn't you? when they first tried to trade Tyson Chandler, that's what made his clock tick.
Okay. Well, I mean, we never had no ballers around Chris Paul, bro. Chris Paul ran that show, dog. Chris Paul
let me
like he doing the Suns, he manned the team. What happened, Big Q?
Yeah, go ahead, but I just wanted to bring in some other. Y'all guys got an interesting discussion.
Okay,
I want to get some
I'm not
more.
trying to take over the show.
No, boss man, go ahead and finish your thought, bro. I was just gonna bring some other brothers in with you, the feet on that.
I feel the energy where he coming from, but my energy is not. See, your energy is kind of like pointing at Zion, like you.
No, it's not at Zion. Trust me.
No,
David Griffin getting part of this. He gets part of this smoke. Trust. But
no,
you got to think the organization was stupid for even hiring him. They were stupid for hiring him.
27 points in the second year. What you gonna ask us for some second year player, bro? 27 points. 27 points. And you gonna say,
but if you're giving up 30, on the other end, what good is it?
What did Brandon Ingram do? What did Brandon? You gotta blame.
He the same way. He the same way. So you might have to move him. That's the part about it. You might have to move Brandon Ingram, even though you don't want to. But neither one of them plays any defense.
We're not getting any stars, bro. We gotta make a super ultra package laden trade to get a decent starting player. They're not coming to New Orleans. They're not coming to Cleveland. They're not coming to Orlando. None of that. So we gotta keep what we have. If
feel you.
Well, we gonna lose Zion like we lost DeMarcus.
But you think about now. You heard what he just said, Q. That made my point. What I was saying about New York. I said, see, if he had this team over in New York, you think he would be crying the way he is right now? Hell no.
If they were losing 2 years in a row, he'd be mad.
Yeah, come on.
He was hurt.
Okay, I'm gonna let John Morant though, because he done made the playoffs. You know?
All right, we're going, Brother James. Go ahead and comment to what Brother Boss Man and each one teach one's commenting on Zion Williamson, his role and everything that's going on. Comment on what you're hearing, and then we'll get DJ after your comment, and then we'll come back around and see if DC and Rudy got something to say. Go ahead, Brother James.
No problem. As far as the whole Zion thing, like, I understand people want to look at him, and because it's only his second year, like, hey, wait your turn, or you gotta take your bumps and bruises the first couple of years, and I get that, but at the same time, is that's no longer the way the NBA is right now. Like, no one wants to wait to win like that. What the 76ers did with the trust the process, that shit is dead. That ain't happening again, because players is not trying to be in the league long term and lose. And Zion, someone who studied Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan at a young age, because if you look at him, he's an old soul, right? He's an old soul. He studied older players. He don't like losing at all. Like, he is one of them type of dude that do not like losing. The first year, hey, it is what it is. It happened. I was hurt. The team was all that stuff. Okay, give it that. Also, when you was somebody like he was out of shape, when he first came in, but if you look at him in the preseason, he was in shape, but then he ended up messing around and getting hurt, and then he had to work his way back into shape. This year, he was in a lot better shape than he was last year. Like, there was no situation where you can look at when he played 30-plus minutes, he played 48, I think not 48 minutes, but 40 minutes one game and stuff like that, and still went the other night and played a back-to-back. He scored 38. He scored 38 one night and 38 another on a back-to-back thing. So, as far as health and condition, I think this year he was a way lot better. And this is only when you had 2 or 3 months off, maybe not even 3 months off, and then had a quick turnaround. This offseason will be the first true offseason he would have as a young player, and I expect him to be in a lot better shape than he was, because he and his stepfather are workers. Now, as far as his family members, like they said, a family member said they wanted him out of New Orleans. That could be anybody from his stepmother to his father to an uncle that was in a barbershop here saying they need to get Zion out of there. Don't nobody know nothing about who said what. The whole reason why they said source or a family member is because it could be someone that don't even fucking talk to Zion Williamson. It could be someone that is just a cousin on the outside that don't know anything. And another thing is one reason that he may not have said something, and it's two things. One, he ain't gonna say much. He don't say too much about what's going on. He gonna leave that up to it. Like he steps the father always say, hey, you know what? Don't complain about the situation. Make it better. The other thing is too is that he probably also looking at too is like, you know what? If I shut up, that put the pressure on David Griffin. I need a better team. And as much as everybody look at Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram, those are names. That team did not form very well together. As much as we look at the talent of the team, they did not work very well together because of the structure and the way the coaching was the last couple of years. Like you gotta look at it that way, is that you can have talent, but if it don't fit well together, it don't matter. So I think going forward next year, and hopefully we find the right coach, hopefully we get the talent and everything like that. But when it comes to Zion, bro, I'm happy as hell. If it did come from him that he ain't happy, I'm happy that he said some shit. I'm happy that he's not happy with losing 2 straight years in a row, because hell, AD didn't say shit. And when we were losing, yeah, they traded to try to win the next year, but he didn't say shit until like the last year. And all of a sudden, hey, guess what? We had to trade him because he didn't want to be here no more. CP3, they did win his 3rd year, and he said he wanted to be here, but like you said, there was a different ownership at the beginning of it, and then toward the second half, they
lose the team.
Right, that was a loser. It was a loser team, and then they
really have everything.
They have a talent around the man, Paul. So I don't blame him for wanting up out of here. But as far as Zion, who's someone that, and he's looking at his friend, he's looking at his classmate, RJ Barrett in the playoffs, John Morant in the playoffs, Luka Doncic's been in the playoffs 2 years in a row. Cam Reddish, Trey Young is in his 3rd year and is killing in the playoffs, scoring 40. And then guess what? You hear people talk about, hey, Ja Morant. I told you should have drafted Ja Morant because he led his team to the playoffs. He better than Zion. You don't think he hear that shit? I'll be mad as hell too.
You think the Grizzlies team is better than this Pelicans team?
They are a better team. They are a better team. They are a better team.
I'm talking about player-wise.
Nah, you can't do player-wise. You got to think about each player. Okay, you got Ja Morant, who's the number 2 draft pick in the 2019 draft. All the other players, guess what they do? They do their job well. They fit around each other very well. But guess what?
Right.
But they fit together right. And another thing is, too, forget all that. They got to the AC and got their ass waxed. What's that? What you want to cook it for that? Good for them.
No,
like as good as they made the playoffs and got waxed. That's all it was. They wasn't a 4th seed. They wasn't a 5th seed.
Good as this team. I'm not trying to go off of paper, but I'm just saying to the point of the tune.
Okay, starting this season.
I'm saying you have talent.
That AC.
I understand
the AC, bro.
I understand you had the talent. I understand you had the talent. I understand that you got 3
James, bro.
This is Cam Reddish.
I
think people really understating how devastating and disappointing the season was, dog. It was set up for us to make the playoffs. We didn't even make the 10th seed, my dude.
They tried to get us in there, and we couldn't.
Dog, we didn't even make the 11th seed, bro.
I say one more. I say one more thing too when it comes to the Pelicans and this particular year. Everything looked like it was heading in the right direction towards a certain point. Like we was on a 4-5 game win streak, and we was looking like. Remember, I think we was two games outside of 8 spot when all of a sudden everybody messed around and got hurt. Everybody got hurt. Zion Williamson got his finger messed up. Brandon Ingram was coming back from a ankle issue.
But that's been the case since Anthony Davis been here. Boogie went down. Tyrese Evans and Drew Holiday went down. So we can't sit here. Injuries don't happen. It do. Injuries don't happen.
Injuries on the Grizzlies happen. They still win.
Look how stupid the coach was. Instead of you starting Nickeil Alexander next to Lonzo and putting the ball in Lonzo's hand, just let him be a. What's the sense in having the damn point guard if you're gonna have the small forward?
Not everybody runs the system where the point guard had the ball.
Well, just put 2 shooting guards back there and leave a. Why go draft Kyra Lewis instead of just getting 2 shooting guards?
Because obviously they thought Kyra Lewis was a good player.
I think he has star potential, but I'm saying if you're gonna run that format.
Just a second,
no
fellas.
Other team in the NBA, each one teach one, bro. Listen, I agree with you on that, but I'm gonna say this: they tried to diversify his game, but straight up, We did not go to his strong points. Every other team in the NBA would not have played him like that because he's a natural point guard. I don't care if he's 7 feet tall. He don't want to play that way, and that was gonna run him out. I believe he also got fired because of Zion, Brandon Ingram, and Lonzo Ball included.
Go ahead, Big Q.
Hold on just a second, fellas. Good talking points here. I want to get a few more guys involved here. We got State of the Pelicans DJ right there, and then I want to bring it back to Rudy. All right, DJ, welcome to the stream, man. We got a lot of family members. We got Boss Man, each one teach one, Brother James, Brother Rudy in here, man, and they talking that real Pelican talk, man. What you got? You want to add to the discussion, my friend?
I see that. I'm loving the Flock Nation talking about the Pelicans in the off season. Yeah, Zion. Yeah, my thing with him is he has to shoot more. 9 out of 10, people are gonna stop that hard up core bully paint, whatever you want to call it. That's my thing. He's 6'6". He's about what, 260 something.
No, that boy 280 plus.
I mean,
he 280. Yeah.
Zion 300 pounds, bro. Zion 300.
That man ain't no 300 pounds no more, man.
Yes, indeed, boy.
Nah, you're not.
Yes, indeed.
Nah, bro.
Listen, Zion ain't never been under 280 in New Orleans, and I put that on my mom.
Yeah. Thank you. He has.
Well, don't let your mama hear
telling
this.
y'all the truth.
Say, bro, when a man tell me, hey, boss man, when a man tell me, hey, man, listen, bro, man, he said he spit a fact or his commentary and said, man, I put that on my mama. Ain't nothing I can say about that, bro. That man, he know that's a heavy fact.
Y'all sitting there, okay.
He telling the truth.
Okay, so listen, LeBron on public information, they put LeBron James at 250. You think Zion is 260? Come on, bro. Stop it.
That's what I say.
No, he ain't no 260. He ain't no 260.
No, but I don't say. I'm not gonna say
Zion is about 40
pounds.
Zion is about 30 pounds more than LeBron, bro.
Yep.
That's 280.
30 pounds
that's 280, like I said. Yeah, that's what I said. He 280 because he done slimmed down a little bit. So that's why I say he got about 280.
I think that's it. And I honest, you can't. But I don't think y'all can just think that he's gonna come down. He's been this way since college and high school. So for him to get to about 250, it's gonna have to be a life change, bro. Life change.
He don't need to be no 250, bro. I say probably about 260, 68, 65, 270 or something.
He needs to do what LeBron James did. He needs to do what LeBron James did. He has to do what LeBron did and get his body. No, I'm talking about getting his body together, taking that part serious. That's what changed LeBron game.
For sure.
That come with the money, though, man. That come with the money.
But you got $100 million from Nike. From Jordan.
Wait. I said the money and the experience. Like he still has to go through that experience, man. I mean, what you was doing, what you was eating at 20 years old? Come on, bro. Like we want the dude to like.
But you've been doing this your whole life, fam.
You're not gonna be a professional.
You ain't just start doing it.
Professional.
You just didn't start doing. So you telling me kids at, let's say,
they don't come in with that. They still be out there balling, eating pizza.
You know what's crazy though? LeBron James eating habits are bad. LeBron James eating habits are real bad. But he exercises better.
Y'all gotta remember, it's only one Zion in the NBA. Zion is the heaviest dude in the NBA right now, bro. Zion is the heaviest.
Heavier than some sinners.
Yes,
hold on. He's heavier than what's the guy from the big guy DC that plays with
No, he's the second heaviest guy in the NBA behind
Bojan. He did do
that.
I remember they did that.
Bro. He's 7'10". We talk about a dude taller than the house. Like, come on, bro. Shaq's
so
highest
if
weight
you
at his head was about 320. 320 was Shaq's highest weight, bro.
Let me do two things, bro. I'm gonna let Rudy chime in on what y'all thinking about it, and we got two more members we're gonna bring to the panel. Then I'm gonna introduce a question to the panel that I want them all the vibe off and see if we come up with the answer for.
We talking about diet. Hey, we over here talking about diet plans. I act in
Yeah,
diet in the crib.
I mean, we covered that pretty good. I won't get the panel's idea on a few other things. But Rudy, go ahead and chime in quickly, my friend, and then we're gonna bring in brother Go Off. They got a couple other family members. Go Off and Greg. We're gonna bring in. Go ahead, Rudy.
Okay, now declare each the one the new Byron of this podcast. That dude just went on a tirade. I'm surprised he's sweating. Someone get this man some oxygen. But you know, granted, you can't really help the fact that when you get injury, because the injury bug just hits everyone, you know. And I did see a lot of progress from his first and second year. He barely had a pure off season this last year. This would be the first time he actually get a good off season. Now, I know this is kind of off topic a little bit, but
what's that name?
But
got him.
I'm just kind of curious. How would you guys feel if I saw someone comment this in the comments, like they said Shaq would have been a better coach than Steve Van Gundy. Now, my problem with that is,
no. Zion, give me 2010.
Hold on, let him go ahead, finish it. He said he'd been a better coach in what?
Now, he did mention about the LeBron James thing about the coach saying he works for him. Like, can you imagine if Michael Jordan's coach told it to him? That dude got punched out the stadium.
All right.
Oh boy. It is not looking good for my man each with the one, especially the boss man's giving great counterpoint too.
All right, thank you, Rudy, on that, bro. We got Go Off. You there, Go Off? We're gonna bring it around to you. Welcome you and brother Greg back in there. And I want to introduce a question to the panel as well, centering it back to the discussion of the there's a lot of errors we could speak about the conditioning of the players, but I think at the top of the layer here, Stan Van Gundy's communication is issues with woeful. His coaching style just rubbed the team the wrong way. I told him, I said they quitting on this guy. I remember when we brought Ali Cosell on. I asked Ali Cosell, said, you see they quit? He's like, no, I don't see that at this point. But I said, I see it at this point. I see they're not listening to him. And then the cold-blooded part about it is they would rather lose not listening to him than win. Now, I think that's kind of problematic in my sight for people you paying a lot of money to. And hear me on this. You paying a 158 to BI and you paying Zion pretty good. Lonzo is going to get his bread eventually as well. But they would rather lose not listening to Stan Van Gundy as a win than listen to him. Now, that's to me, that's big in my mind, bro. But anyway, Go Off, Greg. Y'all welcome to the panel. Let me present this to the panel. We're talking about coaches. I think that's the most pressing thing coming up. You got, of course, we know the draft is coming up real soon. We know David Griffin don't got a problem picking the draft picks without a coach. You know, he does it all anyway. He might as well fire everybody and clean the damn building for all that. He want all the credit anyway. He might as well do it. But we do everything. Screw it up, everything. But let me introduce this to the panel. We had Brother James chime in on this and several other family members. Which direction do we go? Go Off. Who do you like for the coaching move going forward and why?
What's going on, brothers?
Welcome, bro.
What's going on, bro?
All right, man. Man, to be honest with you, man, I'm gonna go with the dark horse. I'm gonna say Fred Vincent, man. I mean, when you look at the things he did with Lonzo Ball, when you look at the things he did with Brandon Ingram, I mean, you know, he well respected. I mean, I'm gonna say something controversial. I think Teresa Weatherspoon was just kind of thrown in there, you know, kind of like with the everything socially that's going on. I don't think she was a real candidate, but it's like, hey, look, y'all, we progressive with what we trying to do also.
Like
but I do see
Hammond.
her. Yes, I do see her maybe getting bumped up, maybe her role getting bigger with the team. But as far as leading it, man, I'm gonna go with the dark horse, Fred Vincent, man.
Fred Benson, okay. All right.
My choice too, brother.
Yeah.
And we can't forget about what he did with Tyreek Evans too. A lot of
True.
people don't remember Tyreek Evans.
That's another one. That's
But
another one.
DC, check this out. What they ain't
I
peeping
think
out.
it's a safe pick. That's a
Fred
safe pick. That's a safe
is
pick.
off of the Monty Williams tree. That's Monty boy. Monty bought Fred here. So
Right, but Fred been there 11 years too, though. But when you look at film, when you look at how they talk about him, sometimes he would like do like when they come out of halftime. If you watch like the Fox broadcast, man, they be interviewing and the brother knowledgeable. You know what I'm saying? I think they got a lot of money tied up with Alvin, with Stan, so they're not gonna go out and get like a big name. You know what I'm saying? So why not give
you're gonna
Fred a
need
shot?
to. Let me tell you something, bro. This is just the truth about it. Everybody talking about they ain't got the money to do. If you think with this kid right now, you ain't gonna have the money to do this and do that, and you just gonna get some old. And I'm not saying I like Fred. I think he can do the job, but you gonna need to get somebody that's gonna be able to, have some cachet. Like I said, I think Juwan Howard is because everybody's going for Billups and all them. Juwan Howard was the hottest name at one time because of what he was doing when he left Miami, then went to Michigan, and now his name is when the season ends, watch how his name comes up at the top again. Juwan Howard,
what kind of system he running? What
Howard
kind
don't
of
want to
system
leave
he gonna run?
Michigan. He already turned it down this year. He said he not going to the NBA. He fine in Michigan.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, he said that.
That's not a realistic choice, bro.
Well, like I said, Fred, because he with the mind, he off of Monty Street, so
But Fred been there 11 years. He done been through everything.
He been through Gentry, he been through Monty, Gentry, and Stan Van Gundy. If he could some kind of way counterbalance all of their systems together, you might, and then his relationship with the star players, you could have something that could be something big. But this is a big endeavor for a rookie head coach to have all the pressure of a playoff appearance with people. I mean, this could be big, right?
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So you can't mess around with this. You can't.
All right,
but you don't think you can get an experienced assistant coach around him to help guide him through the things?
You can, and that's why we threw up Will Weaver in there and a few other people, Teresa Witherspoon. And go ahead, boss man.
We basically, so this is my whole thought process about the whole coaching situation. You have to get this right, else Zion is gone. That's no other option.
That's what I just said.
Zion by winning, or we go like everybody's gone, and we're gonna have to trade everybody off, and we're gonna have to do a whole nother rebuild after we had a whole team for the 20. Now, how that sound? That sounds like a dysfunctional, failing organization. We can't lose. If we do, David Griffin gonna leave and he gonna ride off into the sunset with a check. We gonna be stuck with a team that's trash for about another 5 to 10 years. That's real.
All right, we got
Atlanta Hawks. Atlanta Hawks was trash since what, 2004, 2005. They just started getting good.
They had a little run in 2014,
they had a little run
or something.
Okay, so 3-year runs here and there, but that's 20 years in between, dude. Like, so you gonna have 3 years of 20 years where we decent mode. So Zion is a generational player. Like I said, Anthony Davis is a generational player. He's hurt all the time, but he's a generational player. Chris Paul, he's damn near 40 and still balling. Like, bro, we done missed out on these good ass Hall of Fame players. We cannot miss out on Zion, bro. He has too much potential. Once that boy starts learning how to shoot the ball, it's a wrap. Go ahead.
We got Jay Black coming into the discussion. Jay Black, what's happening, brother?
What's going on?
We're chilling, bro. Welcome to the stream, bro. We're gonna bring you in, my brother. You hearing all this discussion, my brother? What's your feeling on who will be your coaching decision and why?
I would say AD because he has pride. He's a good commentator. I hear his knowledge all the time on the game. AD or Fred Vincent. I don't really want to.
Antonio Daniels.
Antonio Daniels.
Hell
him or Fred Vincent. I don't want to go with nobody. Juwan Howard or Chauncey Billups. None of those guys. I don't really want them because I want to develop something from in already.
You right with Antonio Daniels.
Somebody that Zion or B.I. like or even Lonzo like already got good chemistry with, I will go with this. I don't want to go with no outsiders right now, especially at this crucial time.
Good call. Right. I mean, I respect the hell out of Antonio Daniels. He know what he's talking about. He electric too.
Came in with Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, I got to reject the Antonio Daniels for the simple fact of Man, I love watching Pelicans game, hearing him and Joe Myers, man.
Right. You know where you going? Hey, Jay Black.
Just,
you know if you
just
get rid
move
of if you
David
hire
Wesley back down
Antonio
there.
Daniels.
Oh, I don't want to hear David Wesley.
If you bring
You don't
Antonio
like David
Daniels
Wesley?
to the
Not
team,
to Antonio
what hap-
Daniels and
hold-
Joe
hold on.
Myers. What?
you
Man,
know what you do? You know who goes back to the goddamn vocal booth once Antonio Daniels leave? You know who you get? David Wesley, old dry ass up there.
That's what I just said.
David Wesley.
I don't want him back. We don't want him back up there. Hell no.
That's like going from Cinnamon Toast Crunch to regular Cheerios.
That boy Big Q vetoing that trade, okay?
Hey, but y'all know low key him and Joel Myers had some beef though, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Man, on the low, Joel Myers and David Wesley, they didn't get along too well, man.
Over Jen Hill?
Really? He said,
no.
I mean, they did say
that's my God, David Wesley.
He must can't stand David Wesley.
They
Man.
That's my old God. They disagreed a lot during the game, bro. I noticed that.
Because if you listen to the commentary, David Wesley, he was more analytical and dry, and Joel would be trying to take up for the Pelicans, and he would be like, no, that's not what's going on. This is what's going on. It was the last year with Gentry. I'm telling you, man.
You don't know what you're talking about, Joel.
Man, I'm telling you, man.
No,
Joel a homer,
like
but David Wesley gonna tell it like it is.
David Wesley, man, they ran his ass off of that boy.
I ain't gonna lie, David Wesley tell the truth, bro, but he ain't got no personality.
But why is telling the truth so looked down on? Like,
you gotta tell the truth, be entertaining with the shit.
Right,
you know
right.
A lot of people can get up there and just tell the truth. Like, we want you need that entertainment factor, bro.
Have you
see a dead body?
Have you heard like the New York? Have you heard the New York commentators, the Los Angeles commentators, Atlanta? Like they be going ham when they be talking about this game, bro.
Oh yeah,
they be going off.
The dude in Charlotte. Y'all heard the dude in Charlotte?
Oh,
The dude was in Phoenix too.
All right, Rudy got his hand raised. Go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead, bro.
I was in school, but I'm still being respectful, you know.
Right.
All right.
Now, I just got just a couple things to say. First off, about the commentator that was drawing like about as dry as a day old Popeye's biscuit. That's dry.
Gotta put some water on. You gotta put some water on that sucker, dog.
Boy, that biscuit so hard. You
put some water on it and warm it up with some honey, dog. You might have you something.
Man, you'll kill somebody with that Popeye biscuit, boy. I'll tell you what.
But I've been kind of molding on what you said, Big Q, about they'd rather lose than win. But listening to Van Gundy, that's not only I don't think that's a personnel problem. That's an organizational problem. They're actively protesting, saying, "Hey, we don't want this guy. Get him out of here."
Bro.
I'm like, yeah, they had every right to resist because Van Gundy was not helping them whatsoever. Now this, as a coach, I feel like this is gonna be a big stretch, and I feel like this is gonna be the realm of fantasy. But I'm trying to take the reality. But I'm gonna ask a question with another question. How would you guys feel if Doc Rivers came to the New Orleans?
Oh man, no indeed. What you took for?
It wouldn't work.
God, no.
You know how many leads we done blown?
Why would he even come here? What?
Hold on, one at a time, fam. Y'all.
Let me get him on that one. Let me get him on that one.
Started something here, boy.
Please. This man had blown
people jumped on the man,
bro. Over
no, let me get him.
They about to fight.
Brother, each one say, "Hold on, bro. Let me get him. Let me." Oh shit! I'm about to be. That was funny, man.
Doc did win tonight, y'all. Damn.
He did.
Each one. You got the flow. Go ahead, bro.
But if you talking about bringing Doc here, look how many leads the Pelicans blown this year. He done blown 8. He blown 11 double-digit leads. 11. You know how hard that is to do, man. And then you talk about bringing him with this team. Man,
"Do you
come
know how
on,
hard that
bro.
is to-"
I will say,
Hey,
Hey, someone
That's like, hey, that's like,
but and listen,
that's like sitting everybody down and letting somebody on the other team play.
now see this and see if Big Q, if this was on, if we were running the media and like the sports casting announcement, this would get high ratings. I tell you.
bro. I mean, but you know they're right. You asked the question about Doc Rivers. A lot of people. Well, listen, and the panel make a great point. You know what? Let me tell you, the point where I think it falls out at is at the top. Why it won't happen is because of David Griffin. Doc Rivers is not going to come here without some level of control.
Doc Rivers be calling them hands too. Him and David Griffin gonna have to square up.
Right, I'm about to try to tell you, Doc Rivers is not going to let David Griffin play with him like that. So I
Now
mean,
with this
that's why.
sustainable success we running.
Oh no, please!
Hold on,
Sustainable
what-
success.
I got your sustainable success right here.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, boss man. So
What coach wanna-
go. I'm coming to you, James. Go ahead, boss man.
Okay, so what coach, right? So that's like whatever job you got right now, and the management that's over the job that you had, or the new job that you're going to, and they have a track record of firing two coaches year after year under pressure. Like most teams keep coaches under pressure because they try to get the continuity. Like my boy James said, right? But see, David Griffin is listening to the social media and everybody else, and he was like, "Oh man, this is embarrassing." And then he fired it, and then he fired Stan, and then it backfired, double take on him. Now he's like, like he's just sitting around looking like, damn. Like I agree with Big Q. They need to let Trajan Lang. I don't even know how this dude sounds. I don't know if this dude dead. I might need to look up his Wikipedia. I don't know what's going on, bro. They need to do something with him because if they're not going to let them man talk and show in the public, they need to just fire him and get a GM because they just wasted time.
Himself.
I think Trajan Langdon would be a better GM than David Griffin, in my honest opinion. I think he did a good job in Brooklyn. And David Griffin has been setting him up, just like he set up Stan Van Gundy, to have them be the fall guys. And he's slick, just like you mentioned earlier. What he gonna do is he gonna wait to what happened with Stan Van Gundy? He's gonna do the Trajan Langdon. He gonna make him the fall guy so he can get his other check. And then once Zion say, "Well, look, this is enough. I'm tired," he gonna ride into the sunset with his check and go back to game time. That's where he gonna go. Yep. Because he know it's over for him.
Yeah, go right back to that way he got NBA, got him right off the NBA network. That's got him right off the NBA network. All right, Jay Black. I said, well, hold on. I think brother James wanted to chime in, then I'm gonna come to you, Jay Black. Go off and Greg, y'all can chime in after that. Brother James, you got something to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to go to a couple things. One, the whole Trajan Langdon thing. I truly, even though he has that GM title, I think he was brought in more as far as his talent evaluation. Like, remember when he was in Brooklyn, he had a lot of those players that was on that team that, even though they were not a good team, they were like diamonds in the rough because remember they didn't have too many draft picks. So he had that. So that's the reason why if you think about a lot of the draft picks that we've gotten, Nickeil Alexander-Walker was one of them. I even would say probably Jackson Hayes was one as well. Didi Lovato, and even probably Kyra Lewis, probably all of his guys that he ended up getting. Remember Nicole Miller, he had him come over here as well. I think as far as like
you missed on that one.
Yeah, he did. He missed on that one. Hey, everybody don't bat 1,000. But I will say this though. I think the other thing is that David Griffin, if there's anything that I can give him, is the fact that he has been a component of making trades
a good
when shit don't work, right? Like
a good trade.
Well, think about when he was with everybody want to talk about LeBron James. Man, LeBron James can't make trades. Like he can sit there and say,
I'm not gonna let you sit here and do that. No,
hold on, wait.
He's not made a good trade. I'm not gonna let you tell that lie. He has not done. No, I can't let you do it.
This is Pelican on Pelican crime.
I cannot let you tell that lie. I'm sorry. I can't let you do that.
Pelican violence.
I can't let you do that. That's what got us in this position. I can't let you do that because the Lakers deal was already made.
Hold on. I got to stop you right there. See, here's the thing that everybody always keeps saying, talking about the Lakers deal beforehand. Here's the thing where everybody forget. that Laker deal, that Laker deal would not have worked in our favor the way it was currently constructed before he came in here because of two things. One, Brandon Ingram was not involved. It was Kyle Kuzma that was.
No, it wasn't, James.
No. Remember, wait.
My understanding
Kyle Kuzma was added with Brandon.
Hold on, fellas. I can't hear everybody at the same time. Everybody talking. Go ahead. You said now who was talking? I think it was DC. You said something.
Kyle Kuzma was in that trade with Brandon Ingram and Lonzo Ball and Josh Hart, and we had four first round picks.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
We didn't have Zubac. We didn't have Zubac.
No. They did. They added Zubac at first. They started the deal, but then Zubac got traded later on during the year. But Zubac was a part of the deal. They was pressuring him at first.
Here's the thing that
that's why they say they was getting rid of the whole Lakers team.
Here's the thing that people forget. Hold on. Wait. Here's the thing that people forget though. If we had traded Anthony Davis to the Lakers at that point, that fourth pick would not have been the fourth pick. Like, that is the thing that a lot of people don't tend to get. That fourth pick would not have been a fourth pick. The second thing is, too, is that as much as people want to shit on the fact that we did not take DeAndre Hunter with the fourth pick, here's two things. One, DeAndre Hunter barely had played 5 minutes the last 2 years. The second thing is the fact that
wait. Let me stop you. Slow
no. Wait.
You talking about picks. We said the trade. We said the trade.
You gotta let him finish.
He said the trade. We talking about the trade, not the picks. Be specific. The trade, which includes Kuzma, all the rest of them boys. He did not get the value that we originally had on the table.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Everybody keep talking about the value that we currently had. We would not have had the fourth pick at the time if we had made the trade then. The other thing is too is that he turned the fourth pick. You know who we got rid of? Fucking Solomon Hill with his terrible ass contract with that thing. That's the thing that a lot of people
we did with the fourth pick. We passed on Darius Garland and picked up Jackson Hayes. Instead of taking Garland, the point guard that you need, who's averaging 20 right now, who's pushing Colin Sexton out of Cleveland.
And guess what? And guess what? We still would have had Solomon Hill with that terrible ass contract. Like, I think, and let's not act like Jackson Hayes has not at least come up and been a lot better this last year. Nikhil Alexander Walker is looking like he could be a starter or a our sixth man on the team.
I think he's a star.
Okay, so even with that said, like, everybody talk about all that stuff. Like, I get it. The players could have been better singly than the two individual players.
They could have took your boy at DC, Cam Reddish. Remember, Zion was captain for him. He said,
actually, I wanted him to draft. I wanted him to draft Darius Garland. I wanted him to draft Darius Garland if we was gonna keep the number 4 pick.
So that's DC's Michael Jordan.
So here's another thing. Everybody sit there and talk about.
I got that on deck to mess with them, fam.
But you got that ready, though.
That's a good draft, though. We got the best in the air. We got to go. We got
and I say this too. This year, I say this year too.
Tell me about the Bucks deal. Tell me about the Bucks deal.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Bucks deal. Outside of the fact that everybody understands that the Eric Bledsoe situation did not end right, and everybody wanted what's his name, George Hill. George Hill. Everybody, based off of the article I read, George Hill did not want to come to New Orleans. So that was one of the reasons why they did not keep George Hill. The other thing is that I understand a lot of people get upset about the whole Adams thing. Okay, we took on Adams. His contract was reduced from $29 to $17 million. As much as people don't like the extension, the thing is guess what? If we didn't extend Adams going into the third year, we wouldn't have had a center again for the second year.
Come on. No. Let him finish.
Brother James is the new damage control.
No. Let him finish though, because you know what? The caveat on the back end commentary with Brother James said that Steven Adams, that trade for Steven Adams would not have occurred. Remember, they bunched that deal in with the Drew Holiday trade,
right?
And he needed to be the extension. He had the kicker where he can block that trade from happening unless they gave him the extension. So the Pelicans had to agree to the extension to pay Steven Adams so the trade would be facilitated.
Right.
But
And
you
also,
gave up 2 picks out of the 4 picks to get him. And the fact that you didn't even get Dante DiVincenzo out that deal shows you a buffoon. And I don't trust you. I never liked you. And I didn't want him over here. That shows you didn't know what you was doing.
That's a tough brother there, bro. God damn. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, and I don't like you, and I don't want you over here.
Nah, I would have liked DiVincenzo, man. That'd have been nice.
Thank you. With Lonzo in that backcourt with DiVincenzo.
Somebody that hates this stuff more than me.
Hold on, boss man. Say it again, bro. I ain't hear you, boss man. Go ahead. You was getting stepped on.
I said it's very rare why I see somebody more heated than me, bro. This dude more heated than me, bro. I'm sorry.
Jay Black, what's happening, bro?
There's a lot of things. First and foremost, saying that what was some of the points that he just made? It was so many points you just made, James. I lost focus.
I ain't get to finish half of them. No, to play.
I'm so lost. I'm so lost right now. You said, damn, I want to do a point, but they got about 20 of them. Damn.
Yeah. Give me a refresher on one of the points you made.
Well, the first point that I made was about the Anthony Davis trade. Is that
All right, so Anthony Davis. First and foremost, you trade Anthony. Who we had on the deal? The first deal was Lonzo,
B.I., Zubac, Josh Hart. I think KCP was even in it at one point, but they took him out.
Yeah, he was.
They just took him out.
It was like 6 players.
No,
it was 10.
We couldn't even take on 6 players. At the time,
but that was the trade. They traded Zubac later.
How would we take on 6 players though? How would we take on 4 players?
That's my point. Like and them
so
picks.
You trading for Anthony Davis and then you say Lonzo, Josh Hart, B.I., Zubac. That's 4 players. How we gonna trade Anthony Davis?
Kuzma.
Y'all want
but they weren't part of the deal though.
Y'all want Kuzma now?
Wait, hold on. But the
I would have took Kuzma. Then he was averaging 18 points a game.
Kuzma ain't doing nothing right now.
But we wasn't just trading Anthony Davis though. We was giving them.
Who else was we trading? We
was trading on Solomon Hill and
Solomon Hill and Anthony Davis and a second round pick.
So that's 2 players, 4 players. How will we get all 4 players on the team? Can somebody answer that? How will we get all 4 players on the team? All 5 of them.
I think you're gonna have to add one more player to the deal though.
So you
would have that. I think you would have had that. Would have been crazy, but I know
they would have took the worst contract, the next worst contract on the team for Anthony Davis. They would have took anybody, bro. They would have took Gail.
Yeah, I think Solomon Hill was talked about, but they didn't do it because his contract was crazy, so they didn't do it. But they wound up taking it. They took that deal with Kuzma down. They took the Kuzma deal down, and they added. It said, "Well, look, we just gonna give you Hart, Lonzo, and Bi in the picks. That's it." And so they ran. He took that. He ran with that with the picks. But my point is, what did you do with the Bucks deal? Why? Because you had the Nets deal. You had the Nets deal on the table. You had that deal for you could have got Dinwiddie, LeVert, and Allen, or you could have got Dinwiddie and Allen or LeVert and Allen. You passed that up. So why would you?
From what I heard, Big Dog, from what I heard, we were supposed to trade to Denver first. I thought we were supposed to trade to Denver. Drew was supposed to go to Denver, but that didn't fall through because they was asking. We was asking for too much. So then the Bucks
they wanted to give us Gary Harris for Drew. No.
But
I mean, it would have been a better fit because we didn't need another point guard, bro. We got like
but you don't want to play Drew Holiday four times a year. No, you don't want to play Drew Holiday times a year.
Man, you see Drew in these playoffs right now, man? Do you see Drew Holiday in these playoffs right now?
Drew don't
Man,
scare
let's
me,
be
bro.
for real.
Drew
That
don't
was
scare
part of the
me.
reason they got
Drew
him
don't
up
scare
out of
me.
here, man. I love Drew, my boy. Drew is my dog. But let's not acting like he don't come up short.
Well,
He had
they
the
call
blade.
it Drew a 2% better version of Eric Bledsoe. Boy, they was roasting Drew ass last night. They had pictures of people. They'd be like, "This Eric Bledsoe," and then they'd be like, "This Drew Holiday."
No, I thought
He
hey,
will never
I thought
end.
Eric Bledsoe would have been able to at least take a little bit of the Drew hit.
Well, a lot of people,
None of the fall.
a lot of people said,
He was like a net.
a lot of people said that coming in when they made the trade that he would at least give you 70% of what Drew Holiday gave you. It wasn't just him. A lot of people have said that nobody expected Drew Holiday to give you be completely trash the entire year the way that he was. So like, and then unfortunately, it got to the point where didn't nobody want him this year because of the fact that he had 2 years, but next year. Going into next year should be a lot easier because he's technically an expiring contract, so he would be more lucrative for a team that is, let's say they're cap strapped and they got some talent, like let's say Indiana Pacers. They got a lot of cap for them not to be really doing too much, so they'll probably unload some of their guys that they got for a 5-year contract that someone we would like to get Eric Bledsoe so they can get up off that money. So that's why I'm saying that.
I wouldn't want to take him though, bro. He's like. His stock is so low.
No. You could because what they did with Kemba Walker today, you could essentially give up one of them picks. Go ahead and get Bledsoe out of there because that's what he gonna have to do. That's what he gonna do.
I don't think it's gonna take a first though. It's gonna take a second probably to get up off.
No, it's gonna take a first.
Why is it gonna take a first? If they just traded a first to get rid of Kemba Walker, who making $37 million.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
For 2 years. They ain't gonna take no first, brother.
They're not gonna take no first.
Trust me.
I don't want
to take that first.
I keep Eric instead of him.
Hold on, fam. Let me throw another topic at the panel. This will be the last one before we get out. All right. Yeah, Rudy got his hand up. What you got, Rudy?
I just want to say something before you went to another topic. Hey, DC and everybody, well, except for each one. Is y'all blood pressure running up? Because someone is salty.
He on one today.
No, man.
Yeah. He is on one, brother. Today. I know he was reaching me.
He was looking hard for that hat. He was looking hard for it.
I was in my closet. I got it at an anime convention. I saw it. I got it in the hat.
He got a prop on him. He threw a prop at him.
Come with props.
He come with props, man.
Hey.
I was tuning my guitar while Eric was on each was on a tirade. So.
Hey, thank you for that, Rudy. Hey, go off. You still available there, bro? Are you still up?
Yeah, man, I'm out here, man.
Okay. I'm gonna introduce somebody. Boss man said he had a question, but I'm gonna jump to the next topic.
Oh, no, that was somebody else.
No, I did.
Okay, GJ, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, now y'all don't bash me in the comments and in this chat.
No, we ain't gonna do that to you, bro. Go ahead and ask your question, bro. We all part of the same family, my friend.
Yeah.
So my question is, since y'all all heard about the Kemba Walker trade, would y'all trade Eric Bledsoe for Kemba Walker?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I'll take anybody.
It's too much money, big
contract.
Listen, bro, I would take anybody to get. Listen, bro. I would take any. Bro, I would take anybody to get rid of Eric Bledsoe, bro. You give me Kyle Lowry smell ass, I'll take him too. I want to get that guy the hell up out of here, man. But I'm just joking.
Big Q,
that's a lot of money.
Can we say this? Big Q, can we
go ahead,
agree
boss man?
That Drew Holiday actually, regardless if Drew Holiday was not a super impact player like that, and we knew his ass was going to shit out, we have to give that man his powers. He came to play hard every game, dog. And you see Eric, I was going to call him Eric Gordon because he's like the second cousin to Eric Gordon. Eric Bledsoe.
Hold on, boss man. Boss man, I got to pull each one, teach one on you, brother. Oh no, I'm not gonna let you sit there and try to. That's that. I ain't gonna let you do that there, boss man. I'm just messing with you, boss man. I'm just messing with you.
Grenade.
Eric Bledsoe, you can see You can see Eric Bledsoe just not motivated. The way he walk around, you can tell he was stuck with the team. He like, damn, y'all got me playing with a bunch of teenagers. I'm sick of this. I just came from with the Bucks. We make the playoffs and win 65 games every year in the Week East. Like, he came from that to this, and now he just disgusted. Now we stuck with that. I'm like, and he get paid $18 million. I never knew a person get $18 million a year to be trashed, be upset. That shit.
I think it's like 19 million this year. He getting a raise.
Yeah, 19.
Getting a raise for being bad.
He getting a raise.
Can I ask y'all a question?
It'll take all of us in a lifetime to make that much money.
Let me ask y'all a question. Why are we trading this? And this is the confusing part to me. Why are we trading for a point guard to put him at shooting guard with another point guard that we got being an off?
Oh, thank you.
Why not just let Lonzo let him try to be the point guard?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because I think that as talented as Lonzo is, as passing the ball, you can't trust him to run the offense completely.
Whoa.
I don't agree with that.
Who can you trust?
No, I don't agree with that, James.
Nah,
I thought you was gonna say he's not a threat to score or something.
No. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. The way you guys are putting it in the sense of like, okay, y'all want him to be like that CP3 type point guard. Lonzo is not experienced enough yet, or even know enough. Jason Kidd still, for the most part, was leaps and bounds as far as his IQ and how he could run an offense than what Lonzo is right now. Now, as much as people want to complain, talking about putting the ball in his hand and all that stuff, Lonzo, the only person that complained about it was his daddy. Lonzo Ball said that he not only took on the responsibility for his new role, but he relished in the new role, and he has had his best year. Forget all the fact that he didn't have the ball in his hand like a true point guard. Everybody say he had his best year in the NBA running his. Yes, he did. He had career highs in points, career highs in.
Did that translate to winning?
Can I get it? I can't let this finish.
He did time contract extension.
I can't let
2 years.
So Lonzo, it was career in points, 15 points. He was career low in rebounds and assists. And he was career high in steals at the end of the year. And let's go back to Lonzo. Now last year with history, when we had our starting five, Derek Favors, Zion, B.I., Drew, and Lonzo, we was the top offense by far
in the whole league.
But the defensive backcourt was bad.
And they've been to.
No, I'm saying they was good. They was a good defensive backcourt.
They had been
now this year.
In the middle of the season, they took the ball out of Drew hands and gave it to Lonzo. That was all Lonzo, bro.
I want to comment on something after Jay Black finished, man.
Okay, now this year, Lonzo shooting Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Lonzo, Eric Bledsoe, B.I., Zion, Steven Adams, always average over 116 points. Over 116 points. One of the top 10 in the top 10 in offenses. So how would you say that that's a bad offense? And he was running shooting guard. Shooting guard, not point guard. He was the second shooting guard because Eric Bledsoe was the first shooting guard. He was the second shooting guard. Zion was running point. We was averaging most of our points at 116. What Lonzo started.
We averaged most of our points when Zion was doing point Zion.
We was averaging that early in the year.
But our offensive rating was terrible because it was such a struggle for us to get our point. The reason why
everything. What was Zion's turnover rate? What was his turnover rate? And what was B.I. turnover rate?
Zion turnover rate wasn't very high. It was like
he averaged five turnovers.
No, he did. He averaged like 2 turnovers for the year. What are y'all talking about?
He ain't averaged no 5.
I think he was 5
us as a team.
Dude averaged 2 turnovers. Two turnovers for the year.
Let's say 2. What did B.I. average?
It's not just on Zion. I remember us having 19 turnovers in a game and then 15 in another.
I know what I'm saying. Bi too.
Like, we always
They put the ball in both of their
like,
hands when they need a point guard. They need a playmaking point guard to set them up easily, bro. That's the whole. Bi made this point and nobody heard him. He says when I'm playing off ball and I can just shoot, he says it takes a whole lot of pressure off me. That says a lot. That says a lot when your star player just said that after the game when he had the ball in his hand 90% of the time. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at the Portland game. Look at that Portland game, and look how that offense looked for 4 quarters with Lonzo having 19 assists and how smooth they ran.
Right.
It was smooth. Chris, everybody was running. And why not start Nickel next to him? You got your 2 playmaking point guards. You got one who can be a 2 guard and the other one who could go next to him. I'm saying they want to have a playmaker on the side. That's what David Griffin said coming into the season. They said they want to have a 2 backcourt playmaking system.
But also everybody has said that right now Lonzo's strength is not half court offense.
That's what I wanted to comment on real quick.
Go ahead, DC.
The reason that Lonzo Ball wasn't our starting point guard because Lonzo Ball ran an up-tempo transition offense his whole life. He never ran a half-court system like that.
Yeah.
And they had questions about him in the pick and roll because they was concerned about his jump shot. Not his spot-up shooting, but his jump shot. And as you saw, Lonzo Ball throughout the year, he started to transition. And you saw that he would be able to do that. And they started giving it to him a little more. And then that was my whole thing when I talked about Stan Van Gundy was going to bring him up to speed because he was going to force him to be a better scorer, which was the whole thing about him being a shooting guard was about. I mean, hindsight, you could disagree with it or say it was a good idea. He had his best year of his career. But he had to learn to be more primary as a scorer. That was Lonzo Ball's thing. He always could pass to people, but if you notice, even last year when we had the top-ranked offense, which it was, when Lonzo would go, man, and it would be like the simplest
he wasn't a threat.
And he passing it. Like, dude, lay that up, dunk it. What you doing? But, it would work for the most part, but when the game shrink, it really put the magnifying glass on.
I'm going to give y'all.
He had to work on his game, bro.
I'm going to give y'all one game to look at to show you why you should keep him and let him be the point guard. You see that? I agree with you to keep him. But you see that Pacer game where he took it over? That showed me a lot.
When B.I. got ejected and he got mad.
Lonzo took the game over.
Right.
Both ends. Remember, he took the defensive assignment to get the ball. Remember, he was either Bleeding Sword who got beat or one of them. And he came over on the rotation and jumped up with both hands in the air and made the defensive play.
But here's the thing: I don't think nobody disagreed.
He made shot after shot after shot in that game.
I don't think nobody disagreed with the fact that I think most of the people up here, the Big Q has said it, DC has said it, I've said it, that Lonzo Ball should come back, and Lonzo Ball works very well with Brandon Ingram and Zion. The thing is that Lonzo Ball with Eric Bledsoe was a terrible match because Lonzo Ball, as much as people talk about, he is not a good man-to-man defender on small guard. His thing is he's a lot better when it comes to someone he could get physical with. The smaller, shiftier guy, he struggled with. Them guys that's a bit. I'm telling you, them guys a lot that's about 6'4". Cause think about all the small guard that he had to pick up this year with no Drew Holiday that had to help him. He was getting murked on every other night.
Give me some examples. Just don't say that blanket statement. Give me some examples.
Okay.
Chicago. That's it.
That's
all you need.
What
about Kobe White?
Kobe White had 30 points. Kobe White had 30 points.
Was Lonzo Dean Kobe White or was he Dean Zach LaVine? He was Dean Zach LaVine the whole night. And Kobe White was going off on
Zach LaVine dropped like 45, brother.
Right. Yeah, Jay Black. I'm about to say Zach LaVine had more points than Kobe White. Kobe White in both matchups was feeding off of Zach LaVine.
Right.
Zach LaVine had like 45.
Hold on, fellas. I won't hear everybody. Jay Black, go ahead, bro.
You said small guard. He didn't defend the small guard that day. Because Kyler was defending Kobe White, because Kobe White was coming off the bench. And Kobe White caught fire because Zach LaVine was going off. He was going off that game, and nobody could do nothing. They switched multiple players on him. Nobody could do nothing. Basically, the whole year, nobody could do nothing with Zach LaVine. Except when
So we just going to excuse Brandon Ingram too, though? I mean, he was on the team. He got cooked too.
We want to stick straight to Lonzo right now. So,
but it's the team game, bro. I mean, everybody on the team got cooked.
Oh, don't get me started on one. Got a lot of smoke for him.
Everybody played bad defense. Everybody.
That game, I'm talking about specifically that game. You brought up the Bulls, so I'm just saying, if you look at the game.
So who was he defending? Who was Brandon Ingram defending?
Nobody. That's why he got caught lacking.
Who?
I think
he was guarding nobody.
With the rookie from Florida State.
He was a no apparently.
How much did he have?
I think he might have had like 16, 18.
It's not necessarily about that Brandon Ingram will get. It wasn't the fact that Brandon Ingram will allow like 30-something points. The issue with Brandon Ingram was that in a point where you would need a stop, he would go to sleep and get caught on back cuts. And
That's what I'm saying, James.
Yeah.
Like he done had 30 weed brownies. Like, dude, how do you think it's slow, bro? Like, the thing about BI is so aggravating with him is he has so much more to his bag than y'all know. He has so much more, but it just seemed like he done got that contract. And this is the thing that I'm seeing in the NBA. Once they get that contract, it's let me get up out of here now. You see what I'm saying? I got my bread.
But let me ask you.
He started off great this year.
But J-Rock, what I'm asking the panel is, BI last year was an all-star. He was almost there this year.
Yeah.
So my thing is this: how much of that is Van Gundy? Because a lot of the I know Lonzo Ball and BI, both of those guys can play defense. You can't tell me as gifted as they are and they were excellent. They were excellent players. That you mean to tell me they couldn't play that defense and they would allow 15 point collapses and 20? I mean, it's all of the collapses. You mean to tell me we couldn't hold and protect those leads? How much of that was Van Gundy versus them not wanting to play for a loudmouth guy like that?
Well, let me ask you this.
To that?
BI had the ball in his hand more than ever. He was running the offense. People forget that.
At the beginning, yeah.
That was early in the year, right? That was early in the year, but they had to because he wanted to get off because he wasn't comfortable. See, BI handles are not good enough. They need to call it what it is. He's not Jason Tatum. He's not strong enough.
Who is Jason Tatum? Jason Tatum.
But I know that. But they think he is. He's not. He can't handle the ball that way. But Stan Van Gundy put him in a good position where he had the ball in his hand. It's almost like watching Kevin Durant drop 50 the other night. And he had them 17 rebounds and then a 10 assists. B.I. was doing some of that. Go look at them stats early on in the year. He was doing that. But it just seemed like he just go home and he just say, you know what? Give me a quarter ounce and I'd have had enough for Van Gundy for the week.
No, the reports are different. The report states that
you mean the QP, huh?
Yeah.
Looking like old boy.
Well, no, he don't want to get caught with it in his house because that's 9/10 of the law.
They don't test no more, man.
I thought the report
came out 9/10 of the law.
I thought the report came out that Brandon Ingram had an argument over the music, over the loud music, because the Stan Van Gundy told him to shut down the loud music. He told him fuck no, and they had a spat back and forth.
Yeah, they came out.
And then he stopped getting the ball. That's when Point Zion came to life all of a sudden.
I don't think that is the reason why the ball left his hand.
Oh, that makes sense. It might have something to do with it.
Sound like a bit of vengeance to me.
I get that.
Because B.I. was getting triple doubles and shit.
He was getting triple doubles.
Hold on for a second, family. Let me introduce. Just a second, fam. Let's introduce another member to the panel. Brother Jonathan, how you doing, fam? Welcome to the Pelican thing. What's going on with you, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How y'all?
Doing good, bro. We got an animated panel right here.
It's
What's
lit,
going on, bro?
super lit.
Going on, bro. I mean, doing it, bro. Flowing.
So I'm gonna put my 2 cents in. What I feel like Lonzo's great. I feel like he can do his job if they let him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I feel like they should do is, I feel like, and I've been saying this for the longest, but I feel like they should put Lonzo at point. I feel like they should put BI at the 2. Hopefully,
I see
2,
that.
he can play better defense on these other
I don't
people.
know.
He's longer.
He's not
than
that
those
quick.
2 guards. Then you put
longer.
Zion at the 3. Once you put Zion at the 3, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he can guard people like
Black,
LeBron is
you
the only
hear?
one who
Zion
is
at the
probably
3,
big
he
enough.
can't go to 4. You see him on the rotation.
Hold
He
on,
can't get out on
wait.
the 4.
He ain't got to guard. He ain't got to guard.
I'm talking about
Let him
one-on-one.
finish what he's saying.
I'm talking about one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? He can guard most threes one-on-one. The 4 we need to find. We can even put Hayes at the 4 because you can see Hayes. He can shoot now. You know what I'm saying? We need to find a 5 because we need to get rid of
Steven Adams.
Yeah, Steven Adams. But we could put Hayes at the 4. If we did that alone and use the players how they're supposed to be used, that team right there would be 5. Now we need to get somebody who can protect the paint because Hayes, he just. You know, he don't have the IQ. He don't have the IQ yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you sound like you on Mike D'Antoni.
We missing some 3-point shooting though. That's my only I don't like about the lineup. But I think that could work though. Zion is better defensively than y'all give him credit for. I think he makes a lot of mistakes as far as knowing what to do defensively. I mean, come on, man. This technically his first year in the league, really. And all young guys struggle with defense, knowing what to be. But when you see Zion be one-on-one with people a lot of times, man, we done seen Zion make a lot of plays, bro, when they put him on somebody. Even that play with Russell Westbrook, what they gave him a foul, he won again. That was a hell of a defensive play, bro, on that dude. You know what I'm saying? To end the game. And he ain't shy or back down from that. Zion could guard people more athletic than you think. The dude is very athletic. Now, what I see with him a lot of times, I think he be tired. So we see him, he missing stuff and, you know, a little brain fog going on when you fatigue sometimes.
That what happened when you stagger him, bro.
Right. You're staggered and you're running point Zion. I mean, the dude was a little winded on some of the plays when we be judging him on defense. It'd be like a lack of effort, but I think
he be winning. He be winning, but the family telling me 300 pounds, so maybe that's a part of it too.
I disagree with that though. I seriously disagree.
He's definitely that, bro. He is
What, Jay?
Hold
on, Jay. What you disagree with?
That he's 300 pounds. No, he's not.
I think he might be 280, but he right there though. He right there. He right there. Bro.
How is 380 right there? I mean 280.
I said 280. Excuse me, 280. 280.
He's
right there.
That's a big difference. He a large fry from 300. What you trying to say? Each one teach one?
He a biscuit from 300. He a biscuit from 300, bro.
Popeye biscuit. Go ahead, Rudy. Rudy got his hand up.
Yeah, I agree with you, DC. Zion is a fabulous defensive player. He gets very physical when he needs to. Now, if you just keep his feet under him and maybe get some more muscle, that'd be great. But it's his first year. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because it's his pure full first year, you know. Because we had a busted ankle the first year, then we had this whole virus, and then like, come on, man, give him a little bit of a break. But I noticed this. Maybe I'm old school, but for me, there's 3 keys to winning a game: points off turnovers, free throws, and 3-point. That's one thing I think should really affect the game. And I feel like our points capitalized on turnovers have been decreasing, as well as our 3-point and 3-point percentage. You know, if we kept that up, we probably would have had a lot more games and kept the lead. But I do have a question for Mr. Johnson.
Go ahead.
Police officer.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I'm asking Mr. Johnson, are you a police officer?
Yeah, I'm sitting in the unit right now.
Well, thank you for serving the community.
All right.
I give all thanks to wherever to, and the police officers and the firefighters are the unsung heroes of our community.
Okay. So the Zion thing. what I see with Zion, when he wants to try hard, he'll play a lot better defense when he gets engaged. And I think a serious problem that I thought I seen is after his injury, after they tried to re-walk him and do all these things, make him play extra cautiously. He was doing real cautious things. He was cautious on defense. He wasn't jumping as high as he normally jumps. He wasn't playing as intense. I think that was a David Griffin telling him not to play that hard on defense. That's just something I'm throwing out there.
It is. Because David Griffin, an overprotective mother. That's what he is. He's an overbearing mother.
So y'all got. So let me. He a mother, all right. I ain't gonna fulfill that.
That's why I said that. He a mother, all right.
Yeah, he a mother, all right. But I won't feel the rest of it.
He a mother fifth alphabet.
Yeah, but man, this guy is just that David Griffin guy, man. Man, as it becomes more evident, fam, because I've been lighting them up, man. Because I started, we know what kind of dude this is, man. When he come, he make way too many excuses. He taking credit for shit that we know that he ain't doing fully. The LeBron thing, his whole persona is built on the LeBron Cleveland championship. We know LeBron was really the de facto GM, telling him, right, he was, if anything, he gets credit for being the gopher that was doing the picking up the groceries for LeBron. We telling him, go get me J.R. Smith, go pay Tristan Thompson. Remember, he paid Tristan Thompson, pay Tristan Thompson.
And check. 4 years, $80 million?
Some ridiculous.
BQ. All of them.
Yeah, who's saying that? Who calling? Boss man?
Go off.
Go off? Go ahead, go off. Go ahead, brother.
Let me ask you this. Okay. So it's evident that David Griffin, a slick all salesman, right? Why you think Ms. Benson never noted that?
Yeah, slick car salesman.
Because she don't. Because you gotta understand something about the business.
No. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm not talking about the basketball, but just how he lied. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Because he does. You know what he is, and I don't want to sound like, bro. I don't want to sound.
The cute, that woman not naive.
He's a number cruncher. He's a number cruncher. That's what he is. He's a good number cruncher. He keeps them out of certain cap. Well, he put them there with the trades, but he's supposed to be really good with numbers. He's supposedly be good with numbers. But his thing is he doesn't really know basketball. He doesn't know it. And he's like, you know what he is? He's like Jerry Krause. The way they hated Jerry Krause in Chicago, Michael Jordan and them, but Jerry Krause knew how to put a team together. Right. He, in a way, he makes the team can't stand him. He's part of the reason these kids want out of here because they see all the broken promises he makes.
But
at least Jerry Krause was honest.
All I'm saying is, we fired Alvin. They're still paying Alvin. Fired Van Gundy first year. We never made the playoffs in either one of them years. You don't think that woman looking at the result?
She is. No. She is. I think the thing is that, she looking at
get out of here.
I think this is the thing that a lot of people don't give Gail Benson credit for when it comes to the thing. One, she is willing to spend a lot more money than her late husband was. Like he didn't give a damn about the Pelicans. The only reason why he even got the team was because she persuaded him to get some. So the Pelicans is her baby. So I believe that she is the type that look. The only reason why that he was allowed to fire Stan Van Gundy is because she was willing to pay that money. Years past, because remember, we used to hold on to coaches a lot longer than we should have been got rid of because of the fact that we did not want to pay them money when they wasn't coaching. That's why I said that if he fired, there's no way in hell he didn't fire Stan Van Gundy without telling Gail Benson first that we're going to have to eat this. And she was like, okay.
He didn't want to fire the doctors. What are you talking about? They was so cheap.
But hold on, wait. This is my point. I just said that the husband was cheap. She said when she came into charge, and one of the things, and look, I give him this one thing. If you don't want to give David Griffin credit for nothing else, that's fine. I don't care. I don't like David Griffin that much anyway. But the one thing is that he did get that training staff
from
together.
from,
He can put a staff
from
together.
Phoenix.
You know what? Let me talk about some positives.
Wait. Let me finish. Hold on. Wait. Let me finish real quick. The other thing is too is that when it comes to Gail Benson, I truly believe that she is one.
He's going on get brother.
Man, yeah, boy, on it, boy.
He ain't give him no kind of slack, man. He beating him up on the show. He don't want to cut him no slack.
Let me roll this L up, man.
Hold on, wait. I'm not even just talking about.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Because he know he coming from.
Yeah.
He's watching for the snipers. He got a sniper scope on him.
That's why I'm like, look.
Say the wrong word.
That's why I'm trying to get off David Griffin. That's why I'm trying to get off David Griffin. I'm trying to focus on Gail.
Go ahead, brother James. No, brother James. That's fine, bro. Go ahead and break it down, bro. That's all right. I'm just picking fun at you, bro.
No, I know. Because I knew I was like, damn, if I bring this up, I ain't gonna never get a word in. But
they find out you trade your lane.
From your Saints podcast.
Right. So with Gail Benson, though, I truly believe for her, when it comes to the Pelicans, as long as they winning, money is not a problem. I don't think we're gonna run into like the OKC situation where they're going to be worried about money and then like they're gonna let James Harden walk. I guarantee you, if it gets to a point, if you sit there and say, hey, if we do this, we promise 50 wins and stuff like that, I guarantee you Gail Benson will write that check just like this. I don't think she has a problem with spending money. Now, I will say this. I do believe that, like you said, she is paying attention. If this don't work, she will fire him.
Right.
Like, all right.
She wouldn't have much of a choice. Right. No choice because this is his. I mean, that guy went through 3 lifelines real fast, didn't he?
Correct.
Oh, did he? Damn.
This is going into his 3rd year and he's on the hot seat. And the 3rd year ain't really started yet. I mean, 2 years he was with Gentry. I said, bro, listen. Isn't that crazy? I said, bro, listen. Get rid of Gentry. Don't come in here with that. Gentry failed, and it set a bad precedent because they paid Gentry after he was losing, and that was stupid.
We kept a bad habit from Gentry, bro. I want to make a bad habit.
Stupid, dumb, and you're right on that, brother. You're right on that, brother James. It is her baby. Tom Benson that's the Saints. The Pelicans are Gail, so Gail is paying attention. And besides, if he fails, he will get fired this year because ultimately, if he fails this year, you can basically kiss Zion Williamson gone. They can't. You can he is gone, bro. Bottom line, he won't give you no second contract, and we can talk all the shit that we want about AD or CP3. Them guys gave you 7 years. They gave you 2 contracts to get it right. Zion Williamson already. He gave you 2 contracts. The rookie year and the re-up. Go ahead, Jonathan. What you got, bro?
All right. This is another thing that I feel like the Pelicans have a big problem with. The one of the main problems is they don't have no leadership. And when I say Zion, he's too young to have, huh?
Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm interested. Okay. Go ahead.
No leadership. Like, say for instance, we always talk about all the leads that they gave up and all that other stuff. Well, as you can see, the Clippers and stuff last year in the playoffs, they gave up big leads. What everybody kept saying, oh, they need to go get Rondo. They need to go get Rondo to calm them down and, make them right. They don't have nobody who gonna say, all right, y'all need to stop, calm down, stop giving up the lead, stop making stupid plays, make a small play. They don't have nobody like that.
I disagree.
I agree with that.
If you look at the podcast, you've seen the podcast with Gilbert Arenas and Dwight Howard talking about Stan Van Gundy. They talked about Stan Van Gundy, and Stan Van Gundy was not allowing people to be leaders of the team. So he was the only leader. It was no other leader besides him. And if you heard Dwight said he wanted to be the good. He wanted to be the bad cop. The only reason he was the good cop, why he was playing goofy, is because of Stan Van Gundy. So Stan Van Gundy was not allowed.
Has always been a clown.
Huh?
Dwight Howard has always been a clown.
No. He explained why he was clowning a lot. He's
still
clowning
clowning now.
No, he's not.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah.
No, he a goofy dude, but Gilbert and Dwight said that Stan Van Gundy was a bad guy and he was hard on everybody. So Dwight Howard said he didn't want to be another bad guy after Stan is hard on everybody. That's what he said.
Yeah, we played that a little early on. We played that early in the show. We started the show up with that interview, by the way. We played that interview.
I ain't see it.
Yeah, we played that earlier. Matter of fact, yeah, Rudy got his. What you got, Rudy?
Shoot. I'm going to make a bet that if the things don't go, because I do believe Mrs. Benson, or Gail, as you call her, well, Miss Gail Benson, is paying attention, very close attention, and I'm willing to bet that David Griffin has at least, at bare minimum, 6 more months before he's fired. Or I'm willing to bet he's been fired this season. And if he's fired, I think that Zion will probably step up more. But I do want to ask this question, guys, because my brain is going off like a firework, and I got to get this curiosity question up. Should anything happen to Miss Benson, who would become the owner of the whole Saints franchise and Pelicans franchise?
I think it goes to Benson's grandkids, unfortunately, because I don't think Miss Benson has any kids. And remember, the grandkids. Okay, so because remember, the grandkid was fighting her over the Saints ownership and the Pelican ownership beforehand. So I'm afraid that if something happened, right,
Loomis ain't gonna let that happen.
Well,
Loomis can't stop it.
Right, I'm about to say. I hope.
I'm joking.
I hope there is someone that is, maybe not her child, but is someone that she could lead the team to. But based off what I'm aware of so far. If it goes to the next in line, the family, it's the grandchildren who fought over it. And my understanding is that they want the money. They want to sell the team and get their money. And then if that happens, then we asked out.
Well, I mean, didn't they have some conversations about Master P or something wanting to buy the team? And you still got other people that might want to buy it and keep it in New Orleans.
Remember, it was
the end of the world.
Well, let me add this bit of history to the. Hold on just a second, Rudy. Let me add this little because you asked a great question.
If P by the Pelicans, oh my God.
Let me add this to it. Remember, it was Tom Benson's brother Larry Benson who put the first group up to buy the Pelicans, and then it was him and the guy from the Port of New Orleans. It was a bunch of very wealthy men who made the bid originally. The NBA wanted to put the team in their hands of somebody they believe it would be safe with. So Tom Benson, when he came on the back end and undermined his own brother to get the deal, and ultimately it went that way. So I mean, in the end, there would be another proposal to the city again, and they would definitely end up doing that. But some other sidebar information: when Tom Benson took the Pelicans over, he did a lot of really great moves. He solved their ridiculous, terrible contract, the TV contract where half of the damn region couldn't see the Pelicans unless they went with this other service provider. He made it universal. He made it easy. He put that deal together with Fox for them to create Fox Sports, New Orleans, whatever it was. They changed it to Bally's or whatever, but that was Tom Benson doing that to get the Pelicans more coverage across the region. He saw together several different business deals, including the beer deal before he passed away. I mean, the dude was even into his older age and bad health. He was an excellent businessman.
He really was.
Excellent businessman. I got to give it to Tom Benson.
Tom Benson,
but he did a lot of greatness.
But
go ahead, Rudy.
I can say for certain, if should anything happen to Miss Gail, the Saints, I believe, are in great hands because I'm willing to bet that would take over that whole organization without a doubt. If not him, if Sean Payton retires, it's gonna be him.
Q, I want to ask you this question, man.
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking at, I must ask the whole panel. When you look at David Griffin, like as far as him and the move, I'm not gonna say the free agent moves he made, and this is what I'm talking about giving him credit, because you got to. He can put a staff together, because when you look at this staff, it's a really good staff with Swish Cash, Spoon, Fred. I mean, you got some hitters on this stack if you let them do their job. And a lot with him that I see is he like Ed Ogeron. He can't. It's like a cow. He makes something good, then he kick it over. You like how Ed Ogeron. You see what I'm saying? It's like how he turned around and he had Joe Brady, and then he didn't hire when he made the hires this year. He didn't even have an interview process. You didn't even have an interview process, bro, after winning the national championship for real.
That's a bad move.
And now that's why he was on the hot seat. And it seemed like you get these guys like that they want to show the world how great they are. That's why I was talking about with Jerry Krause. That's what he was fighting with Jordan. He wanted to show the world how great he was with it. But remember when Jordan left now and he got Jason Williams, Ryan Artest, and all of them, he ain't go nowhere. He couldn't win after that at all.
I'll go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead.
But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, granted, that's probably the only thing, like James said, that's the only thing you can take away. He puts a great staff together, but like you said, if he allows them to do their job, they'll be a lot more successful. And I know from personal experience, from a semi-pro team, when the owner doesn't let the coaches and staff do their job, the whole system will implode. That's why there's no semi-pro team based of around where I live, because the owner messed it up. There's some where there's more close towards Baton Rouge, but that's because they're a new owner and new team.
Everybody off his staff is up for, like, Layden was up for the Sacramento job. People forget Swim was up for another one.
He was. So I don't think Traylon truly wanted that Sacramento job, because as much as everybody talk about this, like, that owner is also incompetent as well. He stepped into a lot of stuff as well. Like, so that Sacramento owner is incompetent.
But James, let me throw this at as well. You just got this job. You just got it. Why would you? You know what I'm saying? Why would you? But I'm saying that was we covered it, and I'm saying, and I remember telling us at DC, what the hell is he doing looking at Sacramento? He just got this job. He just got here.
Well,
How you looking for another job here?
I'm gonna tell you why. Remember, before David Griffin convinced Trajan Langdon to come to New Orleans, Trajan Langdon was in position or interviewing for jobs because he was the hot ticket. Trajan Langdon was a hot ticket for what David Griffin is now, right? But David Griffin, I don't know what he whispered in Trajan Langdon's ear for him to turn down the other job. Maybe he looked at all the other situations and didn't feel comfortable with them. Just like, you know what, I'd rather, because he wasn't a GM in Brooklyn. He was like on the lower level, assistant GM.
He was the GM of the G League team.
The GM of the G League team, and then he was so I guess he was like, you know what, I'm gonna go here. I'm going to have this GM title, and then at some point, may I go and be the GM somewhere else. Now again, like I say, he turned down the Sacramento thing because, like I say, you'll be unless you really, because Trajan Langdon gonna get another opportunity to be a GM or president or whatever them titles be. He gonna get another opportunity. So I truly believe he probably looked at the situation where, like, okay, I know if I go to Sacramento, it's gonna be hell. I know if I go there, I'm not going to get the true opportunity to get here. And as much as David Griffin may be this person that's stepping over the line and not letting the man talk and doing all this stuff, there is still a good possibility. Forget David Griffin, that this situation could turn out to be something, and then he could go somewhere. Because like if they turn this around, and this is a big if, but you got a good shot with Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram on your team. If they can turn this around with all these draft assets, then guess what? The sky's the limit for him. So that's why I think it's a situation where he may not be staying here for long, but they could turn it around. He could go be the GM for like Philadelphia, because they probably gonna fire Elton Brand for too long.
Yeah, listen, I'm an optimist. I'm gonna be honest with you, but listen, I'm also a realist above everything, and I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I look at this, and I said this at the end of the season when family members was asking Q, "What you think about this? The Pelicans? What you think they do?" I said, "Listen, fam, let me tell you something. We got a problem here. The problem is we got a general manager, and I was saying this before all of the articles came out about David Griffin got his tentacles all up into the game plan, micromanaging the minutes of the players and the restrictions. I didn't know the particulars, but I knew what I was looking at, and I know you can reverse engineer that thing to see exactly what it is. That's not quantum physics or astrophysics. It's basketball. You can watch how they were acting and how they were participating, how he was out on Front Street. What I'm saying is he has a problem. The problem is he's a camera whore. He loves the attention. He wants things. And I'm telling you, he's there. And then he's the worst type of micromanager. He's a guy that wants to be on Front Street. He wants the credit for all of the stuff, but none of the blame. And he set up this structure. He got Swim Cash there, yes. And he has Stranger Lane. These are both really young professionals that'll be excellent for any team. But they will never get to see that, because if they were that good, they would be a threat to him, because they're a lot younger than him. They're more intelligent than him. And eventually they would surpass him. So to suppress it, if I'm a technically some bitch like he is that like to try to micromanage and hold everything back, why would I allow them to free live and do what they want to do? So what I'm saying is this: in order for us to get somewhere, you can pick the right coach and put him in position. But if he's still micromanaging and doing the things that he was doing last year, it does not matter. So you can fire Stan Van Gundy. Go ahead, brother Jonathan. Go ahead.
He literally fired Stan Van Gundy.
Yes.
For saying he don't want, like Stan Van Gundy said, hey, this is how I want to coach. And he said, oh, well, I don't want you to coach that way, and fired him. Like,
no, brother Jonathan, that's not what happened. He didn't fire that man.
They had a mutual parting of ways.
That's
Do you get it?
But wait.
I hate this guy.
But wait. Did y'all see? This is Kappa.
Bro,
did y'all see him with the fake tears? The man said, today we let go of a great guy. This was his exact words. He said, today we let go of a great guy. And
I hate him so much.
Hold on, wait.
Man, he was a great human.
Hold on, real quick though.
A great human.
Here's the thing, real quick, and I think a lot of Pelican fans end up turning and switching on the side of David Griffin with this one thing. I'm gonna tell you why. When it came out to come to find out, when it came out to come that the reason why Bledsoe was still playing was because of Stan Van Gundy. Like, because
I knew that. We all knew that.
But that's the thing. Like, that's if anything, that was just like, but I told you to put the kill Alexander Walker. I'm gonna play Bledsoe, and you see that every night. I fire his ass too. I'm sorry. Like, you talking about disagreement?
Well, I put Bled in for 2 hours.
That's a big
ass. Gave us about 6 minutes.
They never said nothing bad about him in the press conference either.
Never.
I don't know what type of bromance he had going on with Bledsoe, man. That dude was in love with Bledsoe. Y'all remember we pulled out the picture?
Energy tonight.
We pulled out the picture. Guess who was sitting right next to him for the team photo?
Go ahead, John.
All right, so I always wonder why they picked the worst possible pick for Drew. They picked the worst possible pick out of all the things we heard, all the things we then seen. We saw the Nuggets, we saw the Nets, we saw, oh man, all these would be great. And they picked the Bucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
The reason they picked the Bucks is probably because of Stan Van Gundy.
True.
No, they say they wanted to ship Drew East. They said they didn't want to go against him. And he deserved the win. They said they did him a solid. That's the lie. They did him a solid.
But I also think it's not Michael Jordan, bro. I got to find a better deal for him in the West. I would have sent his ass to the West. Drew Holiday is not Michael Jordan. I would not be scared of him to play.
But I also will say this though. I think the other thing is that, like, I think what part that people forget now is that as much as the players probably would have been very helpful to us this year, like teams value future picks a lot more than known commodities now. Like if you sit there, you look at how it could be a first round pick from a team that you know damn well is going to be good. They still rather have that pick than the known minded player because you never know what happens. I understand it don't make sense, but that's what they're doing. The other thing is,
we're not even going to draft the player, James. We're going to give him to somebody else.
Right.
But that's the point.
Brother James, though, he'll never get to them picks. He got a 5-year vision. I'm telling you, this guy here is full of it, man. You cut that guy and shit start pouring out what the cut you cut him, man. That's full of it, man. Because that you got 1,000 picks, first round, second rounds, and whatever you got 1,000,000 picks. And he about to get fired this year if he can't get it. What good is them picks gonna get your ass? You're not gonna be able to use it.
I'm trying to build a sustainable family. That's what I'm trying to build, a sustainable family.
That's right.
And we gonna keep kicking people out the family and adopting orphans.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
Make a lot of damn sense.
What make, because he's not, and listen, as the seat turns up and gets hotter, what happens is his patient level for drafting young players, his patience not going to be there for develop them young players.
But you was never, but you was never going to you attain those picks. Look at OKC; they got 20,000-30,000 picks for the next 7 years. They have no plans on keeping all them picks. Like if you stockpile that many picks, your intention is not to draft the players; it is to trade them because we're
gotta be ready to get a good player.
But see, that's in the top 10. No, not really. Well, I'm gonna again.
Look at Boston, though, bro. That's a great example of having all those picks and just letting that shit fall through your hands and not doing nothing with it.
But see, that's the thing. That's the only thing that I hope he don't do. But the other thing is that again, those picks are so far out. We ain't talking about like, okay, we got the 2022 Milwaukee Bucks pick. We got the 2027 Milwaukee Bucks pick. You got Drew Holiday. Hold on. You talking about
you can have this pick. It's in 2026. Here you go.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you got Drew Holiday. Think about it. You got Drew Holiday who is borderline, who's 30 years old. So that's 6 years. He gonna be 36 at that point. Chris Middleton gonna be old as hell at that point. You gonna have to. So that's a good bet in the fact that anybody else, like we ain't gonna keep it, but somebody else looking at that pick like, oh, that look good. And I tell you another thing is too that Lakers 2022 pick looking damn good right now with AD, with Mr. Glass street clothes. And
you crazy if you think they're gonna let the Lakers go and lose out the playoffs.
There you go.
All right, see, it ain't about what they going. It ain't about what they let go do because guess what? Guess what? It ain't about nothing. Hold on. Here's the thing though. You look at the Lakers. They have no capital. They have no draft assets because we have all of. They got to trade Kyle
with Dame.
They try to force Dame Lillard down their throat right now, man.
No, they ain't.
They try to make them take Bradley Beal. Dude, did you see how they got? They talking about. This is the question I asked the Lakers.
They must be gonna give them Usher bucks. That's what they were gonna give them.
This is the thing that I'm asking Lakers fans that they came up with. I said, how can y'all trade for somebody you don't have the capital to get? And the thing that they came up with, well, we traded Anthony Davis down at all for literally nothing. I'm like, well, Brandon Ingram was.
They stupid. They said literally
because
nothing.
You gotta think, Lonzo Ball wasn't what he was. Josh Hart was a bench player. Brandon Ingram wasn't an all-star then. So that's how they looking at it. And when you look at the picks,
they was desperate to win now. That's what they said.
That's right.
The future
but
for
the league want them in there. They want they need that big market in there. So they're gonna keep the Lakers. That's why they forcing Bradley Beal over there. Dame Lillard, they're gonna. I mean,
you might not think they don't give. But you have no money, no draft picks for the next.
Watch the new cap mill.
You see how Dennis Schroeder got over there?
Did you see how
Dennis Schroeder got over there? They got Dennis Schroeder for absolutely nothing.
Hold on, they did do that because for one, OKC didn't necessarily want Dennis Schroeder because they wanted to get a whole bunch of second round picks. Anyway, but here's another thing is too.
But why would I help them out?
Because you don't care about them, because the thing is that you gonna let them have it now, and we're gonna have the future. The second thing is too, if you look at Dennis, hold on, let me finish. What did Dennis Schroeder help for them this year, this offseason? Not a damn thing in the playoffs. The second thing is too, guess what? Out of all of that, they have to pay Dennis Schroeder. You know why? Because they had a bird rights, and if they don't re-sign Dennis Schroeder, they can't go out there and sign nobody else.
They coming after Lonzo.
No, they can't afford him.
They want their baby back.
Look, hey, no, Black.
No, the Lakers in trouble, bro.
I don't think they can trade back for him.
I don't think people realize just how bad of a situation the Lakers is
they
right
are
now
in a bad
because you have no draft. The only draft pick they have left is this year coming up because they was protected between 8 through 30, and then because they're not going to be they're not going to be worse than 8th pick. So it's going to be, they're going to have that pick, and then our pick converts from that to 2022 pick. Then we got all the other draft assets for the next 5-6 years. They don't have another draft until like 2028 or some craziness like that. Then at the same time, you have no money because you got AD under a whole bunch of money. You got LeBron James under a whole bunch of money for at least, because he signed for three more years. He didn't sign for the 2 and a possible like he usually do. He signed for the whole deal because he knew this was probably gonna be his last big contract. The other thing is as well is that, okay, your best player, not even say your best player, but your best young asset is Kyle Kuzma, who his cap stop has dipped a whole bunch, and another people ain't gonna. You're gonna have to figure out a way to get rid of him because he also has a poison pill on his contract. Ain't nobody finna take that poison pill contract for somebody that's giving you barely 15 points a game and ain't doing nothing else. So they're not finna do that. You got to re-sign Dennis Schroeder, because if you don't re-sign him, you don't have enough money to go out to go get. Now he's not gonna get the $100 million that he turned down, but he gonna get 80. He gonna get 80 because of the fact that they ain't gonna have no choice but to give him the money.
They already offered him 84. That's
what I'm saying. They still got to go back and give it to him, because if they don't and he decided to go somewhere else, they're still up against the cap to the point the only thing they can sign is a mid-letter exception type of guy, which ain't gonna give you.
They wanted Kyle Lowry.
They can't afford Kyle Lowry because Kyle Lowry gonna demand $18 million on the free market.
Really?
I mean,
yes.
But let's not act like people ain't take a pay cut to play with LeBron, though.
Right there.
Kyle Lowry can go somewhere else, and instead of going to go somewhere else that has a higher chance.
I don't believe they want Schroeder back, brother. I don't think after how he
and they might
5
not have
points in the playoff game.
I don't disagree. with what you're saying. My thing is that they don't have a choice, because if they don't re-sign him, because they have his bird right, which means that you can go above the cap to re-sign him.
Okay,
to attain it. But because that's the only way they allow you to go exceed that. But so because they
gonna sign and trade him. They gonna sign and trade him.
But ain't nobody finna sit. But that's the thing. Ain't nobody finna sit there and take on that money either. Like, nobody's finna give Dennis Schroeder that money and trade for him. And I'm not finna. Why would I need to give you anything if I could go sign Dennis Schroeder? Because you have no choice. I can go out there and get me somebody else for cheaper that's probably gonna give me more than Dennis Schroeder gonna give me. And then at the same time, I don't have to give you assets. I'm not finna give you assets. You stuck. Why would I give you anything? You stuck. You have to resign.
Because it's the relationships, bro.
Yeah, relationships.
Ain't nobody finna sit there and get that great of a relationship to just to give them stuff for nothing.
Bro,
They find out
trust me,
that
it happen all the time. Why you think when Kevin Durant went to Brooklyn, they signed and trade him so they could get something back? It happened all the time.
No. They signed and trade him because they did that because KD told them, like, look, I'm not going. He said that I'm not going because he could go somewhere else. He told them that, hey, I'll do the sign and trade. Then they had to rework it because they were going to do a sign and trade was going to be him and D'Lo. He didn't want to be seen as if it was just for him for DeAndre Russell, so they had to send them a first-round pick.
So you don't think Brooklyn had nothing to do with that?
No, KD did. KD could have chose to go somewhere else, bro. KD. You think KD, you sit there got a situation where you got Kyrie who's there and KD, and they sit there and say, hey, because KD could have just went straight to Brooklyn. He didn't have to.
It's all business and relationship.
You don't have what KD got a relationship with he could have just left. He did that. The only relationship he had is that I'm going to do a sign and trade to help you guys out.
But why he didn't do that from the jump? Why after he said he was signing, then they went back and redo it? He already made his mind up he was going. That just shows you that. KD had a relationship with Golden State. It ain't had nothing to do with Brooklyn relationship with Golden State. It was KD saying, I'm not going to hurt you that bad. I am going to allow you to do a sign and trade to get something for me, which was because OKC he didn't do that for. He just left them. He just left and went straight to Golden State Warriors. So this the same KD that shit on the Warriors saying y'all wouldn't have won nothing without me, but he was looking out for him then, but not after that.
Because he didn't have to. Like my thing, you keep saying that there's nothing that Brooklyn nor Golden State, because Brooklyn had the money to sign KD straight up. Because they were gonna let DeAndre Russell go. The whole thing is that KD didn't have to do anything. KD could have just walked right to Brooklyn and still got his money. There was nothing Brooklyn didn't want to have to give nothing there, but at the same time, they're like, oh shoot, you know why Brooklyn did the deal? Because they got a first round round pick for it because KD said that I didn't want it to be a straight up trade for me and D'Angelo Russell, and Golden State had to send them a first round pick. Like, cause I think you guys, I think you guys forget just how powerful these players are these days. Like,
no. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got you.
Think about it, because Kyrie, the thing is that the only reason why they just, because Kyrie and KD were gonna go to New York no matter what was the situation. The only reason why they chose Brooklyn over the Knicks is because the owner in New York suck ass. If Brooklyn was still in New Jersey or they was in Tupelo, Mississippi, they would have been with New York. Well, the Knicks. But the reason, because Brooklyn was there and they had a new owner that was willing to spend a whole bunch of money, and the GM, they were going to say, hey, here you go. You can have whatever you want to. You ain't got you can run a team. You can have the coach that you want. You can have the trainer. They even put the KD's two bodyguards on the damn coaching staff.
Right. But let me ask you this, though. Let's take a look at David Griffin. We wondering why he giving up picks or dropping down picks, trading picks. Don't you think that that's building relationships for in case the Pelicans let him go? He got somewhere he can go.
I mean, everything.
Bro.
No, I'm not sitting there saying that relationship is not part of everything. That's how you make trades for one.
Man,
like,
we'll run that ball up out of here like Detroit did Van Gundy. Don't play with us with that.
But yeah, we'll run
play
it.
with me.
We'll run
I have you shaking like Van Gundy around here. Don't be playing, making sound. But he a mischievous, diabolical little.
That's what I'm saying, Q. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Man, them boys looking at their future. He say a 5-year plan. If they say David Griffin, you ain't getting them 5 years. You don't think the Hawks or anybody look at Alvin Gentry. Why you think so many coaches get rehired? It's relationships, man.
But that's see, and the whole thing is
a brotherhood, isn't it?
Like, remember me and Big Q, what we said before. Like, one thing Alvin Gentry gonna do is survive.
He gonna survive. There's two things he gonna do. He gonna survive and he gonna have some heavenly hell.
Well, he ain't got them fish eyes for nothing. He know how to swim.
I bet $5 that Lou Walton go get fired. I bet $5.
They said the reason B.I. like him is because they hung out smoking together. That's what they told me. I don't know.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, that boy. Man, look at Alvin eyes. Yo, why you think he threw up on the sideline a couple years ago when he had the bucket out there? Man, Alvin is a drunk and he'll smoke. Alvin gets pulling them trees, man. Alvin gets pulling them trees.
I know you're drunk, but I know, bro. Listen, I have uncles and people, man. I know about that Heavenly Hill, bro. I know about all that, bro. I remember I had uncle had a Heavenly Hill, man, in a plastic bottle, man. That's cheap liquor, man. That took a little. I said, Uncle, you know what you drank? I poured that out on an oil stain, and they took my shoe and mashed it in that all came up, and that wasn't no new oil. That was old oil. I said, you drinking that? And took that, looked at it, and then kept drinking. I said, okay, well, goddamn.
How many of y'all saw how bloodshot red Alvin eyes was? Look how bloodshot red in the lips. He the sippy lip. Yeah, look.
He got he got almost got Obama lips. He got the weed. You know that's that weed, man. Come on, bro. All the way down. It's right off. It's like the cigarettes. Like you got it. They stop at the tip. Nah, Obama
them Virginia Slim. Them
right. He get all the burn all the damn lips up.
Y'all ain't right.
Hey, look.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
My question is, what y'all think we gonna do as far as re-signing the heart and soul of the team?
Josh Hart?
Yeah.
I think they're gonna end up. They're gonna let him go.
Josh Hart out, bro. He publicly came out said he won't leave. He gave Najee Marshall a 3-year deal, $5 million. They brought Dede Lazada back for the last 2 games of the season just to make sure they ain't need Josh Hart to see what he could do.
Yes, no spot
Josh
for him.
Hart is a winner. He's a winner.
It's over, man.
Well,
he is the winner. I like him.
We overrating Josh Hart, man. Let's be real, man.
Nah, man. I mean, we're not overrating him as a winner and a role player. Josh Hart is an excellent player, man.
That man was streaky. All he did was grab rebounds because ain't nobody else was.
He brought an energy to that team off the bench, bro. That second unit wasn't saying about Josh Hart.
Hold on, y'all all talking at the same time. Okay, I didn't get none of that.
That play defense but can't shoot threes.
Yup.
So boss man, you saying Josh Hart overrated?
Yeah.
Like
he's overrated. For what
I bet you whoever Josh. Go ahead.
For what he gives us though, he's not worth $13 million, bro.
13. Oh,
I don't think
yeah,
it's
if it's 13,
So
he gone. I
think he's going. I think he's
I
gonna
give him
walk
8 or 7.
on the market for what he does. He can get about 13, 12 mil, bro. I don't want to pay nothing but 10.
Yeah.
He gonna get 13.
I would
plus
bring
8
him
million.
back.
Like pushing it for me.
But I
Like
think-
8 mil. If
but I
he
think
give
the
us
thing-
if he give us a hometown discount,
He not doing that because this is first big deal. And the other thing is too is that if the Pelicans did not discover Najee Marshall, or even like you said, he finally let him play Big Q. If Najee Marshall didn't get a chance to play, if also we didn't see a little bit of Didi Lovato toward the end of the year, I think that there may have been a harder decision on Josh Hart and whether or not they bring him back, because of the fact that I don't think he's overrated. I think he's properly rated as an energy guy. Because if you think about it, every team needs that energy guy off the bench, that guy that's going to hustle and play. Every team need that guy that's going to hustle, play, and yeah, he's not a stone cold killer at 3, but he still would shoot 35% from the 3-point line, which is respectable. It's not terribly great, but it's still respectable. But the thing is too is that you have he's a 2-guard side, but he played like a small forward. The thing is that when you got Najee Marshall, who is 2 or 3 inches taller than him, who is a true wing, who is shooting about the same percentage and give you the same amount of points. Now he's not giving you as many rebounds, but it's still about close overall. It is a better playmaker, and he drives to the basket. The one thing that Josh Hart wasn't very good at was like he would drive on a fast break, but on a half court system, like he on a half court set, if it wasn't a 3, he probably wasn't really he limited. So in that sense, that you got Najee Marshall, who may not be as energetic as Hart is, and really hustle after them rebound like Josh Hart did, he still give you about 60% of what Josh Hart, but he's 10 times less the price. So that, and then you need as much money too going forward, because outside of just the trade that you go end up making, because they're gonna get off of Eric Bledsoe, they may get off of Adams, so that's about $35 million they're gonna get off of probably this coming year.
You got to bring people back though.
What about
There's not no trade without bringing people back.
No, you're gonna bring people back, but that's why you got the pick. You gonna have the number 10 pick this year, the between 9 and 10 pick this year. So I don't think they keep that this year. I think that's gonna be traded. Then they gonna probably go get somebody.
we don't need we don't need that.
You can bring the money's gonna come back.
Okay.
So if you say Steve Adams for Miles Turner contract is going to come on top of ours.
But Miles Turner be making about what Adams is, but he's a better player. Like
he's you don't have the praise though. So
but that's fine. It ain't about necessarily the situation of that you're trying to say, because I don't think they're trying to save money next year. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're redirecting the money towards better talent. Like that's the thing. Like that's the reason why you're sitting there. You surrounded them with better talent. That's
what you ain't looking at. They didn't.
Hold on, fellas. We're talking at the same time. I can't hear you.
They wasn't planning on bringing Lonzo back. That's what nobody really realized here. They wasn't really planning on doing it, because that was the whole reason to go and draft Kyra. That was the reason of drafting Nickeil Alexander. They were planning on letting him go, and then when he started showing, and him and Zion got really cool, now that puts the pressure. Okay, what's the reason of drafting Kyra and not Nickeil Alexander, and you got Lonzo Ball?
I truly believe.
You need another backup shooting guard.
You had Frank Jackson on the team. You had.
That's why
Frank Jackson wasn't worth keeping, my guy. Like you,
exactly. Hold up, family. Hold up. We're gonna let everybody get their last comments in, and we stop talking over everybody. Everybody gonna get their last time to say something, because we're getting ready to close out the show in a little while.
They want to say something.
Who going? Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Rudy said I won't say something. Go ahead, Rudy.
We waiting on you.
He has hand raised, so.
Oh, DJ.
Okay.
I'll say something.
Good.
All right, so next two people, Hernan Gomez. Are we keeping him because he showed something? And
I
he
say
showed
yeah.
it way better than
He actually went
than
If he don't
yeah.
command crazy money, I definitely think
And
they bring him back, or they will be willing to give him a
James
raise if they're gonna
Johnson.
trade. Oh, my bad, brother. What you
I
said?
said him and James Johnson because James Johnson showed something too.
James Johnson, I want him
15
back.
mil.
I don't know if they're gonna bring him back though. He was making 15 million. I don't know what
15
somebody
mil.
else willing to pay him. You're not gonna get
I think he
Herman
dropped.
Gomez and James Johnson.
I think
Both of them should be on minimum contracts.
Nah, that
well,
Herman Gomez, he could get more than the minimum what he showed with us.
yeah.
Somebody give him at least $5 million a year.
I mean, how much? You remember that's almost the Jaleel Okafor syndrome that occurred when he balled out for the Pelicans last year, and then he got paid. With Billy Hernan Gomez, I'm interested in him because he ain't much on defense, but I did like the energy and the effort, the intelligence he played with, how he would pass the ball and he was good offensively in the post down there. But I mean, as far as Johnson, which was a guy that I was basically just me and DC were talking about all season long, right, bro? We were, you listen to the show, Jonathan. You heard me saying, man, we need a stretch fold. I said Markieff Morris type. That's what I kept saying. And then, but he's like the poor man. I guess I ain't gonna say poor man version, but he was a good player. But he made $15 million last year. I don't know if I don't think they're bringing him back at that price. If we could take a significant reduction, I mean, perhaps we might be interested. But I like both of those guys a lot. I just don't know if we can get both of them here.
Man, look, you know what?
Go ahead, DJ.
This is DJ's talking. We got our stretch four, and his name is William Gabriel. So
damn, a lot of wines.
All these names, I'll vote for, but nah. But getting to my question, and Jonathan kind of questioned it. Since we have at least maybe I'll go with 7 to 8 players on the roster, what are y'all picking at the number 10 pick? I don't want Big Q and DC to say nothing because I know the answer gonna
Not
be
a guard at all. No guards. No more guards.
I'm trading the pick. I'm not drafting nobody. I'm trading the pick.
Okay.
What, James?
Yeah, I'm
What
gonna
you
have to
trading for,
trade.
James?
Well, I'm trading for.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get some. No, sir. I'm trying to get somebody like Malcolm Brogdon. Yeah, ready. I'm trying to get somebody like Malcolm Brogdon with the 10th pick.
No more guards.
I like that.
No. But you going? My thing is like
he's still a guard.
I understand. I understand. You still need a guard. As much as you talk about like you start a shooting guard because I don't. As much as Nikhil Alexander is talented, I would rather him come off the bench as my Manu Ginobili.
He don't play right off the bench.
Yes, he do. What are you talking about?
He played better as a starter than he do off the bench. He do. It's real. If you look at all of his points, and what he did, it was when he started. The Clipper game, 37, he started. Golden State, 31.
I'm sorry to say, unless we're gonna go out there and go get a true crazy because remember, if Nikhil Alexander Walker is starting, that means that you're gonna have some big trade crazy guy at the center position to replace Stephen Adams. Because if Nikhil Alexander Walker is the starter as this team is currently constructed, I don't think we're going very far.
Well, hold on here. Let me say this, bro. I knew he was coming. I had to try to stop him from interrupting James, but he
You don't put that on me, man. Don't put that on me.
You had it up or even
Don't throw that jacket on me.
He had it up here. He had it pointed down. He was coming up with it.
Stand down.
Watch out. James, watch out. But yeah, bro, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I'm thinking about it, and Lonzo Ball, I think we got to solve that. We got to bring Lonzo back because Zion want him, Bi want him. We don't need to tear the team up any further than that. And I don't know what the hell. I'm serious. I don't know what David Griffin doing with this team, fam. I don't know who he don't have. I don't know who he's going to get for the coach. I don't know if he going to let somebody else but him pick the coach. Even though we covered the interview, DC, where he admitted that he's not good at picking coaches, but he's still picking coaches. Bro, this dude is crazy,
He's
man.
finally gonna let Tracy Langdon do it, Q?
Bro, I don't think so because he has this micromanaging.
He just said he wasn't good at it, though.
He can't help himself, bro.
He's a habitual
He can't
liar.
help himself. Bro, I mean, he can't.
He a coach hole too?
Bro, no, he wants the credit for everything. He gets in the way of everything. So I mean, it's just I don't know who the coach is going to be. I don't know, and even if
whoever
make the coach, go ahead, Jonathan.
Whoever agree with his philosophy and coach how he want him to coach.
Oh man, that's the loss then.
No,
Because he don't have no philosophy.
Would y'all take Laurie marketing?
He got to be lockstep.
Q,
No.
would you take Laurie marketing?
No, bro, I don't want Laurie marketing.
Wait, hold up. What are the conditions for taking Laurie marketing? That's what I
Okay,
want.
like he was talking about with the pick. I would try to trade that.
No, I'm not trading.
The
I'm not trading. I'm not trading.
No, wait. No. Hold up.
James got hit.
I'm getting rid of Bledsoe on that contract though. I'm gonna try to get rid of Bledsoe out of there.
No.
So you still don't want
That's a bad move. That A pick and just to get rid of Bledsoe and get Larry marketing.
Because
you gotta overpay him.
You gotta pay Larry marketing because he's a restricted free agent.
I agree with James.
He got
The
paid.
trade James
stretch four.
I like the trade for James when he said
Malcolm Brogdon. That's the one.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm up on. That's what I was saying too.
But John just says now we don't need no more guards.
No more guards, and I'm on
Malcolm.
that.
But
That's
Malcolm Brogdon.
I told you from get-go, put Ingram at the shooting guard.
But Malcolm,
that's what they've been wanting to do.
But I'm saying if Lonzo Ball is the guy, you bring in because listen, Malcolm Brogdon is I won't say he's
everything you want, bro.
Right. He plays both positions. He plays defense. He's the guy with the ball in his hands.
3-point shooter.
He makes sure he distributes the ball. He's incredibly intelligent. He does play defense.
Okay.
He plays defense. He can shoot the three. He's 6 foot, what, 6?
6'5", I think.
6'5", but his game is where you want Lonzo's game to be in a year or so off. That's how he averages over 20 points a contest. He got high ratings. I wouldn't be mad about that.
$18 million.
Drew Bledsoe money.
And I think they will take Drew Bledsoe plus the 10th pick because, like I said, you got Brogdon for at least another 4 years after that fact.
He only got 2 years. He got 2 or 3 years.
Okay, is it 2 years after this year? Or two?
I think it might be 2 after this year.
It is.
Okay, so 2 years after this year. Eric, so already you trade Eric Bledsoe to them because that's an expired contract, meaning that I think his second year, Michael Brown would be about $20 million. So there's $20 million that the Pacers will not have to pay, and they can go elsewhere because they already got Karis LeVert. They got Karis LeVert, so they got their combo guard. They don't gonna necessarily need Michael Brogdon next year, and they also trying to get up off of Miles Turner. So they need to get rid of some of that money. So you give them you get them a 10th pick because then you get them to be able to draft young talent for cheap, and they can reload, and we get Malcolm Brogdon, and then they can do right.
You got to compete.
And Miles Turner.
It's the bonus on the market.
And Miles Turner.
For Bledsoe, bonus is not on the market.
You're not on the market.
He was at the trade deadline last year. They were saying we could have got him, but I don't know how that's moving now. Once they got rid of that coach and everything.
Yeah, that's a big part of it because they might not want to move Malcolm Brogdon, but because they might see Brogdon and Karis LeVert as something that's going to carry him forward, depending on if Rick Carlisle. Now, word on the street, Boston likes Carlisle or Indiana either way. I mean, so he needs something to start with. But, I mean, listen.
Who y'all want as a coach?
Somebody black.
Somebody ain't going to take shit from Griffin. That's another thing, man.
Somebody black and young.
Ferry Benson.
Yeah.
Hey, what about
Red V?
What's the dude name? Is it Lee? What's the coach name?
Charles Lee.
Charles Lee.
Yeah, Charles Lee.
We interviewed him last year, didn't we, DC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. They were so impressed with the interview from last year that we didn't hire him.
We have to circle back.
Qualified.
We got to circle
Only
back and
Pelicans.
do those interviews again. But that's but what's the plan? But let me ask you, what is the plan though? I
So
mean,
wait.
you guys listen to Stan Van Gundy say, "What the hell is the plan?" Go ahead, DJ. Before I ask that, what you got something you want to say?
So listen, I want everybody to listen. Since I know everybody in this group chat and in the chat line is a Pelican fan.
Okay.
My thing is
We
this:
listen.
we got pretty much a Hannah Montana and a Miley Cyrus type coach. We had Alvin Gentry, who had a running gun offense, but couldn't play no defense. We had Stan Van Gundy, who couldn't play offense but had a good defense.
No,
So
he didn't
my
have.
thing is,
I don't know if you can say
Wait.
that.
He had a good defense.
He had some ideas from good defense.
so
They
the
were
done popped up that time.
they were ranked top 10 the last half of the season. I get that, so they were
Well,
getting better.
what were they ranked the first half of the
yeah.
season?
Hey, DC, we don't think about that. We don't think
So
about that.
Go ahead, DJ.
my
Go ahead,
thing
DJ.
is, if we can find a coach who at least 50 and 50 with offense and defense, I'm sold. But from what coaches is, and I know DC and Big Q, they know me from doing this. So guess what? I'm about to do it. If anybody talk about your Pelican, you tell them in a Gail Benson voice.
Uh-oh.
You better get out of here and go flock yourself.
That's priceless, dude. I never get tired of hearing that, man. Never get tired of hearing that,
You got a
man.
little wave on that one, Q.
Baby. But now
Go ahead, Rudy.
Go ahead.
I have a few things that's kind of curious of my brain, but I forgot what is the position of Zion? Is it like a guard or a center?
He'll power forward, but
Okay. I think he should be moved because as big as he is, if he lose a little weight, but also pump up a lot more, he'd be a perfect. I think he'd do a little bit better as a center. And speaking of centers, I feel like
you trying to get him hurt, Rudy.
that's not a good option. But I feel like we could probably find a good steal in the draft. We have to, or a free agent. But I feel like some of our guys, except Zion, aren't afraid to get at the same time. I feel like they a little bit are, and they're a little bit skinnier. So we need a few more centers to kind of help out a little bit. But here's my question. I know the New Orleans has the minor league of AAA for the baby cakes for the team. But what are the chances that I know it's a way off topic, but what are the chances that we actually have our own MLB team in New Orleans in the near future?
Their own what team?
Major League Baseball team?
Yeah, their own baseball team. Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
I don't think that happens until we're successful with the Pelicans, and then we probably do that because that's pretty much how the Saints got a little bit of success, and then you see them bringing back the Hornets from Charlotte. So I think maybe if we can pull this off with the Pelicans, then they probably would seriously think about that if they can gauge and find a market for it. And the Zephyrs are pretty popular, so I actually think people would show up for that.
Well, that was the litmus test was the Zephyrs, by the way, just to let you know when they brought them in here, because several years after the Zephyrs arrived, they were looking at moving a Major League Baseball team here.
Yeah, they show up for them Zephyr game, man. Y'all went to the Zephyrs game, them people be in there, man.
I'm one of them.
When the Hornets came to town, I wish we was able to keep the Jazz name because that fits perfectly for the team.
Yeah.
But I had a name in mind I thought was going to be pretty good. it'd be the Steppers because it's that in music.
I like that.
New Orleans Steppers. All right.
Big
And you know
step.
what?
Fire that
It ain't hard to beat the Pelicans.
Beat the hell out of the
That
cake.
definitely does beat the
The
Pelicans.
Sweetie
though.
Cakes or whatever the hell that baseball team is over there. The Sweetie Cakes.
The
What they
logo, the
call?
logo should be with the umbrellas and stuff. That would be nice. The steppers. That would be nice.
Man,
That's
I
a nice
want
little
that.
name.
I want that for the Pelicans now. We should change the
For real.
Pelicans to the
That's
Steppers,
nice.
man.
Right now.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
right
make
now.
another. You got to make another team name for that baseball team, man. New Orleans
Get them
Steppers.
the Pelicans.
They need to burn them jerseys though. They need to
Step
keep
all
the
on your
city,
neck.
the city limit jerseys and burn the rest of them jerseys.
Oh,
My
you talking
God,
about
man.
my grandma church curtains? You want to keep them?
No, I'm talking about the city. Yeah, the city ones. Them about the best looking ones.
I don't like.
I don't like them city ones, bro. I like the regular jerseys over the city
I don't
ones.
like none of the other ones though.
I like the
red
red
ones.
ones.
The regular jerseys are right.
Yeah, the red ones.
I
The
think
Mardi Gras jerseys are right too. You know
Yeah, I
what
like
I'm
the
saying?
Mardi
Hey,
Gras.
DC, Big Q. I know for the last couple hours, you guys have been just sitting back and minding your own business, but you guys are probably laughing your butts off the entire time, enjoying something. And one time I thought DC fell asleep.
Nah, I wasn't asleep, baby. I was up there keeping them up.
I did hear this about now. I want to discuss about David Griffin's philosophy on basketball. To be honest, he has about as much philosophy as Snoop Dogg knows about the stock market.
Wait, what?
Got on the stock
David
market.
Griffin has philosophy is about Snoop Dogg's knowledge of the stock market.
Damn. That's cool.
Wasn't
Man,
he in Phoenix? Wasn't David Griffin in Phoenix though at one time?
Yeah, that's where he got his start at is in Phoenix.
That's how him and Alvin got tight. See, that's how he kept Alvin.
Right.
Man, this
Right.
That's how they got that's how they got that training staff.
And guess who else was over there?
Bless him.
Eric Bledsoe.
That sound like relationships to me.
Conspiracy.
That sound like
Getting the old
relationships to
gang
me.
back together.
Alvin, they got a job for you in Sacramento, but it ain't ready just yet. Hold it down for a year.
That's
He
cool,
over there. He over there trying to get Luke Walton drunk.
Yeah.
I told you purposely picked Utah because he figured that Luke
Sacramento.
Walton he'll sneak right. Sacramento. He figured he'll sneak up in there because Luke Walton end up failing sooner.
Because
he'll get the job by default.
Because he's
a sneaky little dude. I'll tell you that much.
Hold on, y'all. Ray Finesse said we like ESPN on BET. That's funny,
Like
dog.
a damn money. That's a compliment there. But
Hey,
yeah,
what
go ahead,
y'all
John.
think about? What y'all think about getting if we don't get Lonzo Ball back? What y'all think about getting what's that point guard from Cleveland that they're trying to get rid of? Is it Garland?
Sexton?
Sexton, yeah.
Sexton.
I
I like Sexton, but I don't think he meshed with BI game, man. I mean, BI is a scorer, so we don't need another scorer. We need like a pure shooter. We need somebody who gonna do dirty work and probably could score, possibly with a 3-point shot or something like that. Like even a John Collins, I'm not crazy about him, but I heard Jalen Rose actually mention him, and I thought about it, and it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Even though
talking about the
it seemed like it'll be a clash with Zion, but his game kind of matches. But
he gonna cost too much.
He play like Draymond Green a little bit. That's how you play, undersized, like center. Collins, yeah, like a Draymond Green.
On the defensive side, yeah, he body up guys way bigger than him. It's actually real impressive when you watch him, bro.
He gonna cost too much though.
Jackson work?
Yeah.
Who?
Won't win.
Jackson.
Reggie Jackson?
Yeah, Reggie Jackson, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if we trade NAW, that's the only way that's gonna work.
No.
Wait, for
we only got one guy who ain't scared to take shots or take any shot in the world, and that's NAW. Other than BI, we don't need nobody like that.
We go with him.
For a coach, we saw someone for a coach. Can you imagine seeing Vince Carter as a coach?
As an assistant.
I can see Vince Carter coaching Zion in the dunk contest. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I think Stackhouse need to get what Stackhouse is.
I mean, even an assistant, he pretty.
He'll be a good assistant. I agree with you. He'll be a good assistant.
Ready. Yeah, he need to get what Stackhouse says. How Stackhouse done built himself up, you know.
I like Vince Carter, and I think he was a great player, but I never saw him as just like extremely high basketball IQ guy. He was one of the greatest slashes ever. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know who I really wish retire and become a coach, and I would love
Rondo.
Oh hell yeah! Sign me up for that. Sign me up for that quickly.
They're waiting for Rondo. I ain't gonna lie.
I honestly thought
he gonna go to Boston.
I honestly thought that a couple years ago when he was sitting on the bench of the Lakers, when it looked like he was hurt and wasn't getting no playing time, it looked like he was doing a lot of coaching. I was like, oh, he must have started coaching. Well, but I thought I'm talking about like, I know he was, but I thought it was gonna be like, oh, next year he finna coach. That's what I thought it was. I don't think he's ready to retire just yet though.
They say you think you know it all, and that's why you get into so many problems.
Because most of the time, but most
he
of the
looked
time
like he know it all to me when he played here in 2018 and he was waving off Alvin Gentry. It was all working.
Hey, DC, look, they said last year there's only one person that could tell LeBron James, hell no, we're not running that, and that was Rondo.
Yeah,
Rondo is one of the smartest guys in the league when it comes to ball.
Wait a minute.
He book smart. He book smart intelligent. Like he was one of the top when he like graduated. Like he book smart intelligent for real.
Well, that must go with the other intelligence too, because he got some bully street intelligence too. Because
they say he's smart in math. They say you're a math whiz. They say you're a real math whiz. Like at Kentucky, and when he graduated from high school, he was a real math whiz. They say that's why him and Doc constantly beat. Because Doc was like, he's a good guy, but he just thinks he knows it all. You gotta kind of talk to him a little bit. And then he had
no damn leads when he played there.
True.
You wish you had him up there, boy. I'll tell you what. If you had, you wish you had him.
DC, Big Q. I know we're talking about coaches and whatnot. I know Vince Carter's not a good pick, but I know Rondo would probably go to the Celtics. I have no problem with that. But I'm thinking, what if we get a former Celtics player to bring him down here to coach? Let's say KG. You haven't gone that?
Nah.
Not ready yet.
I mean,
you're trying to buy a team,
you mean as a head coach?
No.
Yeah.
Like
as an assistant?
Yeah.
As an assistant, hell yeah.
I ain't mad at it. Yeah, I'm not mad at the assistant.
Hell yeah.
But
I don't think KG. I don't know why, but it just don't seem like KG would want to deal with that. Like it just don't seem like that's his personality. Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Yeah, but I think KG, because I would love to see him because KG is one of the guys I want Zion to get in talks with as far as like getting a good, at least beforehand, get a good face-up game going. But I don't think Zion's future is going to be this power forward center position that everybody see him as now. Like I think he gonna be closer to. If you're being realistic, like Zion really more like he's just a big ass guard. Like if anything, like Zion more like a big ass, because he's a big.
They're gonna use him as small forward.
Because in high school he was a guard. The only reason why he switched to the center position because he was the taller dude on the team. But he would bring the ball up the court, and his handles are a lot better than the people give him credit for. And the only reason why they didn't really do that with Duke is because they had Trey Jones and everything like that to truly push the ball up the court. But a lot of times, if you ever watch him on fast breaks, you'll see him run down the court and make some of the best passes that I've ever seen anybody make. So I think that
pass game off the chain.
It really is. So if you sit there, you look at Zion, because the position is not necessarily what you do offense. They say you are what you guard, and Zion, I don't think he can guard, because most of these power forwards or centers are 6'10" and above, right? Unless he all of a sudden becomes this defensive hound. Because if you ever notice, Zion has a lot of better defense when he's playing against a guard than he does a center or a power forward. Yeah. Like when he gets in front of them and he has to stay in front of them, the guards and everything, he has better success doing that than he does when it has to, like, he got the guard Jokic or a power forward or somebody that's bigger than him that's backing him up, because he's not used to that. That's not what he did. He guarded other people that was athletic like him that would dribble and do all the other stuff. Because
outside of Jokic and Embiid, how many centers do they have with a low post game? Outside of Jokic and Embiid, that plays with a low post back to the basket game.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Billy Herman Gomez.
But see, that's what, and that's the crazy part, because everybody think you got to play in this conventional way. Well, like he was making a point about playing Zion at the 5. Well, if you got a Porzingis who stand out there at the 3-point line, he ain't no threat. You look at every team that's playing in the NBA mostly right now, they don't really play the old school conventional way with centers down low and things. They got these centers that can shoot threes, stretch the float, and you don't really get that type of play. So
but at the same time, with him being 6'6" and him running out there to Porzingis at the 3-point line, Porzingis ain't seeing none of that. Like Porzingis 7'3". Like that's not doing nothing for Porzingis running Zion out there to try to guard him, even at the 3-point line. So that's why I said, like,
Collins is 6'8", ain't he? Collins 6'8", right?
He's 6'8". Yeah, John Collins is 6'8", but he's
Draymond Green is 6'5". So
Draymond Green doesn't necessarily just guard big men. Draymond Green guards their best player, which is usually a small forward that is a slash.
No, he don't guard the best player.
Who?
Not all the time. Klay Thompson was the best guard defender.
He was the perimeter, but who did Draymond guard when they played the Cleveland Cavaliers? He guarded LeBron. That's what I'm saying. Like
this year he didn't. It was
He said he did this year, but for the most part, he uses guard that type of guy, like a LeBron James, like a slash in the way. Because Klay would stay on the guards. Klay would not move outside of. He would pick up Steph Curry's assignment. Like he wouldn't guard a power forward or a small forward. He would guard a guard. He would guard he would guard the best guard, because the best perimeter player was usually like a small forward. But if it was a guard, he would guard Kyrie. He would guard Damian Lillard. He would guard those guys. You didn't see him guarding KD. You didn't see him guarding LeBron James. You didn't see him guarding Melo. He guarded guards. That's what he did.
Good points, James. But go ahead and give your last breakdown or whatever you want to talk about, man. And we're gonna move on to Jay Black. Each one teach one and go off, brother. Go off, and we're gonna go ahead and close the show out.
All right, bet. I'm gonna make it quick. I honestly think this year, everybody know that this year gonna be a big off season. Like, ain't no sitting on morals. I know everybody love Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but I think that if you're really going to really try to go into next year and going to succeed, like outside of Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram, like pretty much everybody else is on the board for you to try to get better. I want Lonzo Ball back, but if you could trade him and improve, so be it. If you could trade Nickeil Alexander-Walker and improve, so be it. Like the only pieces you should be concerned with is going forward is Zion and Brandon Ingram. Everybody else is tradable to make sure you get better. The other thing is like don't get stuck up on a lot of these people. They're all fan favorites. Guess what? Them fan favorites gonna have everybody mad, and Zion walked right the hell out. Just hope that David Griffin be some smart and go out there and do something and not just sit there on and like his buddy in Boston did with all them damn draft picks.
All right, brother James. Jay Black, what you got, brother?
I got a little bit on that. So if you let Lonzo go, Zion go. Zion and most likely BI go with him. So I don't know about letting Lonzo go or trading him. Once they said they wanted him, all bets was off. After that. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, you gotta let him grow. This is his third year. This is gonna be his third year, and you're saying bring Brogdon in to do something? Nah. Let him flourish. We don't even know his ceiling. He was averaging 21 when he was starting. When he came off the bench, he was averaging 15. Somebody else something?
He was, but my thing with him, I think he good, but I don't think he know when to not shoot. And I also don't think he a sniper.
That's coaching though.
No, that could be worked out, but you need somebody to me at that shooting guard position we need two shooters, dog. We need two lethal shooters. BI is good. We need another sniper.
Okay, I'm
Lonzo
gonna throw a
Ball is
name
a
out
good
there.
shooter. He ain't a sniper to me though.
What about one of them boys from Miami?
Duncan
Duncan
Robinson.
Robinson is a sniper.
Hey, yeah, we ain't getting Duncan Robinson. 20 mil? So you're gonna get 20 mil and you're gonna get Lonzo with 20
Duncan
mil.
Robinson not getting 20 million.
Yeah,
Duncan Robinson
when you
not
get
getting
rid
20
when
million.
you get when you
He
get
not
rid of the
getting it.
40 mil, you got tied up in Steven Adams and Eric Bledsoe.
But you still got to bring back a contract though. Unless you could trade Bledsoe for Duncan Robinson, or you trade Steven Adams for Duncan Robinson.
A sign and trade, brother. You don't think Miami would take Bledsoe when they know your boy. Wait, hold up. Your boy is still hurt. Who they really probably want?
Kyle
not
Lowry.
Dragic. What's the guy that they traded for, man? And they dangerous. Oladipo. So you don't think they would take a guy like Eric Bledsoe and see if he could fit in the Heat way over there? Maybe he's more motivated, and Eric Bledsoe could be hold up, man. Eric Bledsoe could actually be a decent player if he wants to be there with the right situation, with a team who know how to use him. He could give him something way more than we got out of him. But you can have that type of situation. I don't think it's something they wouldn't do if they know they're not going to bring Duncan Robinson back. And Kendrick Nunn is a free agent, and you got a lot of people looking at him. He's probably gone.
That don't work, DC.
That's it.
I think
none ain't gonna work.
It's hypothetical, man. What if they're not going to pay Duncan all that money, man?
Why draft Tyler Hero if you go keep Duncan Robinson in that spot? Because Hero is the guy. Everybody knows that.
You gotta say
Tyler
it right.
Hero is the guy. They want him to be the.
They ain't gonna pay Duncan all that cake.
Well,
that's what I'm
we'll
saying.
give us
That's
Tyler
why I said
Hero.
he's talking about us.
You're missing it. You're missing.
Talking about us.
You're missing it.
Oh yeah, I'm saying let us trade for Tyler Hero. If you're not gonna start Tyler Hero, he needs to go.
We ain't
they not let go of Tyler Hero. They wouldn't let go of Tyler Hero for James Harden.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Duncan Robinson.
Tyler Hero and Duncan kind of redundant
over
to
there.
me.
They're not gonna pay.
Hero's not starting in Miami.
Duncan Robinson
Duncan
gonna get all the
Robinson.
cake he want, man. I mean, Duncan Robinson gonna get that cake. Get it, Duncan?
Joe.
But that's the only shooter. That's the only shooter that we see out there. That's the only shooter.
That's the only
man.
that's the only sniper that's out there. There's other shooters. He's the only one that's as good as he is that's out there.
Ask Van Gundy to see if he got some rocket roads around here, man.
Now you know goddamn well Van Gundy got a pot of gumbo laying around somewhere. I don't know about that.
Laying around.
I swear to God, if I see on Twitter.
Go ahead, James. What you were saying?
Oh, I'll go let Rudy go. I was just making a joke about Stan Van Gundy. Go ahead.
Now see, the thing is, other than Steve Kerr, I'm just kind of thinking who could in the '95 Bulls can actually be a good coach. I know someone who I don't want to see as a coach, and that's Michael Jordan.
Oh no, yeah.
But
it might work. You just smack everybody on the back of the head. That might get them motivated.
No.
You gonna bring Bill Cartwright over here?
There you go, tomorrow.
Billy Cartwright.
Dunkin' Donuts.
But anyways, the only two people I can think of that I could actually become a coach if they wanted to, and that is Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. But there's one player I would love to see.
Dennis Rodman in New Orleans. That's a bad combination.
You just going through all the top 50 players, huh, Rudy?
Dennis Rodman in New Orleans is a bad idea.
That's a bad idea, son. That's a
They gonna practice on Bourbon
You will
Street
be
in the
able to
back.
get him out the quarter.
Thank you.
You gotta do the practice facility in the quarter.
Yes,
man, you must be crazy. He be passed all out on Bourbon Street. You probably have to pick him up.
You think
We
you
gonna
had
win the
with
team.
Gentry?
We gonna win the game,
man.
team. But I need a break. I'm gonna go on down to Bourbon Street.
Oh
for
man,
5 hours, and we're gonna come and wrap the practice up.
crazy, man. But this the wrong city for him, man.
Yes,
I mean, it's the right city, but the wrong city for him. For us, I'll be to be honest with you. Bill Cartwright, is he still alive? I thought Bill Cartwright still in the land of the living? I didn't know he was alive. Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh, is he? I don't know.
Yeah.
That boy
He
had
gotta be every bit of 80-something
I've
years
ever
old.
seen in my life.
Nola
He's
baby,
nuts.
Nola
I've
baby
never
say
seen
Ron
somebody
Artest.
shoot so flicked, man. This
I
man
can tell you what, if we had Ron Artest as a coach, ain't no goddamn body gonna punk us. I tell you that.
Nah, he be in there fighting the people. He be fighting the team straight up.
We will not be punked.
You know, he was bringing the liquor to the actual facility. He was getting drunk before the game. Ron was really living it.
Ron, but you know what?
crazy
Ron
dude,
Artest was actually a great player, though, man. I think his career go overlooked because of that situation. That boy was locking up. He was locking people up, bro.
Players?
Great player.
Go up there to New York and find out how good he is. Go to that Ruck and find out.
Artest was a beast, man.
y'all
Kobe
going
needed him to win that championship, man.
They just listening to
Ron
Chicago
Artest was
Bulls.
a dog, man.
Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Ron Artest, Ron Harper. I mean, they just going that hard.
Tony Kukoc. Tony Kukoc.
Tony Kukoc is next. BJ Armstrong. All that like good grief. They just
BJ,
going
I think BJ an agent. He an agent now. He was Derrick Rose agent.
Yeah, BJ Armstrong's the agent.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
I got a question. Hold on.
You got something, LJ Black?
Yeah. What are we gonna do with the backups? Are we gonna keep Williamson and Gabriel? What are we gonna do? So our backup power forward is a glaring spot because we most likely not get James Johnson back. And Wilden Gabriel, what are we doing with him? Is he still on the bench? I don't know. That's what
William Gabriel is he had a 2-year deal with a team option. I think it's like 1.8 million. So far as I know, for 1.8 million, and a little glimpse of what we saw he could do when they actually played him, I think they bring him back.
Okay.
It's gonna be cheap role players, those guys to fill in slots, and we're gonna probably chase some big money veterans or go spend some money on, a big guy. Even after we re-sign Lonzo Ball, they still gonna have money, especially if they keep all their role players cheap.
Who goes?
I want to throw out there a name of a coach that they were saying that probably come here. They was trying to talk about, and I don't want him, Rick Pitino though. They talking about
Rick
him.
Pitino.
I ain't heard of Rick Pitino, but
Tyler Perry.
I mean, not Tyler Perry. Not Rick
Tyler Perry.
That's what they Tyler
Yeah,
Perry.
Tyler Perry.
How about
Tyler Perry doing what?
No, Medea is coaching the Pelicans. No, John Calipari. That's what he's talking about.
I thought you said Tyler Perry for real. I'm like, oh wow.
I can tell you.
Tried everything else. You might as well switch it up.
I can tell you what. If he willing to pay the players, he could definitely come on down here and coach because he probably could get some talent just like how he did in college.
He didn't do too good the first time he coached in the NBA. He coached before, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might have came in NBA. I'm not sure, but even his time in college wasn't that good to me. For all of the talent that he had, and looking at what he done, but they throwing his name out a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised if he come walking through that door. Oh my God.
Nah, I mean, I think David Griffin crazy, but I don't think he that damn crazy.
I don't think he crazy. I just think he is a liar.
He a crazy ass liar.
If you ain't got Stan Van Gundy, I think anything's possible.
I think he's insane.
Right.
Yeah, that Stan Van Gundy high came out the woodworks.
Out the woodwork.
The damn Daredevil could see Stan Van Gundy here wasn't gonna work, bro.
No, but see, that's the crazy. Even Skip Bayless was on there. He was like, "How is the Van Gundys all of a sudden top level coaches above?"
After
guys
not coaching for 3 years.
Right. They were inactive, basically talking about the game. That's how they got on the bench talking about the game, because they failed at their previous job. And Stan Van Gundy failed. He was a GM that smashed that Detroit team to pieces and was ran up out of there by gunfire. That's why he was shaking. So, I mean, now you got him 1 year here with the Pelicans. He's out of the door. You got David Griffin, who brought him in here saying he's going to help. He could have helped if he wasn't so rough and gruff and wanted to control every aspect of the team. So,
I blame JJ Redick. He brought that motherfucker name up. I'm sorry, I mean because like that on here.
Did he bring his name up?
Remember
JJ Redick did talk about like recommending him, but then at the same time, he said
right before the fact, huh?
Yeah, that before. No, yeah, he
Right
brought
before.
him up. He said as soon as Alvin Gentry was fired, he said a couple of days later he went to David Griffin and brought up Stan Van Gundy's name.
Why would he do
Then
that?
he said because he was trying to blow it up. Because he said as soon as Stan Van Gundy got there, he knew it was gonna be tough drills and all this, and he was all begrudging, like it was gonna be difficult.
JJ
And
Redick
then
got personalities or something. Why would he do that?
Then he said he knew once we traded Drew Holiday, he was gonna have to do this and do that, and knew his minutes was gonna get cut and all this.
Well,
why would he suggest to do all that?
Well, he said I think
he wanted us to trade him, bro, to book Brooklyn in the damn offseason.
Yeah,
that's
look,
what I think.
And I think another thing is too. I don't care what nobody say. That trade in the middle of the season was fantastic because ain't no way in hell like anybody. But nobody gonna trade for JJ. We were gonna have to end up paying that dude and buy him out so he can go wherever he wanted to. And as much as yeah, we didn't end up going to the playoff like everybody said. Like, hey, y'all still didn't go to the playoff. We still got James Johnson and Wesley Wundu who played more minutes than both Melly and JJ Redick. No, James Johnson played more minutes with the Pelicans than JJ Redick and Melly combined for the Mavericks.
How about that?
Yeah.
For all the people that said it was a bad trade.
It wasn't no bad. It was a bad trade because of Zion.
No, I'm saying in terms of we needed James Johnson. It just
they said Zion was pissed about the whole JJ Redick thing.
That's all right. That's all right. That's not gonna hurt that bad.
Well, when you're working for the sustainable future and you're building a family environment,
it's fucking horrible, dog.
I really despise that old lawyer speak that guy comes with. Because, I mean, he still don't have a plan, and we're going to be monitoring it, to be honest with you. But when you start talking about sustainability and all that kind of, we need sustainability and all that. That's lawyer speak, man. That's lawyer speak, man.
No, the family environment is the one that gets me, bro. He's setting up here promoting his family environment.
And firing everybody.
You got the best player. What Drew Holiday was the best teammate in the NBA. Get the hell out of here.
The next week, the best player. But he's a great human.
MVP candidate.
He's a great human, but we need an alien. He's a great human, but we need a great alien.
It's a great human.
Yeah,
you don't need permission to dominate. I've never permission to dominate.
Oh, bro, I knew we was in for a ride when I heard that shit.
That man sat up there and said Drew a dark horse MVP candidate.
Look, he tried. He
Can you name me an MVP that took their permission to dominate and became an MVP?
Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan asked Phil Jackson.
Look,
hey, Phil, can I dominate? Phil said, "Hell yeah, you can go ahead and do it."
Look, Phil got out the way.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that foolishness? What kind of stuff we got going on over here?
If you was a coach and your star player asked you, could you dominate? Could he dominate? What you gonna say?
I look at his ass strange. Like,
Drew
what the
must be into some funny stuff.
What you talking about here? Boy, what you doing over there? You and Lauren, man. What y'all got going on over there, boy? What's wrong here, man? Don't ever ask me that. You understand me and you cool, but don't you ever ask me that in your life again. That's what I would tell his ass. I would say, man, coach. Man, listen, man, that's not even a question you're supposed to ask another man, bro. You ain't supposed to ask nobody that shit. Permission to dominate. What is this, Star Trek? Permission to speak aloud, Captain. No, shut the hell up and sit down.
Tell about the line, boss.
Why would he put all that pressure on Drew like that, dog? Dark horse MVP.
Drew was his fall guy. If you notice, everybody he put that pressure on, that's their fall guy. He got Drew up out of there. His fall guy.
DC,
look,
he wanted so much to not put no pressure on Zion that he pumped up Drew Holiday so good. Damn near, I damn near believed. I'm like, damn, Drew Holiday is kind of good.
We gotta kind of try to side with what they're saying a little bit. You're like, well, maybe it's something I don't know. It takes you to do some research and shit.
Look, and then
he's full of shit.
He pumped up Zion because he pumped up Drew because he knew he was going to restrict Zion's minutes. And he was trying to provide cover for himself because that's what it was like. Hey, hold on here. Zion Williamson, #1 pick, come with all of this fanfare, superstar already in the league. And you telling me you bringing him on the team and it's Drew Holiday's team? Drew Holiday was wanting to trade when they traded Anthony Davis out of here. Drew Holiday wanted to be traded too.
Yeah.
Drew
Then
didn't really want to come back. He didn't. Anthony Davidson begged him. He didn't really want to come back.
Wait,
Drew
who
wanted to leave.
But see, they started. They would dismantle. Listen, that was a bunch of bunk, and I said it then. That when you traded Anthony Davis, you was going to that was the end of the Drew Holiday experiment. He couldn't carry the team by himself. And then you bring in Zion Williamson. That's a whole new era of player. Now, don't get me wrong, Drew Holiday, it could help a team win, but at the same time, he was not the face of the franchise. That was never
got a way better trade, bro. If we would have traded him then, everything we tried to do, if we would have just did it from the beginning,
like
it would have worked out better.
Absolute
people would be looking at him crazy, bro. People would be looking at
I'm
David
gonna show you
Griffin
how
so crazy.
he could have even made up for it and made himself look even better than what he did. You could have went and got Kevin Porter for that second rounder, and look at what he did. Look at what he's doing over there with Houston.
Kevin Porter Jr. How much money he making?
He ain't making that much.
No, Kevin Porter Jr. is making. Hold on.
Kevin Porter Jr. from Houston. He was a first round pick though, brother.
I feel Kevin Porter Jr. got a big ass contract.
He got no big contract. He was like a 16. I thought he was like a 16 or 17 pick though. I don't think he went no second round.
He just came in the league. But look at what he's doing. He plays a lot like James Harden, is what I'm saying. Now imagine him next to Lonzo. Imagine him next to Lonzo on this team. See what I'm saying? I just feel like he didn't give himself a lot of chances to even try to make it successful. You see what I'm saying? Every little deal that came up that presented itself, he passed on it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't think he tried. It's like he tried to play these Jedi mind tricks to make himself think like he more smarter than what he really is, and it backfired on him.
Right?
Yeah, it blew up in his face.
So we would have had
4.7.
Okay, who am I thinking about that they gave a whole bunch of? Oh, I'm thinking about Kelly Oubre. Never mind. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, no,
Kelly Oubre.
Porter was still under them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. But no, but even then, like we would have had to trade him to Cleveland because he was on Cleveland at that time. I think wasn't he on Cleveland?
Yeah, he was a trade, like a 3-player trade or something like that. I mean, Sid Bledsoe.
They got rid of him. They said he flipped out because they changed his locker.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the money. Yeah.
Hey,
David Griffin in the building, y'all.
Big Q trolling. Big Q trolling.
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Y'all doing my thing?
Hey, what's up, David?
He seemed like that type of dude that be all in the comments and stuff.
I don't know, but that
hold on, man. Our general manager is trying to speak, y'all. Let the general manager speak.
That David Griffin really looks like Boss Man's profile right there. I don't know.
Well, hold on, guys. I was trying to control the lineups and the minute shares for the season. How did you guys feel about that?
I don't think he did a good job.
That was bad. That was bad, boss man. You got to throw some big words in there. He will never ask questions.
Boss man, you better
say a whole bunch of shit.
He don't never ask. Right? He never asks questions.
He make you ask questions because this shit don't make no sense.
Eric Gordon is a highly established veteran in his ball club. With high character.
Okay, you gotta laugh to get that out.
No, Eric Bledsoe has a sustainable thirst for winning. He is a highly. That's how he'll say it. He'll say some shit like that.
He would be our guard going forward. I just think right now, the sustainability that comes with this, we constantly are making a family environment. We're building a organic, sustainable.
I can't.
Organic. That's his other word. Organic.
I'm about to mute this out. I'm about to mute this like I did the interview.
You know what? Big Q. You know what's crazy? He's been in the city for a year. He swear he knows New Orleans. But one thing about the city of New Orleans, what he doesn't understand is we don't like people that's bullshitting us, dog. As soon as you come and dope and bullshit, we start looking at you with the side eye, and people don't like you. And once people. One thing he doesn't never say, he always talk about, well, this city. My dude, this city, once they don't like you, they never like you.
Right.
He said they don't never like you.
Like, especially if you lie your ass off to him.
Look, I know people that hate Drew Brees and he won our Super Bowl for us. And they stay fans.
He ain't lying, bro.
But look, I'm gonna tell you what's funny. when I woke up this morning and I saw the Kemba Walker trade happen, and all I saw on Twitter was, wait, a lot of Pelican fans like, wait, we could trade people now? Why is Eric Bledsoe still on the team?
I did that too. I did that too. I totally did that. Yep. I did that too.
Hey, James, you click on the James, you click on the ESPN ticket and see if we had a trade
I was refreshing so much. I was like, wait, so Eric Bledsoe next then, right? That's what we doing? Cause I saw that trade. I thought that was somebody making some sense. I was like, who tweeted me this? This must be fake. You can't trade nobody now. So when I found out, I'm like, wait, why is he still on our team? What we doing?
Yeah, you right, boss man. No, bro, we do not respect people who bullshit us. You could tell us the truth and we not like it, and we still might not like you, but we'll respect you. It's like, well, at least they told us the truth. You know what I'm saying? When you come in here lying, we about to drag your ass through the mud. Man, if David Griffin messed this up, he can't be nowhere in the 200-mile radius of New Orleans, bro. He might get beat up, bro. Something might happen to him. He messed all this up.
He can't.
You remember what happened, dog?
Big Q, DC.
What's up, bro?
Go ahead, Rudy.
I have to ask. I need. Is this one of the best panels you guys have ever had?
We had some pretty good panels, bro. This is one of them. Yeah.
This
top five. Now, DC, you mentioned lying about how we would literally drag them through the mud and skull drag them. That's like what, like how each one did that to me when I dropped the grenade about Doc Rivers being a head coach.
Wait. But I'm gonna tell you what DC telling the truth is about that nobody looked at. About how we would respect you, but we still won't mess with you. People forget that the fans ran up and snuck Tom Benson. Y'all forgot that for all that losing we was doing. That boy ran on the Tom Benson.
Hey, this is the only city I can think of something like that happening. And
it was a hard punch too. I mean, he gave Benson the business on that, but I'm serious. That's the reason they had the security guard. But people got tired of that losing. I'm sitting there, got tired of losing, and he would run in. Remember the Benson boogie and all that? Man, that boy jumped that front row, and he hit him with a right. Man, it was something. I think he dropped it on. I think he dropped it. I'm serious.
I'm about to look that up. I ain't know nothing. I ain't know that.
Look it up. Yeah,
I said another thing too. Like somebody said another thing too about Dale Dip. Like Dale Dip didn't lie. He just didn't say nothing. he just didn't say nothing.
Well, you know what? Every time
he knew better, man. He knew better.
He be an assistant coach.
Every time Dale Dip came in the press conference, that boy eyes was wide open, like he was up all night stressing, sweating. He like, shit, I need to write this shit up. I need to find something to say, like all the time, bro.
Look, the NBA Finals gonna be full of Dale Dip's ex. It's gonna be Chris Paul and Money Williams versus Drew Holiday and Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, boy, that'd be some shit right there. That would be some shit, dog.
And they gonna bring us up. Well, they were in New Orleans. They were in New Orleans. That's the first thing they go to. Well, they went to New Orleans, and they're doing a bad job down there. Boy, they know how to run us through the mud, boy.
But I'm gonna tell you what's funny. The thing is that you said you brought up the New York Knicks, and the only reason why the focus is on New Orleans so much, and the vulture's been circling ever since that Zion, ever since Zion was said that we got the number 1 overall pick and we were gonna pick Zion. If the Lakers had the number 1 pick, if New York Knicks had the number 1 pick, and they drafted Zion, and they had missed the playoff for 2 years, they wouldn't have not had this type of attention because they would have had the attention, but they're like, hey, we're gonna give them time. The reason why it's so much pressure on New Orleans right now is because as soon as Zion signed, everybody already said. You heard Max Kellerman said you got 5 years.
Yep,
that's what he said. You got 5 years. Even if they say Max Kellerman even said we could win a championship, we still got 5 years before he went up out of there.
Boy,
and I say this,
man, I see they said Zion could be the first player to never sign a rookie extension.
I don't think it's
Yeah.
They don't know what that. They don't know what the hell they talking about, boss man.
I don't know.
Don't.
DC,
I'm
know.
gonna tell you another thing.
He gonna pass up 200 his first shot at 200 million, man.
He
get on the
He got
second
100 million from Nike now. Keep that in mind.
But that's different though. But I'm gonna tell you the reason why I understand that.
You gotta speed it up, brother James. You about to get each one his last go. But go ahead, go get your point out.
Okay, I think the thing is too is that I think a lot of people forget to realize that if you don't accept that first contract, as much money as he's making on the outside, that is still a lot of money that he will turn down that will mess up his long-term salaries going forward after that, because that means that the teams can only pay you so much going forward. So I don't think anybody it'd be foolish for you to turn that, because you can always ask for a trade later. Like you ain't gonna turn that money down. But the other thing is too, everybody got all their eyes on New Orleans. Ain't nobody paying attention about that shit that's going on in Dallas and how Luka Doncic is running off people. Ain't nobody saying that.
No, I was about to say Luka is the cancer, bro. You got the GM, the coach.
Women's covers that up though, bro.
The GM, he didn't want to get fired. That was his guy, man. He was mad about that, honestly.
Well, I mean, so
the coach, that's on him.
Rick Carlisle.
That boy ran off Rick Carlisle.
But you know what? The only thing about the Mavs, bro, you never heard nobody say they were mad at the coach. They just didn't have the players, bro. They didn't have the players. Mark Cuban didn't want to go out and sign no big free agents. So
that's
I
crazy,
mean,
because he like to spend money.
But they ain't made the playoffs until this year, last year. after the championship, they didn't make the playoffs this whole time.
He tried to spend money. It's just that outside of the one boy that changed his mind at the last minute, didn't nobody want to go to Dallas.
Didn't nobody want to come to Dallas. Right.
Made Rick Carlisle quit. That boy, he actually did mutually part. He wrote a letter in his notes on his phone and didn't even close it. It was the notes on his phone. He didn't even close the keyboard, Q.
but I heard
he still had the keyboard open.
I heard he was supposed to. He had
history.
People trying to pick Rick Carlisle years ago, dog. But he stayed. Hey, like that boy was loyal, but not too many people say to the organization.
He waiting on that Milwaukee job.
Each one teach one, bro. What you got on your closing statements, bro?
That just like he was saying, that's the point that I was making earlier about if you took this team and it was over in New York, I'm telling y'all, it wouldn't be this much smoke. It wouldn't. And all this is just, and I'm gonna say it in David Griffin voice, this is just propaganda by the media to get Lonzo and Zion out of here, because we're building a sustainable, organic organization, and we're going for the foreseeable future, build a family. So, I can't just give away guys for 50 cents on the dollar.
Building a family of humans.
I think you had a choice.
You building a family of humans. Build a family. A family of humans. Get it right.
I thought you make family. I didn't know you built them.
No, you build them and then you call them.
You build them and you tear them down.
That guy got to be a goddamn robot or something, or alien from the third moon of Saturn or something. The way he talks.
Hey, what you use to hold a family together when you're building it?
Glue.
That's Gorilla glue. You was talking about with
Gorilla glue, like that was in that chick hair. Gorilla glue.
Yeah, like in the chick hair.
Glue, they hold us together.
David Griffin, the first person that responds to everything. Why sometimes you just don't sit his ass down somewhere and let the movers go out?
Right. I heard no response on the other coaches, bro. I ain't hear a whole bunch of GMs going out and talking about why they fired the coach and all that. You hear the coaches talking. We the only team who fired a coach, and the coach ain't even doing an interview.
Bro, that was Wednesday. Bro, that's Wednesday. Bro,
GM did an interview.
Bro, it's 2:34 a.m. on a Saturday morning, fam, and they fired that man on what, midday Wednesday?
Yeah.
Midday.
And there's no press conference from the coach that was fired or the general manager. Right, he got fired off on his day off. And then the damn coach, the damn coach.
Hey, man, Gundy was stealing gumbo boxes.
DC,
I can see you somewhere found out the news.
What you say, brother?
I told y'all Stan was a bad hire Because I'm going up with what Gilbert Arenas said, Dwight Howard, Shaq, all the players that's been on his teams, successful playoff teams in the past, and how he got ran, like he basically ran his own stuff all in these organizations. And I felt like, why are we picking up all this used up stuff? Like, yeah, he's experienced and stuff like that, but he has no recent winning history. In Detroit, he didn't do jack shit. He could have got Donovan Mitchell. He got Luke Kennard or whatever that boy name is. Like, and he chose that bitch. He could have got Donovan Mitchell, bro.
Traded Joe Harris.
Too athletic.
Yeah, didn't he drafted Anthony Bennett? He drafted Bennett too. So
Bro,
I mean, when you look at his credentials, you know this is not trade. You know this is Trey and Langdon who's doing the drafting, because when you look at his draft classes that he draft and who he's drafted, it don't add up. I can't see you finding
he did draft Kyrie Irving. We got to give him some credit for that.
Oh well, we know how that.
And then paired him with Deion Waiters. And Deion Waiters and Kyrie Irving hated each other.
I'm about to say Q wanted to scrap every day about
hated each other.
Deion Waiters had a sleep week gummy bears on a plane with Miami.
God damn.
Deion Waiters said that Kyrie Irving and Tristan Thompson was playing buddy ball together. They ain't want to pass him the ball. so essentially, you had two dudes who hated each other. Three.
That's
crazy. And yeah, he put that team together. You know what I'm saying? Ms. Benson, the way I see it, I'm being honest. I think if I was her right now, I would be having a serious talk about going ahead and firing David Griffin now. Just cut your losses with him now. Yeah, I mean, because think about it.
We got another GM, supposedly.
Thank you.
You got the real general manager sitting there.
You got the real general manager who really doing the work, but the other general manager taking the credit.
And move swim up to his position and let Griffin do what he does.
Yeah, let her talk.
If we don't make the playoffs, and this is last year, y'all, we all agree on that.
Yeah.
This is last year.
Oh yeah, he gone. He gone. He gone. The minute they go 20 and let's say they split or study someone, they're gonna get rid of him. They go because if he is struggling to get them to that playoff seed, he gone. He gone. If they go through another year like this where they're struggling to get in just to the seed, he gone.
That's sad.
He gone.
I don't think they're gonna struggle to get in. They definitely make the playoffs this year. I think it's damn near impossible. It has to be like some injury or something for them not to make the playoffs this year.
I mean,
but go off. Wait, go off, bro. What you got, man? Before we close out, I'm gonna get the boss man, and then we out of here.
Shit, man, I'm just taking in everything, bro. Good show. But I think the team gonna make the playoffs next year, man. I think everybody just kind of in the moment with the Zion news and everything going on. I don't really think he's ready to jump ship yet, man. I think he gonna give it a fair shake. I do think Steven Adams, Bledsoe got to be gone. I think we got to kind of get back to the fast-paced offense. You know, get more back to that. And then when it kind of get late in the games, I think we need a coach that's going to be able to draw up some plays. That's pretty much all I see that we need to do, man. But we definitely going to make the playoffs this year.
Excellent points, man. Fast pace is where it's at. Transition basketball. That's the league right now, man. You ain't got no transitional game. Like most teams, without it, they ain't really winning. You can't just slow the game down all the time or have a slow pace and think you about to win something. You better get a lot of damn turnovers.
Right.
But boss man, what you got to close it out, brother?
All right, yeah, man. I appreciate y'all for having this panel, dog. It shows that we really do have some knowledgeable fans, and not just talking out their ass, and just having like my boy DC. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Your optimism used to piss me off, bro. I ain't gonna report. I'm like, why you so happy, bro? My thing was this, bro. I was trying to put some positive energy out there because I wanted to see it turn around. I know it was messed up, but at the same time, bro, we stuck with him. That was my thing. Like,
he here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not about
Bengali over there.
I'm not about to flip out after I just saw Big Q flip out. I'm like, all right, let me bring
This
it down a
dude told
little
me,
bit.
this dude told me one of them shows talking about he had to act like that. I had to act like that. Big Q, you gonna burn it all down.
You about to pop a blood vessel, man.
You burn it all down, bro.
I was gonna be liable to pull up at the Smoothie King Center and go beat somebody up, bro. You were talking. Let me get us off the edge a little bit.
I coined DC
prevail. I
Right.
guess cooler heads prevail, you know, and it does calm down, you know, the Pelicans fans' suicidal basketball thought. So I respect.
We had some
But,
stuff
you know,
to be happy about, though, man. I mean, we ain't had nothing. You know what I'm saying? Our teams was like really, really garbage. At least we got potential now. Like we see the potential for them to be good.
I'm gonna say this. From the good.
Nah, that's James Noonan.
I can say this. I didn't want Stan Van Gundy as a coach from day one, but I can respect this. He made Nob a better player. He made Jackson Hayes a better player. He made Lonzo a better player overall. But I mean, as a coach, he just was not the right fit. This roster, the way it was formed, it wasn't built to win, dog. Like, we had talent, and this is one of those teams that look good on paper, but when you get the product on the court, it just didn't mesh well. So my overview of everything, dog, is I just hope that we get a decent coach that can coach these players to the potential that we know they have. And I don't want to lose another generational star, bro. I seen Chris Paul ball out. He's still doing it to this day. I see AD doing this thing. I know he missed the glass, but we know what he can do. He could put up 45, 60, and 20 on any night. We've seen him do it before. We can't lose Zion, bro. Y'all take the dude for granted because as soon as he gone, that's like LeBron type talent right there, dog. He's going to be the face of... I ain't never seen no fucking player where they made them the face of the league. He didn't do shit. He got the 2K covered, then ball was hurt 90% of the season. Come on, bro.
Come on, you can't do him like that, boss, man. I mean, the little time he did play, you gotta understand what he did was historic. Like nobody ever did what he did as a rookie. Yeah.
No.
It was unbelievable.
That's why I don't want to lose Zion, and I feel like he's not even 2% of his potential, dog. He has so much stuff he can learn. Like, he's big bodied, the motherfucker. He's super strong, athletic.
Right.
He ain't even got a jump, a signature shot in the paint. You know, he ain't got the post up moves. Dude got so much potential, and if we wasted because of David Griffin shoving his team up and down his ass with his pretty colors and flowers and shit, I'm gonna be mad. We're gonna have to protest, bro. That's all I like about it, man. Appreciate y'all, dog.
I appreciate you too, brother. You right, man. But I think it's gonna get a lot better, fam. We started this show off by saying this is something we should be happy about. I know they telling us we should be angry, but we should be happy. I saw somebody in the chat too. They was like, pressure make diamonds, because that's what they're doing. They're applying pressure, man. And this is what the front office needed, man. They were too comfortable. David Griffin talking about he ain't on no clock. Nigga, yes, you is. We all on the clock. Ain't nobody promised forever.
Dude,
What are you talking about?
They're gonna have ESPN more than they're gonna have the Celtics and any. The only team that's gonna be on ESPN Sports Center that is not in the playoffs are the Pelicans. Bro. I promise you that. They're gonna bring us up every day during the playoffs, dog.
But the Pelicans gonna actually earn it this year, man. I mean, we got a lot of talent. Hence my optimism this season. I wanted to see those guys grow. Hope the younger guys would have played more when we had these two failed seasons. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we made, because a guy like NAW could be so much further along. You see Jackson Hayes and people complaining about that, but I mean, a 7-footer that can shoot threes, man, they don't grow on trees, bro. And then the dude dunking on people, getting highlights all the time, that dude got hella potential. So I ain't mad about none of the young guys we got, even the flashes I saw from Kyra. We got talent. So it's just about us being able to put the guys in the best position to win, to go ahead and do their thing, man. And I'm actually excited to see what the Pelicans do next. Hopefully that's giving David Griffin a pink slip. But I know the draft is right around the corner, so we might not do that. But I mean, usually when the coach get fired and then you fire the coach the season before, you know that usually comes with a general manager having to either humble themselves and step down in position, or the vice president of basketball operations, as he calls himself, either have to step down in position or they get him out of here. So looking forward to seeing that. And that's all I gotta say. I'm gonna let Rudy go ahead and say what he gotta say, and it's all you, Big Q.
You ain't got to say nothing about Cam Reddish?
By who?
Cam
Radish. Oh, I ain't eating no radishes today. I should have called some.
This guy.
What I'm supposed to say about Cam? He hurt.
First off,
that's your Michael Jordan. That's you want to trade the BI for him, remember?
Man, where's you pulling these stats?
Hold on.
Cam Reddish scored at least 30, Q. He scored at least 30.
You wanted to trade him for BI? You serious, bro?
Nah, it's an ongoing joke we got, bro. Because I was talking with Q. I don't remember. It probably was all show, and I brought up trading Cam Reddish
for BI straight
for
up.
BI with they draft pick, and I think it was like Hunter or somebody like that. Like
it wasn't no
player.
joke. It wasn't no joke.
But anyways,
and Cam Reddish been my favorite player ever since I said that. He wasn't having that shit.
That wasn't me. That was you bringing him up.
I'm just saying. After I told you that you wasn't having that shit, you went told the world.
I told the whole world. You said something.
Cam Reddish
like
is
that.
my
I had to
Michael
let
Jordan.
everybody know. I had to let them all know DC is insane over here talking about trading.
That was before I thought somebody was stupid enough to give us 5 picks for Drew Holiday.
Anyways.
And then we're gonna get BI up for Cam straight up.
I never said BI, fool. Stop that.
But anyways, I'd like to say that first off, I never thought that I'd be able to be here the whole entire time, you know. But I also appreciate you guys for at least hearing me out and hearing my opinion, because as you notice, my basketball knowledge is lacking, and I really appreciate you guys for keeping me up to speed and allow me to catch up. You know,
it's all right, Rudy.
Rudy, it's all right.
As you can tell,
I'm glad you're here, brother.
I try to watch basketball when I can, but I don't follow it as much as I should. Except college, you know, especially my local, especially when you're a Nelsie fan, you know.
You brought some interesting points to the show, man, and we were glad to hear a different take. And you definitely are original type of cat, bro. We liked having you.
Look, it might be just the way I was raised, but I'm part of the old school where you got your butt whooped. You said yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and yes, sir, and no, ma'am, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. But you also tell it like it is, you know. And to be honest, I've actually seen look, I've met a lot of different players, even in basketball. Football and basketball and baseball, like say, if the people that admit when their team sucks, I have infinite more respect for, because hey, they know they suck, but they got some ideas how to fix it, you know.
That's right.
I mean, I know some Tampa Bay fans, they know when the team sucks, and they can admit it, and we can go from there, you know. Like, hey, we sucked at one time too. Let's talk about it, you know.
You must have talked to him lately.
I actually found a video of an this actually blew my mind. I found an Atlanta Falcon fan telling it like it is and saying, "Don't sleep on Jameis." I'm like, hold up. I didn't think Falcons fans existed.
All right, my boy.
I really appreciate all you've done to help me out, guys. I really do.
No problem, brother.
Oh, and even that goes for you too. Each one. You drug my skull to the mud when I dropped that grenade on you.
Yeah, Rudy.
Rudy for the win.
I'm immune.
Say, each one teach one. You got to put a sniper on your profile pic, bro.
Please do.
You take brother James. Boy, it was a war between them all so long, man.
No, Q, I couldn't let him tell that lie. He talking about that he made some good trades. What trade he made that was good?
Hey, each one teach one. I can say the truth. You still weren't gonna let me fit it.
Not on that trade, no. You weren't gonna let you do that.
I was like, I said, LeBron, Zion was good, man. I can't let you finish. I can't let you. Like, wait.
Can't let you get that poison out there to the people. I gotta stop you.
Pick up this sports talk. Some big media needs to pick up sports talk and let us have fun with it, you know.
No doubt. I agree, brother.
Yeah, that would be the thing.
But that's all right. We gonna do it. We gonna do it for everybody, and y'all gonna come right along. So
yep.
All right.
And this is a great crew to be a part of.
Man, we up here late right now, man.
I'm gonna turn
Almost 5 hours.
I'm gonna turn to
They
Shannon.
show you how much we love them, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna turn to
And they
Shannon
try to
Sharp.
tell us that we don't. That's the thing that upsets me. And even though we're gonna end it, but I want everybody to really think about this. They really don't want us to have nothing, man. They done took so much stuff from us over the years that they don't really want us to have nothing. And when we get it and we shine, they can't take it. They can't take it.
We too bright, bro. We too bright.
bright.
When we shine, dog. You know how it is.
Right.
Even our culture, man, the whole mentality about they try to take our whole city, and we still here. They know who we is, man. We special. You know what I'm saying? We ain't the run of the mill. Houston be over there talking about resilience. I ain't saying they're not resilient, but we are the most resilient city in this whole country. And they know it, bro. We've been treated like a third world country the whole time here. We all grew up in New Orleans, man. We know what it is, and we got some of the most original people here, some of the coolest people you'll ever meet, man. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful city, dog. So when you got people like that, especially us of a certain color, you know what I'm saying, and they can't break us, man. We almost like what? Big Q. I wanted to say something. Big Q gonna give me crap about it, though. I ain't gonna never let this one down. But we almost like the Haitians in the slave rebellions. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't break us. I know where that's going, but I gotta say it. He gonna give me crap about this for about 5 months, y'all. Y'all gonna keep me in this
DC, please forget
DC, where you from again?
Haiti.
No. Another island nation.
New Orleans.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Marrero.
No, you're not. Marrero, Jamaica.
Marrero.
They got a Kingston, Jamaica. They got a Marrero, Jamaica. DC.
West Bank Marrero.
He's from Hawaii, Africa.
Hawaii.
Oh, damn, Rudy, you way off.
Boy, look, they got a Sicily, Louisiana. So there, who knows?
You never know.
But DC, I apologize for interrupting, but I know not all of us are from not actually all of us from New Orleans. Of course, my family mostly comes from Golden Mills. My dad grew up in Gretna, but I come from Williamson Parish, close to Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
that's good, bro. You closer to New Orleans than DC.
Still know how to cook. You guys have an aunt that's like short as hell, but still scares the hell out of you.
DC from the Marley Boys, man. Y'all better understand that, man. I keep telling y'all that. DC the Marley Boy.
I do have a question for all you guys. Do you guys have like a relative, like an aunt or something that's like about 4 or 5 feet tall and scares the living hell out of you?
No.
No, I got 6 foot. I got 6 foot. I got 6 foot. Scared the hell out of him.
Marley crazy, y'all. Marley said New Orleans survived some of the most destructive women: Betsy, Katrina, Rita.
Camille.
True. What her name is? Latoya the Destroyer. Yeah, we got a lot of. We got
Latoya the Destroyer. Huh?
I'm about to say, could y'all imagine? Real quick, could y'all imagine in the playoff a New Orleans Saints type atmosphere in the Smoothie Keys Center?
Oh, it's coming, bro.
Like you see what I'm saying? Like, because I know it's been I know it's been loud, but I'm talking about
it's coming, dog.
Deafening, and I can't wait. That's why I'm like I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope.
Game. I want to go. I've been to LSU football games, but never at Saints game. I want to go so bad. I heard you could feel a thud of the roar in your chest. Like
it's loud on there.
You gotta go check it out, Rudy.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when PJ Brown was being thought about as a GM? Y'all remember that at one little point?
When that happened?
That was a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, it was.
I remember that.
The power.
I think that was before before Dell Demps.
Baron Davis time, I think. I'm gonna say. When Baron Davis,
he was still playing in Baron Davis time. Huh?
Yeah. It might have been a little bit right after that. Yeah, right after that though. Yeah,
he came up. He can't. Wasn't he still on the team when we drafted Chris Paul?
Boston, I won't say. Yeah. I think
he was on the team when we drafted Chris Paul.
I feel he was still on the team at that point.
No, because it was Tyson Chandler, David West,
No. I'm talking about his rookie year. Like 06, whenever we drafted Chris Paul. Like, wasn't he on the team at that point?
Could have been. I don't know.
Because I know he was on the Celtics after the fact. I know he was on the Celtics like that 08, 09 team, I think he was.
Well, if he was on that team, then I don't think that he was on the Chris Paul team, because I remember Chris and Rondo getting into it, like, I think his second year.
I mean, we drafted CP3 like 06, right? 05. Was 05 or 06?
I think 06. 05. I think 05.
06 was closer to when he was up out of here, like after Katrina, and
no, 2000
before Katrina. So it had to be like 03, 04 or something.
No.
Before Katrina.
03 was LeBron year. 03 was LeBron year.
I thought 07 was the year we got Chris
Paul about the same age as LeBron. Like, matter of fact, Chris Paul might be older than LeBron.
But LeBron came straight out of high school.
But LeBron came out, I think, before Chris Paul.
Yeah, it was probably only like 1 year though. They're not that far off, I don't think.
Well, LeBron came out with 03, something like that. 03. Yeah.
So he was drafted. Why can't I find this? 05, 06. He was drafted 05, 06.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 05.
Yeah.
So he stayed for his second contract, I think.
He was there until 2011.
Yeah. So I think with that second contract, so PJ was on that Celtics team in 09, so he had to be there with PJ. I think he had to been there with him.
He was on. PJ Brown was on New Orleans. His last year was 05, 06. That was his last year. He was then he went to Chicago. Then he went to Boston after that.
So that's Chris Paul rookie year.
He was on the. Yeah, he was on that team with CP3.
Mm-hmm. I would think about just having him like somebody like that as a consultant. You see what I'm saying? Like moves like that. Make just simple moves like that. Give me a
the culture and the history of our people. We don't never do that. We don't do that.
If you look at how LSU was built right now, it's from people who care. Ed Ogeron from the state. He cares. He know what it means to us to win. Look at everybody mostly he have. They somewhat have to do with Louisiana. Even the defensive coordinator he got now. They're tied to Louisiana. You sometimes, if you look at it, to deal with New Orleans, see, it's a very bizarre city to others. We may love it, but other people, everybody, it's not for everybody. But it's bizarre to the naked eye. You have to bring people in, like you said, that's very cultured, who can be able to relate to the more, people that just, need to dumb down to them a little bit or need some guidance. Like, they just don't make good moves like that for some reason. You know what I mean? Like,
I think that's what they attempted to do with Teaspoon. Like, she home raised, you know what I'm saying? So, not necessarily historic Pelican or Hornet, but you get the point. But you bring an interesting point, man. I would like to see that somebody from that old, especially when we was winning, the old Hornets days, even the Jamal Mashburn days, you know what I'm saying?
Jazz days.
If you look at, I'm gonna tell you a name that they always talk about, and they poo-poo him for one little situation, but he really did good in his time in the office, was Joe Dumars. Joe Dumars turned that Pistons team around. They won a championship, they went back to another, and they was always competing, but they killed him for that Darko Milic's draft when he took him over Melo. They killed him for that. And if you look at it in hindsight, he had to do it. Because if you look, Ben Wallace was the center. You couldn't keep him on the floor late. Tayshaun Prince was an all-star at this point. So you're going to take and get Melo to sit him on the bench? For what? Where you going to put him? See what I'm saying? So
I don't know, bro. I don't feel like he had to do it.
He didn't. I'm saying he didn't have to do it.
Tayshaun Prince could have took a step back in role because they was overpowered on the defensive end. And they definitely could have used some more offensive scoring. Even though Melo and Rip Hamilton game, I guess, kind of similar. But you can't tell me they had to get Darko Milicic over Carmelo.
No, but
matter of fact, get Carmelo, let him ball out, trade him if you feel like that, and get something more valuable. But
what's the center that was playing for Utah? He was with Boozer. They were more of a stretch four. They were starting at stretch four, is what I'm saying. So that's why I look at it like that. But I'm saying they killed him for something that he still needed to. You couldn't have Ben Wallace on the floor. That's like having Ben Simmons on the floor right now. You see what I'm saying? Right. Can't shoot free throws and all that. So that's what I'm saying. That
I got you, brother.
Man, I knew this was gonna happen. One of us is going to have a new interesting topic, and we're going to rattle off another 10, 20 minutes. I knew we'd go at least. I knew
Rudy.
He's so little.
Well, fam, listen, I appreciate everybody, man, in the chat, man. Y'all absolutely fantastic. The panel was awesome tonight, man. We had a great show. 5 hours long. Pelican post game report for Friday into Saturday, man. I hope y'all enjoyed yourself. I definitely appreciate the family members staying up late as we.
Technically, this is the Saturday show.
It is. It is definitely that. Passing it. It's 3:00 Central Time by my clock. And man, listen, this was a great show, and I appreciate all those involved for being here and supporting it. I appreciate you guys. If you Pelicans family members or flock members who have yet to subscribe, hit the hell out of the subscribe button right now and join. You see, the Pelican post game report is for real, keeping it real, talking about the Pelicans, covering it passionately and really, real talk. Outside of that, please feel free to share the links to your social media feed. And like I said, man, join the flock if you hadn't already. Hit the like button too, family. Get those likes up if you please. Really good content tonight from the family members from the flock. Very passionate commentary. I think everybody involved in the live stream, no doubt about it. And of course, like if we got DJ there, DJ, it's going. I think DJ
gonna take us out again.
DJ, you gonna take us out?
Well, he took us out like 2 hours ago.
Well, he got to do it again. Nah, he off. He waved goodbye.
Want me to speak like a freaking Pelican?
Go. You want to give it a try there, Rudy?
Go ahead, Rudy.
Okay, since I've seen Rio, I know
you got to close out the show now.
You my baby.
All right.
Whitaker. I like that.
All right. All right. Thank you, Rudy. Much love and big ups to you, my friend. Appreciate you.
You too, guys.
All right. That's brother. Rudy, man. Much love, Rudy. All right, brother. Each one teach one. Thank you as well, my friend. Thank you for that great commentary tonight as well. And all the family members, DC. Very good show tonight, my man. We had fun. Gonna roll this one back and listen to it. A lot of great commentary in this sucker as well. So I like to thank all.
Show, man. I had a good time tonight.
Right, and I like to thank all the family members for tuning in to this show tonight. Pelican post game report, of course, with the latest news. Man, we usually do the show on the weekends, mostly Saturdays. But listen, with the news cycle turning like what it is, we're going to keep an ear on the ground and make sure everything is what it is. But man, this is most certainly a different type of situation with Griffin at the helm. We don't know the direction, what kind of coach, who's making the calls. A lot of curious things going on in the Pelican building, and hopefully we can get it together before things get really serious. So we got some time here. Let's hopefully we can get Griffin. Well, hopefully Griffin get itself together, and we'll see how it all shakes. So with that being said, I'd like to thank y'all for joining in once again, and we're gonna holler at you later. DC, peace, my friend, and peace to the rest of the flock. We out.